So this is doing a few things. This is revising current statute to expand the definition of a wellness program from just fitness and nutrition to that plus comprehensive health education, which is a much broader field. And it requires, importantly, if you scroll down um, to, yeah, keep going, sorry, scroll down to section 6. It requires that the school wellness policy, which now includes a broader definition, be updated and distributed to school districts. So that's what this is doing. So this is basically requiring that school districts have a best practice approach to its wellness programs. And then section 7, this was in your language either last year or 2 years ago. This is the one for, I believe, Rep. Batista's district. So this is the one that deals with elections for unified school districts and talks about how you deal with electing members of the board and filling vacancies, and basically having that being done by the school district and not by the select board. Getting input from the select board, but not having them control the election.
Okay, so and this was in a we passed this.
Passed it. It's sunset, and now it's being put back in place for another year.
Okay.
Again, this is all pending. Hopefully, at some point, Donna Russo Savage's cleanup of title or section.
Right.
The whole area around Union School.
Chapter 11.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So if we move on to section 8. This came over from the agency and deals with a very specific and technical issue, which is what happens when a union school district has a member that itself is a union school district. And how do you work the mechanics of voting in elections? Because usually you're relying on the select board in the town, but now the member is not a town, but it's another union school district. So it's basically looking through the member union school district to the member towns to perform those functions. It's a very mechanical issue, but that's what that addresses.
And this is another thing that would normally be fixed if we had gotten to chapter 11.
Correct, and it's got sunset in a year again.
Okay. So these two things, section 7 and 8, then are really just getting us through another year.
Correct.
Okay.
Yep. And then section 9 deals with making menstrual hygiene products both available in K-12 schools in a manner that doesn't embarrass the student. So the purpose, if we scroll up for a second, Avery, to subsection A, just to read the purpose here, intends to ensure that a female student attending a public school or an approved independent school, you scroll down a bit, has access to menstrual hygiene products at no cost and without the embarrassment of having to request them. So this language here basically requires that schools stock its bathrooms used by female students in grades 5 through 12 with feminine hygiene products. Okay, if we scroll down further, now we get into special education, and these are the changes that are required in order to make Act 173 function properly. So let me pause here for a second. Last year, you recall at the end of session, the effective date for the new census grant funding change was pushed out by 1 year. to July 1, 2022, I believe. I can't remember, but 1 year out. But there are a number of date changes within the language of statute that weren't changed, that have to change to make the statute work. So there are a number of dates that didn't get moved last summer, but should have been moved. So I won't go through all that in detail now, but the two things these sections are doing is moving dates to conform to that date change, and two, making technical changes requested by the Agency of Education, and very small technical things. So I won't go through all this with you now, but there are 4 or 5 sections here that deal with those two themes.
And the problem of postponing this another year, it is significant then.
Sure, because 173 cannot operate effectively without these changes. So if we scroll down quite a ways, Avery, to keep going until you, keep going. I can tell you when. Yep, keep going. Keep going. Keep going.
Jim, how about a page number?
Right here. Good. Stop. I don't have the documents printed out, so I'm not sure what the page number would be.
I do. So if you get to the area, I can let you know what it is.
So
you are on page
in
15.
Section 15, and 15 deals with gender balance on the UVM and Vermont State Colleges boards. So it recognizes that the UVM board has an overwhelming majority of men. The VFC board has gender balance currently on the board, and this sets a goal for the UVM board to achieve gender balance by 2025 and maintain it, and for the VFC board to maintain its current gender balance. So if we scroll down further, Avery, page 16. So that's what the section does. Then scroll down further if you would, to the next section. Just go, okay, stop here if you would. So I can't see the page number, but this is section 16, and this is on proficiency-based education. And it's basically an appropriation. So it recognizes that that there's already an appropriation to fund projects that focus on proficiency efforts, and it's subsection B here is appropriating $400,000 for that purpose.
Okay.
It's not prescriptive in terms of requiring changes in proficiency-based education, just providing some funding to facilitate some further work in this area.
Okay.
And then the last section is the effective date. So if you scroll down a bit further, that's there. And then after passage of the bill, there'll be an act related to making miscellaneous changes to education laws.
So, Jim, I noticed that this bill, I believe, is currently in appropriations because it has a $400,000 appropriation in it, which means that this bill, therefore, we might want to be looking at the items that we should pull out of this. And this is, to the committee to think about as well. Pull out the items in here and pull forward the miscellaneous ed bill that we have on the wall, and strike that and address the things that we know we're going to need to pull out of this bill that we don't want to get stuck in Ways and Means, in appropriations.
Can you pull a bill off the wall now? Are you allowed to?
We have a bill that was passed by the Senate.
Oh, from last year.
From last year.
Oh, yeah, okay, yeah.
So that's a vehicle. That's a miscellaneous ed bill. It's a vehicle that would be an appropriate place to work with. I think it's S-164 or something. We'll look it up.
Yeah.
Okay. Peter, you have a question?
I have a couple of questions. Do you know, did the Senate take additional testimony on the AVIC college closings issue?
Did they take, if they did, it was, yeah, I'm sure Susan Stetley testified earlier in the session. It's been a while though.
Okay.
I'm quite sure that she doesn't like this language. But
She did not. She did not like it.
I'm just wondering about the financial viability of AVIC these days, given the fact that they've had, what, 4 members,
yeah,
paying members drop out. Another question is the wellness section. What's the origin of that, if you know it?
yeah, the origin, that was a request from a constituent initially, and it dealt with updating the wellness policies to conform to a national standard. And that evolved a little bit through committee discussion to actually amend the statute as well to expand the definition of wellness, as I briefly mentioned. And then it changed the language about the policy a bit as well in terms of how that would be worded. But it came from basically from a constituent.
All right, and do you know if much testimony was taken on that issue and how it unfolded?
There was testimony. I'm not sure how much of it there was.
Okay.
It's early on, again.
Yep. Let's see. Act 173, UVM, and then proficiency-based education. Okay, no, I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, Kathleen.
Yep, thanks. Just a couple questions. Oh, wait, am I unmuted? Yes, I am.
Yeah.
Couple questions. So Kate, is it, I think I had previously heard a couple times, and so anything with an appropriation in it is on hold at this point, right?
I believe that anything with an appropriation is going to be sticky right now.
Right. Okay. So we can assume that anything that has money in it in this bill is going to be shuttered off to the wayside.
Yeah, that's going to be right now. That language is in Senate appropriations. Our language for literacy is in House appropriations.
Yep.
I would say, and likely our construction bill will likely end up in appropriations as well. So we don't. Those are decisions to be made by those committees.
Okay.
So, but I think it's an important thing for us to understand. And I think I can talk with Jim to look at the bills, the vehicles that we have on the wall. That since we don't have possession of this one, but it does have language that looks like it's important, that we might be able to pull. Does that sound appropriate to the committee?
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure I kind of thought that in this new world and appropriately, our job was really going to be to move at this point only bills that are really vital and that don't have any dollars attached. So I just wanted to make sure we were all kind of, that I was understanding right, and that was sort of our mission.
I think that you are understanding right. That
And
other folks, go ahead.
Will we talk a little bit later about the UVM section, or?
Yes, we can talk about all of them. I think in this bill we've got the AVIC language, which, hearing that there's about whether that's something that we should address now, whether it's necessary, whether we need testimony. We have the small schools thing, which we've passed in the past, which doesn't have money in it, might be something this way. Who has an interest in more on the AVIC section here? I see Kupali, I see Kathleen. Okay, I see a few people nodding. So should we from Susan Stetley then? I'll talk with Jim afterward. Maybe Jim and Larry and I can talk about what to do about the AVIC piece, whether that we need to move. The next thing is the small schools grant related to pre-K. That does seem to be something that we could find a spot for. Seem appropriate? How about a thumbs up if it seems appropriate for us to address that language? I saw 2 thumbs, 3 thumbs, 4 thumbs. Oh, good. All right, look at the thumbs. We got the thumb icons. We are so high tech. Okay, one to address. The wellness.
I don't have any thumbs, but I'm okay.
Oh, good. Thank you. We're all
Sorry.
thumbs. Some of us are all thumbs and some of us are thumbs. So the wellness program, is that something to address now or something that we wait on? I'm seeing some wait-ons. So at the moment, I'm seeing that we wait on school wellness. At the moment, that's what I'm seeing. We'll check in with folks later about that, but we'll wait on that. Then we have,
Can I interrupt for a second?
Please.
If whoever's operating could put us all back on the screen, we could actually see each other. There we go. Thank you.
yeah, there we go. Okay, good. There's section 7 and 8, which have to do with the reason we haven't been able to get to chapter. I think we can probably find a place for these 2 items. Seem okay? Okay, so we'll find a place for 7 and 8 then. Section 9, menstrual hygiene products. I'm gonna have folks talk. Let's talk about that one. I'm gonna have Larry and I love this. I'll have Larry and Peter talk with different individuals about that, which I just love. Whether that's something that we move forward on. Section 10 is the census grant related to 173, excuse me, it's 173 census grant. I am inclined to say that we find a place for this. Okay. Okay. So we'll find a place for that, Jim. And
Hey, Kate,
yeah,
I got a question for Jim. Back up section 3, the oath.
okay.
What's the reasoning around getting rid of that, striking that out, and what's it, kind of for, so to speak?
Well, I think the reason is people just don't think it's necessary. I think that's why.
Okay.
It looked like that was put in the 60s, I think, wasn't it? Is that what I saw? Interesting.
I didn't even know they had to take an oath like that. Interesting. Okay.
Okay, so that gets us through 173. So everything related to 173, those sections we want to keep track of. UVM, gender balance. Is that a high needs? I'm seeing the men say no. Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, I
Kathleen.
couldn't find my hand raiser. I want to at least make sure we talk about that. I would love to hear from Dylan. I know, Dylan, you're on the state college board. I just want to make sure we feel it's urgent. I'm not a co-sponsor of that bill, and remembering at the time thinking that it was a really important goal, but wondering whether it needed to be set in statute. So I just want to make sure that if we feel that's important to move it ahead this year, that we have time to talk about it.
Right. It's not, it doesn't fit the COVID urgent.
That's for sure. And I know I've seen articles saying that it seemed like UVM was, maybe moving on this now and taking that seriously. I hope. Like I said, it's not that I don't think it's an important provision. It's just, I have been wondering from the beginning if it really needs to be a law, set in statute. So I'd love to hear from Dylan on that. Maybe not right now.
Yeah. So I'd be inclined, and I'm someone, say no, but I'd be inclined to say that that is something that we would need testimony on. And it doesn't fit in the category of urgent. Okay. But we will, it's not something we want to drop. It's something to consider, but we don't necessarily have time for testimony.
Kate, if I could just interrupt for a second.
Yeah.
I do think, since this is a public meeting we're having here, that
Yes.
those of us who are maybe shaking our head or going like that,
Yeah.
I know for me, a lot of this isn't based on that. I don't think it's an important topic, but a lot of it's just based on where we're at in the urgency of the other things that are more important.
Thank you for that clarity. And I was realizing that because I think this is something that we care about. It's just that it's not meeting the urgency requirement. It's not in the urgent category, but it's important.
Yeah,
I'm
thanks
going to
for
regret everything I said.
Yeah, I think it's important that we realize that, leadership may decide we're only going to do things that are important.
Right.
So we need to decide that basically, soon.
So in that light, let's go through these bills and just get the high level understanding of what's here. And then leadership, and who is also working with the Senate, to see what we actually are going to be able to get through this year. And see what we want to be picking up next year. So S46, that's still in the Senate as well.
Yeah. Okay. So Avery, can we pull that one up? Okay. And scroll down a little bit. Okay. So this deals with the report on equalized pupils. So this basically has some findings at the beginning, which I think we can skip through. So let's just scroll down a bit. Yeah. So this requires, stop here if you were Avery, section 2 requires that the agency in collaboration with the state board and various stakeholders which are listed develop a plan to implement the report's recommendation using one of the models in that report. So there's a table E1 in that report, which has weights, and that's what they're being asked to develop an implementation plan around. So if we can scroll down a bit further, these are the things they have to consider as they do that. So a timeline for it, design to be sensitive to property tax rates, consideration of the formula's interaction with other provisions of law. And then scroll down a bit further, Avery, if you would. So also the state board will have not less than 6 public meetings in different regions of the state to educate and to get input on the plan. And then the plan will be delivered in time for you to take action next year to implement.
Okay, and that's in Senate appropriates at the moment. right?
I'm not sure. There's no, can you go back to that again, Avery? And scroll down further. Yeah, this is an aspirational statement about taking action. There's no appropriation in here. So I'm not sure if it's in appropriations.
Well, it says that on 324, it was referred to appropriations.
Okay.
Rule 31. I don't know.
I was trying to trace bills on the system and it was not giving me good results.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm looking at it on the legislative website, and it says it was floor action sent on 324 to appropriations. So
324. This is S46.
yep. So I'm looking at.
Okay. Okay.
It was the one that was labeled an act related to it was the old ethnic studies.
Okay. Yep. Yep.
Yeah, I don't know why it was sent to appropriations. Well, because it has significant implications to finance.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay. And the next one we actually have, which is the after school task force, which has been presented to us. Or at least we heard from the Senate. I don't think we heard from you. Did we hear from you, Jim?
I don't remember.
Well, let's just go through it again.
Yeah. Okay. So, yeah, this one I believe has passed the Senate, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So going past the findings, if we can go down, Avery, to section 2. Okay. So this creates a new task force to consider and make recommendations on the framework for the cost of and the long-term funding sources for access to universal after-school programs. So there's a task force. If you scroll down further, Avery, usual structure of members are here, the usual suspects are here. Keep going if you would. Yeah, keep going. Okay, keep going. Yeah, you keep going to the next page. Yeah, okay. If you pause here on the powers and duties, sorry, go up a little bit, Avery, sorry. Go up to, yeah, go up to the previous page, page 4. Okay, pause. I'll go up a bit further, sorry, one more page. Trying to get to the powers and duties. Okay, that's good, stop there. Thanks. Okay, so powers and duties of the task force, specifically mapping existing programs, having gaps in access, etc. Recommending best practices and key evidence-based strategies to maximize health and substance abuse prevention. Considering a report that was done earlier, if you can scroll down, Avery, just a bit, 4, to review the status results of a grant program, and then to explore all funding sources. And if you scroll down a bit further, it says shall prefer solutions that do not drop on the state's education fund. And then the report's due back December 15.
This one had something about not using the ed fund, I think.
Yeah. Trying to find other sources. So initially, this bill came out of committee with a preference for using revenue from the cannabis tax and regulate, assuming it eventually passes. But that was taken out on the floor, and rather than having a specific mention of cannabis, It just said what it says now above, which isn't on the screen, but basically to explore funding sources that don't impact the education fund.
Okay. Does this need the, I'm just looking for that. So this does not need the S54, which is the cannabis bill.
It doesn't need it as it's drafted now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
It wouldn't have needed it even as passed out of that Senate Education, because the task force is only being asked to look at solutions for funding with a preference toward using cannabis tax if it eventually comes to be. But anyway, that language was struck.
Okay. Questions? Kathleen, do you have a question? Can't tell if I'm.
I did have a question, but my dog is barking, so I withdrew my question. My only question was, it looks like the only appropriation in this for this task force would be the per diem for the members.
Correct.
Thanks.
Okay, I might be behind here. I just want to make sure. Representative Matos, did you have a question? No, okay. Representative Conlon? Did you have a question?
Just why wasn't the per diem appropriation calculated on this, or did I just not see it?
Can we go back to it? Sure. Yeah, we're sorry. Let's go back to the very end of the bill. Keep going. Okay, stop here. Next, number 2. From funds available from appropriation. So there's funds available in another appropriation that they're using for this purpose.
That are available today
Yes.
from 2018. Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay. I think there's some funding questions that still remain on that one. Sarita, and then Larry.
Too late to get some students on the task force.
That would be something that we would discuss.
Okay, thank you.
So students.
Yeah.
Okay. And Larry?
Yeah, Peter, I was going to ask the same question, so we're good there with the funding issue.
Okay. So we're thinking about all these these bills that we're going to do. And then there's the S-166, which is the State Board of Ed bill. This is,
Okay.
looks like it's a lot
So
of
this
technical.
bill, S-166, it's a long bill. It's about 60 pages long. I think I'll just talk about it at this stage rather than going through it.
Yeah.
So this bill does a couple of things. The board of the chair of the State Board of Education initiated this bill with Sarah Ruth, and the goal is to move functions that the State Board is not able to perform because it has no staff over to the agency, which is actually, in fact, performing those functions. So what this bill does is it takes today, let me back up, today, all rulemaking authority lies with the State Board of Education. What this bill does is it moves rulemaking authority from the state board to the agency of education for a variety of topics. So about 2/3 of the state board's rulemaking authority will be moved from the state board to the agency of education. And then the other thing it does is it, as a general theme, it has the agency of education implementing rules. So again, the state board, even if they adopt a rule, they don't have the staff to implement even the rules they adopt. So the idea is to clarify that the agency will be carrying out basically those functions. So those are the two themes, basically moving rulemaking authority over to the agency and having the execution function aligned with that more toward the agency where they've got the staff to do it. And this bill here is a compromise position between the chair of the state board and the secretary of education. And this language, with a few exceptions, was agreed to by both. And then where there were a couple of disagreements, the Senate Education Committee took a view. And that's what this bill represents.
So the disagreement areas were, do you remember?
Quite small. So the main one is just, it's really a format issue. It's how, when you get to the powers and duties section, how the rulemaking authority is addressed. The result's the same either way, but they have different ways of getting to the same conclusion. So it's really about how the words are expressed, not the outcome.
What happens if we don't move on it this year?
Well, nothing changes, obviously, for at least a year. This should go into effect upon passage or July 31 of this year.
Okay.
So it would have to wait for a year. But in fact, what this bill does, in large part, well, the rulemaking is different. Giving the agency rulemaking authority is new. But a lot of what this bill does is just reflect reality.
Right. Yes, because most of the statutes related to the fact when we had a commissioner rather than an agency, department rather than an agency. Okay. All right, we're gonna need to hear from them to find out the need to move on it now versus waiting, which is, I think, our question on everything before us is how much needs to be now and how much can wait. All right. I think that's it.
So we have S226, right?
Can I just ask a question on the
Yeah,
last one?
please.
So there's no danger that the state board will be sunsetted if we don't pass this?
I don't believe that passed. And was it government ops, or I can't remember which committee was looking at that, but I'm not sure where that stands, but I don't think that was moving forward.
Yeah, it was GovOps because
Okay, so that we don't have, I guess we just need to clarify whether we have a concern whether the state board would be sunsetted if another bill passed and this didn't.
Yeah.
So there was some of that broke up, but we did pass, remember the GovOps bill that we passed on the floor? It was, I think, on Thursday or Friday that
Okay.
Caleb spoke to on the advisory panel.
Oh, right. And so that did not have anything about the state board in it?
I don't think it did, but we
Okay.
take a look at that one because we had spoken about taking that out. because
Okay.
we're working on it.
right,
And Jim,
the
go ahead,
language
Caleb.
that
Caleb.
I was just going to say the language that we use for, and I'm going to get the numbers mixed up now, but for what basically was the Senate Special Ed bill, that had previously been, and I think it was H650 or whatever it was that came out of GovOps. that was the one where a previous draft had struck the State Board of Education. So I think that's the most recent time we kind of saw that language. But in fact, we wound up taking everything out of that bill that pertained to education, and going, because it was really just about that special ed advisory language. So anyway, that was, I think, the most recent place the House had a draft that included that SBE language.
I just got verification that they had a provision in the introduced bill to sunset the State Board of Ed, and we took that out.
Okay.
So there would be no change, or they would not be sunsetted, and this would not go in. So that's another point of discussion for us, as we're looking at the things that we must do and the things that we'd like to do and the things that can wait.
And there's no money in this for staffing the state board, right?
No
I
money.
believe,
Okay, thank you.
I believe that there was I believe that the state board was looking to have some support in hallway conversation. Okay,
Well, there's one more bill, this S226.
right.
Avery, do you have that one? Great, thank you. Okay, so this bill is S226, and it deals with state public school employee benefits. If you scroll down a bit, yeah, that's good, Avery, right there. So what happened was, as part of the first year of statewide negotiation of healthcare benefits for school employees, there were some issues that came up on both sides that they wanted to have clarified. So the language in this bill reflects an agreement, I believe I can say that, an agreement between the Vermont NEA and the reps for the employers. So without going to a lot of detail here, the first part of this language here deals with definitions, because the original bill had inadvertently excluded certain employees of schools. So basically, if you scroll down a bit further, Avery, so school employee includes the following individuals, and Avery, if you scroll down half a page, yeah, go up a bit further, sorry, too far. Yeah, so we're listing out who is included here. So the certified employee, for example, had been excluded by mistake, so that's now put back in. And then all other permanent employees are included now. And then it excludes the role of the person who serves as a superintendent, given the fact that they really are management. So they've been excluded from being included in the covered employees here. If you scroll down further, until you find some underlined or striked language, right here is good. This is just cleaning up some definitional issues, so that's a very technical change. You go further, if you would. Yep, keep going. Okay, if you pause here, D allows members of the commission, you may recall the commission has 5 members who represent school employers and 5 members who represent school employees. This says now that those members can be removed by whoever appointed them without cause. So if they're not representing their side as well as they could be removed without cause. Before this language was added, they could only be removed with cause by the commission. So if you scroll down further, Avery, just keep looking for underlined or struck language. down here. Stop there if you would. Uh, um, so one of the issues is that they weren't getting paid for their service. So this clarifies that they can get paid for up to 10 meetings a year. And then we'll come on to a section that has an appropriation for that later on. Release time, this requires schools to release employees to serve on the commission. So that's new. If you scroll down further, Avery. And yeah, go down to J here, right there. So alternate members, this allows, in addition to the 5 members on each side, that to be 4 alternate members could be appointed. So that's up to 2 alternate members for school employees, up to 2 alternate members for school employers. And the purpose there obviously is they can be at the meetings, and if somebody drops out, they'll carry on, just like alternate jurors would be on a jury. So if we scroll down further, Avery, appropriations here. So, okay, so there's a $17,500 appropriation to cover per diem and reimbursement for commission members. And then go down further if you would to the next strikeout right here. So line 3 being struck here, it had required that the premium and out-of-pocket responsibility percentages for each plan tier be the same for all employees. So same for a janitor as for a superintendent. This allows that to be negotiated. So perhaps you have a lower share by a janitor, for example, making less money as compared to somebody more highly paid. So it makes the premium percentages negotiable, where before they could not be negotiated. So go down further, Avery, if you would. You can keep going. Okay. Yeah. Line 3 here being struck is the same concept for out-of-pocket. Above was for premiums. If you can go further, Avery, right here. So up a bit. Sorry. Just up to the underlying language right there. And this allows the commission to negotiate a statewide grievance procedure for disputes. So that was added. And then the language on line 8 requires a bit earlier engagement in terms of the negotiating process. If you can scroll down further, Avery, to find more struck or underlined language. Right here. These are very technical changes. During the bargaining last year, the arbitrator allowed people to submit information after they were supposed to. So this clarifies that you can't do that. You can't modify your last best offers post-hearing. And then down further requires there be cost estimates included in the last best offers. Then going down further, Avery, yeah, right here, this requires that the decision by the arbitrator explain in appropriate detail the rationale for the selecting the last best offer. On the last round, evidently the explanation was very minimal, so they want more information. If you could keep going, I think that's it actually. Yeah, that's it.
Questions?
And this one here has passed the Senate, but it hasn't been compiled yet. So there were a couple floor amendments on this, I believe. Yeah, and but it hasn't been compiled into a official version yet.
Oh, I'm sorry. So we don't have that in our committee now.
It's not yet because it hasn't passed. It has passed the Senate actually, but it hasn't been sent over to you yet.
Okay. Okay. So it's just mattered. It hasn't been messaged over.
I think so.
Okay. And I guess, so, okay, Representative Conlon, you have a question? No. What happens if we don't pass this year? What's the, as we're trying to look at the end through the lens of what's a must pass and what's a would like to pass, is there something, is this in the must pass, or it sure would be fabulous to pass? Or it could wait? And I know you're supposed to stay neutral, but I guess I'm, yeah.
I think you'd want to hear from the two sides on that. I do, because they'll have views, and
yeah,
there is an appropriation here too, of course.
Yeah. So it was sent over with the appropriation in it.
Yeah.
Okay.
It may be, well, the question that we'll have to ask, because I'm not quite sure of the answer, but I think they negotiated a 2-year. Well, I don't know. Never mind. We'll have to get some more information.
Yeah. Sarita? And then Larry?
I was going to ask the same question about when are people negotiating, because I would think if it doesn't pass, it could impact negotiations.
I'm not sure what the timing is for Boston, so I can't answer that.
Representative Cooper?
Yeah, Jim, what about the amendments? Did you say did the amendments, have they been included in this bill, or?
No, what you saw did not include the amendments. One of them was very technical. There are 2 sections. What happened in this bill was I included the whole chapter because the 2 sides were negotiating during the committee discussion. The one didn't see all the language, but the 2 sections that did not get amended were still in the bill, but they shouldn't have been because they weren't changed. So those 2 got struck, just as a technical matter on the floor. And then the other one, I can't remember what the other one was. I have to go back and look, but it was quite minor too. It wasn't like a major change.
Okay.
Yep, thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Representative Elder?
So my feeling on this one is that basically, if both sides were at the table, I guess in the Senate committee, so to speak, my understanding is we just had our first year of statewide healthcare bargaining. It went to arbitration. As I read this bill, I think I'm seeing that it's some technical fixes to that. So just regarding Sarita's point about the timing, that again, the timing would be for the next statewide arbitration process and bargaining process for health care. So it seems to me that this would be a good one to move, just since that statewide bargaining process is new, and it seems natural to me that some things would pop up after just having done such a large change as to bargain that statewide, and that if the Senate has really done enough work on this, that it's not coming to us trailing a lot of controversy, and it does seem like something might move through. But I would want to have the bill presented to us or something, but to sort of understand the context a little more. But generally I'm supportive of this kind of bill, which seems to me following on the heels of a new change,
that what it could do
trying to make some important fixes to. Sorry, say that again.
So then what you're seeing is that this could, with this unsettled, could have some impact on arbitration that will be upcoming.
Yeah, I assume so. It's like it seems that it's probably trying to smooth out the process as it goes primarily. With that said, I imagine that the process could stay in place for another year. So I guess I'm just interested to see, is this a bill that everyone's in agreement these are good fixes, or is it, again, just kind of on all of these, it would be good to sort of have a temperature check of the sense of how hot is this item? And because urgency, if it's really one-sided urgency, I think it will be hard harder to move quickly on, that's for sure.
Thank you. Representative James.
Yep, just want to follow along to what Caleb was saying, which is that if we're going to move on this, I want to hear testimony or at least see written testimony from both sides so that we're assured that they both agree that these changes are going to improve the arbitration process and that this isn't a controversial bill in any way. If everybody agrees this is going to make the new arbitration process better, let's move it. But I want to hear that directly.
Okay, that's great. This is helpful. Thank you very much. I think we are at a rest point. We have the superintendent. No, we have some groups coming in this afternoon. One is from the Independent Schools Association related to special education schools, and then we will hear from the school boards, the principals, the Council of Special Education Administrators, the NEA, and the superintendents, just to get another update, which I'll be looking at a weekly update from them. And in the meantime, Larry, why don't you and I have a chat about these bills to figure out how we want to organize it going forward for the committee, so we can determine what's a must pass, what's put a scale of 1 to 5.
Do you want to phone?
Yeah, we can check in later.
All right, well, we've got 8 of us. It's a couple minutes after 7. Go ahead and call the meeting to order. We do have BCTV recording this, so we're live. Any additions or corrections to the agenda, folks? Nothing? Okay. For board norms, normally I'd say look in front of you, but no, just remember to be respectful, try and stay on task, respect the agenda. These meetings have been working pretty well for me in work life. So let's hope we can get through this one. Just a little bit of housekeeping. There should be on this, I think everybody's in on a computer from what I can see on the panel here. There should be, if you hover over your name, a more, and on that more, you can raise your hand. So just raise your hand and I'll recognize you, and you can unmute yourself and speak when you need to. So that being said, members of the public, if you're here to just observe and speak to something on the agenda, we'd ask that you do it then. If there's something else that you're here for, now's your chance. Anything? And obviously, when you do speak, if you can identify yourself for the listening and viewing audience. Okay. Anyone have any correspondence? I don't have anything. No, I see shaking heads. Okay. All right. We had warned a couple of policies for possible adoption tonight. So Ken, as chair of the policy committee, you want to speak to those and walk us through what needs to be done?
Sure. The weapons policy and the school closing policy. We're going to change. This is what do we call it? It's not it's not school closing. It's called
it's emergency closings.
Emergency closings. Okay.
Yes.
Because we don't want to go open up a can of worms saying we have a policy on closing schools. Okay. So anyway, so emergency closings, F32, we warned it at our last meeting. We need to adopt it, and we need to also adopt C5, the weapons policy. I will be eventually calling a meeting to resign as chair and take up apparently we're going to be taking up the weapons policy. So I didn't have time to do it before this meeting. So what I'll do is I'll just get in touch with Meg and have it warned, and then I'll set up a Zoom meeting. I just need to make sure I have everybody. I think we have 1 or 2 new members on it now.
Yeah, I'd have to go back and check my notes to make sure who's on the policy committee, but I know there were some new members. Okay. I can get it to you. I just don't have it right in front of me.
Okay, if somebody can send me an email with them, then I'll set up the meeting.
You bet. So we would just need a motion then to adopt policy C5, the weapons policy, and F32, the emergency closing policy.
I'll make those motions.
I'll second it.
Thank you. Oh, gotta let Mike Foley in. Any further discussion on those policies?
Joe?
Yes?
Do we have to vote, this is Dana, do we have to vote on them separately? Or can we group them?
I don't see any reason to vote on them.
We have to have a verbal.
We have to have a verbal aye on each one. So we'll do the motion, I guess, as 2 parts. That makes sense. So any further discussion on those? Seeing no hands. So all in favor of adopting policy C5, the weapons policy, please say aye.
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 Wait.
Aye. You have to do a roll call.
Let me just go down the list here. Emily?
Aye.
Lindsay?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
Trish?
Aye.
Dana?
Aye.
Howie?
Aye.
Ken?
Aye.
Leanne?
Aye.
All right, motion passes. All in favor of adopting policy F32, the emergency school closing policy. Again, please say aye. Howie?
Aye.
Ken?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
Dana?
Aye.
Emily?
Aye.
Leanne? You got to unmute. Lindsay?
Aye.
Did we
Leanne, can
record?
you unmute?
Yeah, we have to unmute Leanne.
Let's
My
see.
internet cut out. Aye.
Okay, thank you. I'm like, I can't even unmute her. And Mike, you're the last one. Or did I? No. Mike, Trish.
Aye.
There's
I had
a
already,
list
I had
down
already
the-
said aye.
Yeah, I know. There's a list down the side of my screen, and as people mute and unmute, you move on the list. And I was using the list as a way to go through it. Again, the ayes have it. The motion carries. We have adopted policy C5 and F32. Thank you. Okay, we don't have a student report. I know they got invited to the meeting, but they didn't send a written report, and I don't see them here. I haven't actually talked to any students to know how they're doing, but I think from what I hear, they're actually admitting they missed school, or most of them. We had the principals' reports. We have all the principals. If anyone has a question regarding any of the stuff regarding any of the materials in the principals' report, anyone? Trish?
Hi. So this wasn't really in the principal report. Sorry, I'm going to put you on the spot here, Bob. Question that I have is what, besides the lessening of, I guess it was Google Classroom alerts and some work, what's the reasoning behind canceling called humanities for the remainder of languages, art, I think it was band and chorus?
Yes, the middle school, what we were hearing others, that middle school students in particular were really overwhelmed. And when you think about a high school student who has 4, maybe 5 teachers, they get the alerts from the Google Classroom for those, credited courses. But the middle school level, they have 5, 6 really with PE and health added on to the 4 cores, plus all their exploratories. And so what we try to do is limit the overwhelming feeling that we were getting. And with the recommendation from the state of the 2 to 3 hours per day of work for middle school students, we wanted to also lessen the workload. So all the exploratories have been taken off. Band is still in the mix, and PE and health are still in the mix, but the others have all been taken off, and they're building a spreadsheet or building a website that families, much modeled after Newbrook's, actually, nice work there, Scotty, that people can go in and use. You do it as enrichment exercises and things like that instead, if kids are needing more work to do. But that way it takes that onus, the additional burden on kids, and not to mention the additional emailing of the alerts that parents are being inundated with. So that was the idea. I don't know if that helps clarify.
It does. I guess I have 2 follow-up questions. One is, when will, I guess, just as a parent, a concern of mine is, so what happens to Spanish? Where do the 8th graders who are in Spanish go from here? When they become freshmen, are they taking Spanish 1 again? Is there going to be some kind of testing? When will we know what the next step is to do these things voluntarily? I have so many questions. I'm sorry. Will they be graded? How will they be graded?
Yep. So let me try to answer those as they come in, so I don't lose track of them. The first is that earning credits towards the high school coursework. So all students, regardless of the dismissal, would still start at Spanish 1 in 9th grade. So in that process of selecting courses for 8th graders has already begun, and hopefully you've been in touch with Sarah Grasso about selecting courses for next year, which could involve a level 1 of a Spanish class. So the grade part of those exploratories is really not, it's not an essential part. We really want kids to use that as a way to explore what the things are that we have at the high school level, and not do it in a way to overburden them. So it doesn't have an impact on them, what they would do in high school in that regard. They won't be graded on it at this point. The 4th quarter scores will just be the 4 core subjects, PE, health, and band if your student is in band.
That makes sense. And then I guess the final question is, what are those teachers doing now?
So because those are teachers that are shared staff with the high school, they're focusing on their high school classes and working on developing the enrichment stuff, because they're still going to have things on that website for kids to do and families to engage with. It just won't be required work. So they're still providing work and putting on the website. And like Kevin Burke, for one of them, is actually doing the website building himself as part of his role.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Yep.
Hey, anybody else have a question for one of the principals? Moving on to the superintendent's report. Any questions from there? Bill looks ready to get grilled. Ken. Ken, you're on mute.
There we
You're
go.
unmuted.
Now I'm unmuted.
Yeah.
It's because the host muted me. Don't you wish you could do that in a live meeting, Joe? Anyway, so we have new recommendations from the Secretary of Education. A new grading policy up the high school, correct?
I wouldn't call it a policy, but I would call it how we're operating under the COVID-19 pandemic period of time for the final 9 weeks of school.
So we don't need a policy.
We do not.
Awesome.
And the specifics to that, Ken, will come out with report cards this week from quarter 3.
Awesome. Thank you both.
Yes, Trish.
Bill, how do you think it's going? I mean, it's such a, I don't even know. I have a lot of words that I could use, but none of them are appropriate here.
I would say that I'm unbelievably proud of the team that you guys are a part of. The frontline workers, our counselors, social workers, teachers, food service, people that are paraeducators that are jumping into new roles. It's really quite amazing. I'm very heartened by the approach that all of our people have taken. It's been very team oriented, but yet specific to the talents and skills that people have. More often than not, I am communicating with principals about how they are communicating with their team members, about how to get people to stop communicating with families, how to give themselves times to recover, because the care and dedication of our colleagues is unbelievable. So as crazy as this time is, it has really shined a light on the quality of people that you all employ. And it's been very enjoyable to watch everybody rise to the occasion. In terms of specifics, we have certain families we're very concerned about, but again, when you have professionals as the social workers and the principals and the teachers, the paraeducators and the counselors that are focusing on those families that really need it, I don't worry. I'm concerned, but I'm not worried because people are on top of it. And people are making sure that needs are being met. I think the flexibility and the creativity of the teachers has been amazing. And I'm really hopeful that all the skills that we build during this time will be able to be transferable for the foreseeable future. So as challenging as this time is, I'm really proud of our team and I'm proud of the work that we're doing.
Good. Thank you.
Thanks, Bill. Watching this go. Oh, Emily, go ahead.
You were about to say, I'm sure, what I was going to say. So I'm sorry for cutting you off. I had my hand up and you didn't notice it, but I just need to say that I so respect what we just heard from our superintendent, and I so respect our teachers and our staff and the people, the parents and community members who are working so hard to make this effective for our students. This is the most challenging time ever. And I had no doubt that our SU would step up, being intimately knowledgeable about it. But I just wanted to also say that this is what we're seeing across the state. And while we're still trying to figure out how we move forward, what we've done in Wyndham Central is exactly what needs to be done everywhere else. And I just can't thank the staff and faculty and every support system beyond that, which we have a ton of, including our community members. This is really, really challenging. And thank you, Bill, for leading that, and all of the principals and everyone beyond that, because this is really, really challenging, and our families and our students will make it through this. I have no doubt. So thank you.
You did. You did. That's essentially what I was going to say, although I
My
think you said it
apologies.
better. You know, it's really, you know, gratifying to watch. This thing twists, turns, and changes every week, every day. And you guys just kind of calmly adapt and continue moving forward and do the best you can by the kids. You know, I've seen it in not so much because I don't have any students anymore, but in you know, the feeding the students and, you know, the support that comes out, that I see just copied as a board member, that goes out, the weekly briefings and the daily briefings and some of the, you know, things that go out. You guys are doing an incredible job, and thank you.
I definitely agree with that.
Yes, Bill.
I just want to thank all of you, because I've had
Good.
multiple principals and teachers reach out to me to let me know that you all, as board members, have individually reached out to teachers and counselors and social workers and principals and food service professionals, whether it's a kind word or it's a quick email or it's sharing something with somebody else in the community. That means a lot to our team when we hear from our elected representatives that they feel like we're doing a good job. So I just wanted to thank you all for continuing to reach out to the people that are doing the work, because it does mean a lot.
All right. Thank you.
Now I actually have some business I got to do too. Can I do that?
Okay. We'll let you.
So I just wanted to update the board on a couple things that are going on. And Emily, feel free to jump in if I say something wrong. But the legislature is working on some possibilities for voting of budgets. There are 18 districts or SUs or SDs that have not had a budget completed yet. 9 of them had a budget that was turned down. 9 of them, like West River, have not brought it up yet. And the legislature is working very creatively and very helpfully to have some different possibilities, rather than the only fallback being the 87% of borrowing from the previous year. A couple things that are up for consideration, I believe it is coming out of the Senate, is the fallback being whatever you spent in FY20, or the fallback being whatever you spent in FY20 plus whatever the average increase is for all the budgets that have been passed, not the 18. Is all in the beginning stages. Things are moving rapidly and fast, but I just wanted you all to be aware that those paths are happening, so that the legislature, I think correctly, is thinking through what would the reality be if we can't have a vote in June, and what is the position that we need to have for school districts to operate responsibly in their communities in an unprecedented time. So I'm going to ask you guys later to change your date to June, but I wanted to prepare you that June may not happen. But I think the legislature is doing good work to make sure that even if that doesn't happen, there'll be some other possibilities that would do well by our community. Emily, did I hit that?
did. I raised my hand, want to step in until Joe recognized me,
Oh,
but
sorry.
you absolutely did hit it. And just for a quick update about what's happening in Montpelier, the Senate has already been able, with 30 members, it was a little easier for them to navigate the training process it takes to vote remotely. So they have already started work kind of ahead of us a little bit in the House. We're still in the process of training members so that we can actually take a vote to authorize ourselves to vote remotely. I know that sounds a little crazy, but that's the process we're on. We need a 3/4 majority of members of the of the 150 members of the House to be able to actually vote to enact legislation or to change legislation. So you're absolutely right. The work is happening in the Senate. And I applaud the work that they're doing. I thank them very much for that. I do know that our House Education Committee and our House Ways and Means Committee, they're both meeting and they're both following this very closely and working closely with our colleagues in the Senate so that we can come forward with some form of legislation that will be supportive of not only our kids and our schools, but our state. We are in an unprecedented time for challenges around funding. If anybody has been following the VSA and the VSBA and the work that they've been doing, trying to get a handle on what this actually looks like with the loss of sales tax revenue in the Ed Fund, it is going to be a huge challenge, without a doubt. I mean, we're facing challenges in every area, but the Ed Fund is particularly a challenge. So thank you for staying connected and sharing with not just me, but everyone who's working up there trying to find a path forward. I don't know what we're going to end up on, but I do know that when we end, it will be the best path forward. I have confidence in that because everybody's focusing on what can we do for our kids and our communities. And so just stay tuned, as I guess all I would say. And the path for the House to be able to enact any legislation, because obviously the Senate can't do it on its own. It has to be both the House and the Senate, and then signed by the governor. And we're staying very closely connected with the governor as well, both of our bodies, so that we are all working in the same path to try to find answers for all these questions. But we're still in the process of training, as I said, to be able to enact remote voting. You all know, you're feeling in your own homes and your own communities the challenge even around broadband and whether our members of our House have enough internet access to be able to do remote voting. So since the governor has extended, rightfully, it seems, the stay at home to begin in the middle of May 15th, we have to adapt to that. So we're moving forward, hopefully by the end of the month. Don't hold me to any schedule because it's all dependent on how things are panning out. But by the end of the month, hopefully we'll be able to start to enact some of this COVID legislation that we have on the path, and we're working very closely in our committees to have it happen. So thank you for all of your patience. We really do have a lot of work ahead of us, but we're focused on kids first. So thank you.
Yes, Bill.
So further segueing where Emily's coming from, Joe and Lori and I got to participate in a joint fiscal office presentation on Thursday, which followed presentations to the legislators. And just in a nutshell, FY20 revenues are looking really bad in the fourth quarter. And we could be talking anywhere from a 70 to 100+ million shortfall. That's for FY20. And then for FY21, which will be starting to collect revenues July 1st, they're predicting that it could be very similar and could go into the multiple hundreds of millions, which will mean when we build a budget in the fall, it's going to be in the context of the Ed Fund having serious downward pressure, which means serious upward pressure on the tax rate to raise the same amount of money. So don't want anyone to get too scared, but I don't want anyone to be too surprised when we have these very difficult financial conversations over the next 6 to 8 months, because the context has completely changed from everything we were talking about 4 months ago. And so I will keep dribbling the crumbs down the path and keep you guys well informed, but I think it's critically important to understand we're in a whole new world. And raising, just for our example, raising the 12,047,000, if we duplicated that next year, it would look very, very different in tax rates than it would today. So it's something to consider as we start thinking about what we're going to be doing over the next 6 to 8 months.
True.
VSBA sent out actually a link to go watch that webinar along with the 3 documents that were presented to the attendees. As a board member, everyone should have gotten it. If you didn't get it, let me know and I will get the VSBA link to you. It's about an hour and a half maybe of the gentleman from the Joint Fiscal Office and a couple of other people presenting.
Yeah.
And, you know, it's very clear. He says, you know, it's not policy, it's just facts. And this is actually what the legislature got as well, so that we're all working from the same information. It was an interesting presentation.
Yeah.
So let me know if you don't have it.
I don't have it, Joe. Would you send it to me?
Sure. Does VSBA not send you things?
Yeah, for some reason I never get their emails.
That's because you keep changing your background, man.
Come on, it's the closest I can do to an LNG meeting.
Hey, Mike, you should contact them immediately and add yourself to that list because you need to be getting those.
I will send it to you, but yeah, you should definitely follow up with
Just call.
VSBA.
All right.
Okay. So the next thing on the agenda. Oh, nice, Bob. You got a top mic. The next thing on the agenda was
Nice one,
the
Bob.
discussion on postponing the annual meeting and budget vote. So, do we have to go through the same procedure that we had before, where we call the special meeting to actually do it, you know, at the right before it, or can we just have a motion to do it right here?
You can do it right here, right now, but you just have to do it in a roll call vote. You have to have a motion to change the meeting from May 5th, 6th,
May 6th
to June 10th.
I will make that motion.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right. It's been moved and seconded to postpone our annual meeting from May 5th, 6th to June 10th. Any discussion on the motion? What?
Joe, I made the motion, so I just want to quickly say for the folks who are listening in and for minutes, maybe I should have said Emily Long, I make the motion, just so that everybody understands. And my apologies for not doing that.
Well, they can see you. They'll be able to see you.
They can see me, but they may not be able to recognize my voice and they may not see it quickly. So I think it's probably really important for transparency that we state our names when we make a motion in the second.
Any discussion on that motion? All right. All in favor, please say aye. I'll run down the list. Emily.
Yes.
Mike.
Yes.
Howie.
Aye.
Ken.
Aye.
Dana.
Aye.
Leanne.
Aye.
Lindsay.
Aye.
Trish.
Aye.
Motion carries. We're pushed to June now. Thank you. Okay. Next item was the class configuration update. Bill, you have some information for us?
So at our last meeting, we had a vote, I believe it was 5-4, to allow us to post the position. I made the executive decision not to do that based on after your guys' meeting, we got way into the world of COVID-19. Doesn't mean that we can't do it, but after hearing the Joint Fiscal Office report, I just don't think we should be committing any dollars beyond what you guys have proposed for the budget at this time. if there becomes a time in the future that it becomes necessary to recommend the hiring of an additional teacher, I will take the responsibility of working in partnership with the principals. I will bring that forward in an evidence-based argument saying that this is why I believe it should happen. That does not have to happen today. It does not have to happen in a month. I think we have to understand what the context of the decisions you guys will be making further on in the future. So my recommendation is to direct me not to post an anticipated position and scold me if necessary for not following your original direction. But I felt it was necessary not to take that action during this unprecedented.
I would say those are the decisions we look to you to make. I think that's a wise decision given what we're facing right now. Dana's got his hand up, like using the thing, not waving at me. So Dana and then Ken.
I just want to point out I'm in a closet the way my household is going right now. So you don't need to see my closet. I agree with Bill that maybe we better hold off and see how this COVID-19 plays, because I think with this shifting economic structure that's going on right now, we may lose families because they need to go somewhere else in the country or things have changed. So we might want to wait and see. And then if we let Bill pull the plug real fast and find somebody, I'm sure there'll be somebody out there looking for a job. So let's, kind of wait and see on it and see how these chips fall.
Ken?
Dana just said it all. That's pretty much it. Good job holding off, Bill. I think you made a wise decision.
Anybody else? Okay, so there's your new direction. Well done. Okay, now we need to talk about the long-term work planning calendar.
So last meeting, I presented 2 calendars to you. You guys had a little bit of discussion. We said we were going to talk a little bit about it tonight. Basically, one calendar is adding a second meeting every month for the next 5 months. This other calendar is keeping those meetings, but then adding a check-in with the budget committee in between. And so I need the board to make a decision about one of those 2 calendars. And then secondly, I need direction for me and my team to start working on what those different scenarios can look like for the board. And in doing some reflection and chatting with my colleagues, I would like to keep it as open as possible in terms of direction so that we can provide you as many different options as possible. My suggestion would be that every scenario or option that is presented back to both the board and to the budget committee reflect the West River values. But any other constraints, I would say, can come during the process rather than at the beginning. But I take my direction from you all, and so I'm just going to make that suggestion. And then I need to hear from you what marching orders you would like us to take.
Okay. I know we talked about it at the last meeting, which calendar we wanted to use. There was discussion back and forth about whether or not we kept the budget committee involved and let the budget committee do some of the extra work. What's the pleasure of the board? Mike?
I think it makes sense to keep the budget committee, and I mean, it's all going to go in front of the whole board anyway, but let the budget committee do some of the groundwork so we don't have to have multiple full board meetings every month.
I also, I know there were concerns about the budget committee maybe not sharing. I think if we use the budget committee more like we've been using the administrative tasks too. You know, the board can set the budget committee to look at certain elements of the plan, or, you know, investigate certain things the way they can happen. And you know, then that'll get reported back at a board meeting. So I was, you know, just trying to think of how it works. Emily's hand is up. Lindsay's hand is up.
Very quickly, I agree with what Mike just suggested, and I think that that's maybe a more efficient model at this point in time with all the unknowns. I would just also add that we should probably be prepared to be called to a board meeting in case it's necessary. So maybe a second meeting as needed by our board any month, but in the meantime, the budget committee could be acting in, you know, to keep all of us apprised and to make sure that they are sharing whatever they're learning with the full board as it unfolds. So thanks.
Lindsay.
Emily just said what I was going to say. That, yeah, I definitely think that's the right structure. And I also was going to say that in terms of communication between that committee and the rest of the board, I think it's totally fair for the larger board to ask for clearer communication, and also to be prepared to step up and do some more of the work as need be, because things are probably going to be pretty strange.
True enough. Anyone else? Oh. Dana agrees with you. He's chatting. Okay, so it looks like move forward with the budget committee schedule. In terms of direction, thoughts? As much trouble as it got us in last time, I'm sort of like, remember plan A, B, and C, where we just said, show us what you can do, and you know, go back to the values and show us what you can do. I'm inclined to let you have that sort of freedom for the initial discussion anyway. Yes, Bill.
My only caveat would be that what we learned from our last process is that we have a process that both Lindsay and Mike talked about the interplay and the information being transferred from the board level to the committee level, as well as presenting something to the public in a rollout in the fall over multiple meetings, multiple periods, not at a summertime period when it could be challenging for parents to fully participate and community members to fully participate. So the idea is that we would do the work from this point up until about August, back and forth, board, budget committee, so that the board would have some options that they felt that they had vetted, that they felt comfortable, and then they would present those to the communities, even though the community can participate throughout the whole process, but have an official opportunity just to present those things in September and October. So the board would be well informed about where the community stands before they got into budget building season.
Absolutely. Yes, Mike.
Just wanted to piggyback onto that. And I mean, obviously we all know we're in unprecedented times, but how are you even going to be able to come up with options? Because you got the options based on this year's numbers or last year's numbers, and then this chasm of we have no idea what our budgets are going to look like and what the fiscal end is going to look like.
Yeah, go ahead.
We will build it on the best information that we have at the time, and it'll probably involve multiple options because you guys are going to have to vet them. You guys are going to have to say, oh, I like this part. Can you build it over this way? Or can you take this core and can you extend it? I consider the next 4 or 5 months this ongoing conversation as we get more information and we realize what's possible and what's not, and then what's palatable and what's not.
Right. Are you finding, I mean, any glimmers of hope from what we're going through right now as ways to cut, reduce costs going forward? You must be seeing something, right?
No,
No.
nothing is on a positive side of money as of right now.
Yeah. No, I was more thinking like with more stuff online or ways to, cut the costs that we currently would be
Well, I
spending.
think Ken and Lindsay's dream of not having snow days is a real possibility. So, I mean,
Yep.
that's low hanging fruit. I think we've just basically trained everybody to be able to make that happen. In terms of the ability for us to offer more remote learning, I think we're kind of doing a little pilot now to see what's possible. But in
That's
terms of building for the long term, I don't know how that's going to look.
Fair enough.
Go ahead, Ken.
Got to unmute. I was going to say we got to be saving money on transportation and mileage.
We are in certain arenas. Some of our transportation is currently being spent making sure everybody gets fed. So we're using that transportation system in a different way. But our special education transportation is different. But remember, every time we don't spend $1 right now in special education, we lose 56 cents on the dollar in reimbursement. So there's a little one coin and the other. And we're spending more money in other areas than we're not. So we may be saving some money on electricity, but we're spending 3 times as much on food. And we're spending way more on outreach to families that goes above and beyond contracted hours.
Well, these are points that should be made to the state that these things are being done.
They absolutely are. And as Emily said, what is going on in Wyndham Central is going on across the state. And so there's $31.1 million that's supposed to flow through to the SUs and SDs. Unfortunately, a lot of that money, there's a lot of places where that money could be gobbled up. One is the things we're currently doing right now in overspending certain line items. Another one is the discussion at the state level about whether that money will actually end up getting to the SUs and SDs, or whether there will be some other accounting structures that would have that money be making up for other money that would not be being received. And if you need more explanation on that, Lori Garland is fabulous at it, and she's on the line.
Yeah, she just popped in when we started talking money. Yes, Lori.
So just to piggyback on what Bill is saying, basically this COVID CARE Act, COVID-19 money, as we refer to it, will be coming down from the feds into the SU level. It does not go into the ed fund. However, they need this money because of the shortfall. So I envision something like maybe the healthcare recapture. I don't know if you all remember that. Some of you were on the board at that time, where they captured the potential savings of the healthcare changes when we went to the new plans. So what they did was they reduced the ed spending money over a 2-year period. So I can envision something like that happening, where the money will come down from the feds, and it will probably come down, think ERA money, through grants, that type of thing, and have to be used in a supplement, not supplant way. So, that means you can't, you might be spending more on, teachers contracts or counselors or something like that, but you've already done that. You can't pay for that type of thing. And then sometimes you can. So it is a little broader than a grant, but that's how I envision it happening. So we may get this money, but then there might be some other mechanism for the state to take it back. Does that make sense to everybody?
Yes, Ken.
It always makes sense when the state intercepts your money. Got it, Lori.
Okay. Do you need more, Bill, or do you have enough to go?
I just want to make sure that the board is comfortable
Howie.
with me and my colleagues going off with coming up with options for the board to consider over the next 4 or 5 months. Obviously, every time I touch base with the board and every time we touch base with the budget committee, we'll get feedback. But the goal is by the end of August to have some fully vetted options for the board to be able to share with the community and get feedback before they go into budget building season. And the only guiding document we're going to use, or the only requirements, the only guidelines, the only guardrails are going to be, it has to meet the values of the West River Board.
Thanks, Scotty. Howie, you wanted to comment?
Yeah, I'd like to say plan for the worst as far as the budget goes. Give us a worst case bare bones budget as a basis, because things are going to get bad. Wyndham Elementary School has cut down to one teacher / principal, to keep our end going. I think we need to look at, now that kids are getting used to doing online learning, switching over any class that can't attract 20 or more kids into an online version of that class, so we can continue to keep our offerings without, exceeding our budget. We need to look seriously at it because it's a serious situation. So yeah, I would like to see in that range something where we sharply curtail staff and continue to offer the range of options curriculum-wise by online learning.
I think that fits in with, as long as we, make sure that we are satisfying the values of the West River. I think all those options are open. I mean, that's what I'm hoping that the discussions are about for the next 4 to 5 months. We have to look at them all. Then the board has to decide what they want to present to the communities, and the communities will give you guys feedback, and then some decisions will be made. So yeah, I think we're in the same line there, Howie.
All right. Thank you all. Any final words on that? Okay. So administrative tasks for the next meeting. Anything? Keep us posted on, essentially just kind of keep us posted on this. I mean, the next meeting on the calendar is April 27th, where we're going to start talking about designing goals and parameters. There's really...
I'm thinking you don't have to meet on the 27th, as long as you guys are okay with letting us go forward to start our work. And then we can give our first, salve to you all at your first meeting in May.
Okay. And if you need a budget committee, if you need feedback, board feedback for ahead of that, you could always ask for a budget committee meeting.
Perfect.
Or a full board meeting, whatever you want.
Okay.
All right. So there really aren't any tasks then, necessarily.
Well, we're going to be doing some work before your next meeting.
Oh yeah, but nothing we're going to task you with. And I don't think there's unless there's a policy committee meeting where you look at the weapons policy again to take care of those things. I think that's the only committee task there is.
Yeah, I'm confident that the policy committee will get together prior to you guys meeting at the 3rd week of May. Just to let you all know, Scott Tabachnik has volunteered to assist that committee as the superintendent's designee. I thought it was important to have a principal on that committee to be able to have voice and reflection. And he will keep me well informed of anything that I need to know, but kind of that boots on the ground so that those conversations can be really fruitful for the budget committee. And so Scotty, I just want to thank you for doing that.
That's great. Thank you, Scotty. Okay, so I have a question just before we move down the list here. We're going to approve pay orders. How are we going to do that remotely, Lori?
Okay, so what's going to happen is next Monday, I'm going to email or share a folder with 2 people on your board to go ahead and approve pay orders. And then that way you don't have to come in and you don't have to touch paper, because there's certain time frame that you're really not supposed to touch paper. And then because you haven't touched the paper, then the treasurer can come in and sign the checks. So typically you have a meeting on the 3rd Monday. So that's what we planned for, is the 20th. And you know, it's been a little slower with people not being in the building, getting all the information together as well. So if you want to just give me the names of 2 people I can email this folder to, that would be terrific.
I'll do one. Anybody else want to volunteer to review the pay orders by mail? Trish,
thanks, Trish. Okay, so look for an email from either myself or Terry Fletcher. It'll probably come in a Google folder type of thing.
Okay.
Right.
Okay. So we won't have a motion to approve pay orders tonight then?
Not tonight.
Okay. Trish, question.
That's a question.
Sorry, just a total aside, nobody cares. Just be patient with me. For some reason, sometimes I have multiple email addresses, and so Google Docs are sometimes a pain. I might have to do a little back and forth, but I'll get there.
Okay.
Okay. So we need a motion to approve the minutes of March 16th, March 23rd, and March 26th. Ken?
I will make the motion to approve the minutes for March 16th, March 23rd, and March 26th.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Howie. Any discussion about the minutes? All right. Ready to vote? All in favor, please say aye. Howie?
Aye.
Ken?
Aye.
Emily?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
Dana?
Aye.
Leanne?
Aye.
Lindsay?
Aye.
Trish?
Aye.
Thank you. The motion passes. Okay, we have an executive session for a contractual matter. There's actually a way to do this without canceling the meeting, starting another one, and doing it that BCTV has figured out and given me the directions. So essentially, we need a motion to go into executive session for the contractual matter, and then anybody who wants to be here after the executive session, you know, after we come out of executive session, I'll just put you in the waiting room and then I'll let you back in. If you don't want to stay, you don't have to. So we just need a yes, Bill.
So Lori and the principals can go and enjoy their evening.
Thank you, Lori and the principals.
I'll make the motion to go into executive session for a contractual matter.
Okay, thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
All right. All in favor, please say aye. Ken?
Aye.
Howie?
Aye.
Dana?
Aye.
Emily?
Aye.
Leanne?
Aye.
Lindsay?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
Trish? We're out of executive session, and we didn't take any action. So we just have one more motion.
Motion to adjourn.
Don't all make it at once. Mike, you made it. Ken, you seconded it.
So be it.
All right. All in favor, please say aye. Ken?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
Howie?
Aye.
Dana,
Aye, be safe.
Emily,
Bye.
Leanne,
Aye.
Lindsay,
Aye.
Trish.
Aye.
All right. Thank you, everyone. BCTV and Aaron, board members. Stay safe, everybody.
Thank
You
you.
too.
Good night.
Bye now.
Night.
Good.
Thank
Good night,
you.
Bye.
everybody.
I want to point out that the sun shines down its power to all the world and makes the wind blow strong as it will. I want to hope gentle rains can fall upon the land so lovely earth can stay lovely still.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 368th edition of Energy Week with me, George Harvey, and the other guy who is the amazing Tom Fennell in the flesh. I knew you were going to say that. Okay, we've had a bizarre week. I mean, totally bizarre. And so what I'm going to want to do here is kind of rush through things a little bit until we hit the really meaty stuff, which is in a couple of days. The first day that we're working with is April 16th, and today being the 23rd. And the material that we have here is all coming from my blog, geoharvey.com. And you can get it by going there or by using links or a file download that is available from the material that DCTV puts up online and at its site.
Well, some of these are well worth following up on. I mean, I read all of these, and some of them, as I say, are well worth reading. And I'll try to mention some of the better ones. And you go to George's blog and click on it, and see if you can read directly from the link.
Well, there's two things that I'm going to want to do in the course of this. One of them is to explain the futures market.
Yes, I got a little bit of a blurb on that.
Did you?
Yeah, I did, because it's confusing.
It's confusing. The other thing that I want to explain is what I call Harvey's third law, which has an effect on things like the oil industry collapsing.
Okay.
Okay?
Yeah.
I'll tell you what it is, and then I'll explain it further when we get to the point that the story is relevant.
Sounds like a plan.
Harvey's third law, Harvey's first and second laws were like Murphy's laws. They were something I made up for a lecture. But having done that, I came to a point where I realized there was a law that is a real law. It can be proven mathematically, and it is the likelihood of something extremely unlikely happening is extremely high.
You better say that again.
The likelihood of something extremely unlikely happening is extremely high.
I like that one.
Well, you know, it's like if you sell 1 billion lottery tickets, each one has a 1 in a billion chance of winning, but somebody's going to win. And the chance of that somebody's extremely unlikely event happening is 100%.
Yeah, very high.
Yeah,
Looking higher than that.
Yeah, looking at things in retrospect, you say, what were the chances? Well, if it wasn't that, it was going to be something else. So with that having been said, let's go up to our first little, this is not a big item, it's from Energy Leader.
Let's start with this one. We got a little picture there of solar panels.
Pretty picture of solar panels out in a meadow.
And what it says is, Colorado Springs Utility announces the start of its largest solar project. This is significant.
It is. It's a very short article, though. Duke Energy Renewables Colorado Springs Utilities announced the start of operation for the Palmer Solar Generating Project. The 60 megawatt project has more than 220,000 solar panels on about 700 acres of land southeast of Colorado Springs.
60 megawatts isn't all that big.
60 megawatts is a big solar plant, and this is huge when you consider that it's the situation for Colorado Springs.
Well, it's 220,000 solar panels, and it takes up 700 acres of land. So I guess it's significant.
Yeah, and it'll give them a significant part of their energy needs.
And a quick takeaway from the article, the utility has increased its renewable resources from 19 to 114 megawatts in the past 6 months. So they're doing something.
Yeah, they are doing something. And this article refers to the solar farm actually running, not to the thing being started.
So it's not just an idea. This is real.
Yeah. And by the way, I'm hearing an echo here. If people online or are watching this hear an echo, I should explain. With the coronavirus pandemic, Tom and I are both working from home. So we are not going into the studio because we don't want to get infected. We are practicing social distancing of about a block and a half.
That's close enough.
Yeah.
Close enough for me.
Okay, we've got an article here from The Guardian.
Yeah, we do. We got a picture of a meltwater canyon, which is interesting.
Yes.
That's a glacier in Greenland, presumably,
Yes.
and that's a river.
Yes, running down a canyon.
Melting ice.
Yeah, running down a canyon that the river carved in the ice.
That's kind of scary.
Yeah, it is.
When you think about it, when you want to think about it, it's even more scary.
Yeah. This is
Well,
really
scientists confirmed the dramatic melting of the Greenland ice sheet.
This is from The Guardian. Greenland's ice sheet melted dramatically in the summer of 2019. Researchers confirmed this. A study revealed the loss largely down to a persistent zone of high pressure. If such pressure zones become regular features, future melting could be twice as high as currently predicted.
Well, this melting phenomenon happens every year. This is nothing new.
Yeah.
But what is new is 95% of this ice sheet melted in 2019.
Yeah.
Compared to an average of 65%
Yeah.
between 1981 and 2010.
Yeah.
Only 2012 had a higher meltwater runoff in recent years.
Yeah.
That's almost all of it.
Well, what this refers to is not the percent of volume of the ice, it's the percent of the surface area of the ice that is in melt. And
that would change things a little bit.
yeah, and I remember one point several years ago, it might have been in 2012, when the and in fact, I think we talked about this at the time. They found that 100% of Greenland's ice at one particular time was actually in the process. The surface was melting, but Greenland's big and it's the ice is thick.
Well, the ice on Greenland is on land, so if it melts, that water will raise sea levels.
That's absolutely right.
It's not like an ice cube in a drink.
No, it's not. It's not.
So that's kind of something to be aware of.
It is indeed. Okay.
Let's move along here.
Yep. Our next item is from the Daily Pennsylvanian, and there's a picture which is titled University of Pennsylvania Campus. And I got to tell you, that skyline that's silhouetted there, that's not the university. That's Philadelphia, I'm pretty sure. University
for the Daily Pennsylvanian, and it says University of Pennsylvania Campus.
Yeah.
But it may not be.
I think that is the University of Pennsylvania campus, except
well, it's downtown Philadelphia.
Yeah, you can't see the campus because it's kind of in shadow in the foreground.
Yeah.
Anyway, what do you got for title?
Penn. That's Penn at the university.
Yeah,
Penn signs power purchase agreement to supply campus with solar energy by 2023. That's pretty interesting.
Yeah. The University of Pennsylvania signed a power purchase agreement for the construction of 2 new solar energy facilities with a combined capacity of 220 megawatts in the central part of the state to supply the campus with renewable energy.
It's interesting. It's the central part of the state. It's pretty far away.
You mean the solar array is...
The solar array is somewhere in the middle of Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
And Philadelphia is on the East Coast.
But they invented this really nifty thing, Tom. It's called a transmission line.
Well, I don't think this is going via a transmission line. I think they're putting in the electrons here and taking other electrons out there, and it's all done by a computer.
It's all done by computer, but the only connection is the transmission lines.
They're there already.
Lines that are there already, yeah.
Yep.
Okay, I should have mentioned, if you want to read these articles in depth, you can go to geoharvey.com and click on the date that we give you on the calendar. Those 3 were from the 16th of April. We are now up to Friday, the 17th of April, and we have an item from BBC.
Well, just before we hit this one, give you some idea of what's going on here. The facilities they're talking about for the University of Pennsylvania are 220 megawatts.
Yes.
Okay? We have in Fairground Road, our own, it's only 5 megawatts, and it looks huge to me.
It was indeed when it was built, and it still is.
It's still pretty large.
220. I think the largest array in Vermont is still 20 megawatts. And so that means this is 11 times as big as anything that's in Vermont.
If it got any bigger, it'd be in New Hampshire, wouldn't it?
I suppose. You mean the array we have here in Brattleboro? Yeah, it probably would be. Okay, we have a picture of Lake Mead.
We sure do. Now, Lake Mead is a reservoir,
Right.
and it supplies water to Las Vegas.
Yes.
So it's a very important reservoir.
It also this is behind the Hoover Dam, isn't it?
Exactly.
And so it supplies electricity as well.
It produces electricity. It preserves water.
Yeah.
Without Lake Mead, there would be no Las Vegas.
Yeah, and we've talked about Lake Mead many times before with the water level being low. This is the first time I've seen this particular picture. But you can see, it's way down from what it should be.
It's way down. Well, that's what it does.
Yeah.
That's what it's been doing for years, but this is probably as bad as it's ever been.
Yeah.
And the title of the article reflects that. It says the U.S. mega drought is already underway.
A drought equal to the worst to have hit the western U.S. in recorded history is already underway, according to scientists. Researchers say the mega drought is a naturally occurring event that started in the year 2000 and is still ongoing. Climate change is having a major impact, making the drought more severe. We covered this drought a bunch of times, and I guess a couple of years ago, we kind of came to the conclusion that it was over, and these guys are saying it's not.
I don't think they're saying it's far from that.
Yeah.
Well, what they're talking about, a mega drought, it refers to a multi-decade event that contains periods of very high severity.
Yes.
And there's only been 4 mega droughts in the western U.S. over the period of time from 800 to 2018.
Yes.
That's a long period of time.
Yeah.
And they figured this out from using tree ring records.
Right.
When they compared the worst drought events in the past to soil moisture records from 2000 to 2018, they found the current period is already worse than 3 of the 4 recorded mega droughts.
Yes.
So this is nothing to sneeze at, folks.
No, this is nothing to sneeze at. Not at all. You want to move on, Tom?
Yeah, I think we got another one coming up. We got a picture of the GM corporate office.
Yeah, this picture actually came with the article, and I'm kind of sorry I used it because it's so fuzzy. But, it's from Clean Technica.
It is that. And it says work begins on GM/LG Chem, Gigapower Plant Battery Factory. And LG is a Korean firm, I guess it is, isn't it? And they make a lot of electronics. I have an LG phone.
Yes, actually, so do I. Tesla isn't alone working toward an electric automobile future. Just one day after getting approval from the Army Corps of Engineers, work began to clear the land for what GM calls its Gigapower Factory, a battery manufacturing facility on 158 acres in Mecca Township, Ohio. Gigapower, do you suppose that's a takeoff on the Tesla Gigafactory?
Well, they're doing the same darn thing.
They're doing the same thing.
But giga means bigger.
It sure does. And this is GM. This is not a small company doing this.
No, that's General Motors. We're not playing. We're playing with the big guys now.
Exactly. And, when Tesla started work on its Gigafactory, it was still relative.
It was novel.
It was novel. And
GM is planning to roll out a number of new battery electric cars. And its factory is a joint venture with LG Chem.
Yeah.
And it's going to produce 30 gigawatt hours of battery cells annually, which is enough for 500,000 cars.
Yes. Clearly, they're
500,000 cars.
They're clearly planning on building a lot of cars.
Well, it's coming, guys.
I guess it is.
The electric car is coming, guys. There's no way around it.
Yes.
We got a nice picture here of Kansas coming up.
Yep, wind turbines in Kansas, as a matter of fact. And this is a weird picture because those turbines are all lighted up, and they're against a sky that in places is just about jet black, but it has a rainbow in it.
Well, it could be a composite picture.
I kind of have a feeling that this is actually what it is. The sun was well behind, and you know, it's just my feeling.
By the way, that picture when I first took a look at it was quite dark.
Yeah.
And in Word, anyhow, the Word is an easy way to lighten them up.
Yes.
It probably is in most word processing programs, but I lighten the picture up and it's a lot easier to see.
Ah. Well, this article is from the Kansas City Star.
Yes, it is. And it says, for the first time, wind energy overtakes coal in Kansas. We're going to be talking about stuff like that a little later on.
Yeah, we are. Wind energy has overtaken coal in Kansas for the first time. The American Wind Energy Association reports that wind accounted for the largest share of energy production in Kansas and in Iowa in 2019. It is the first time that wind was the top source of electricity in any state. And I want to point out, this is wind. This is not renewable energy, which would
It's just wind.
It's just wind.
Well, there's a lot of wind in Kansas.
I was born in Kansas, and I tell people, you remember the Wizard of Oz?
Yes.
And that sequence at the beginning where it shows that woman riding her bicycle through Kansas and so forth. And
Yeah.
All very great. That was right across the street from where I was born.
Oh, no kidding.
Well, I am kidding, but I know about Kansas because I was born there. Okay.
Well, there's a video here that's worth looking at.
Ah, yes.
It says, see how wind turbines capture and convert wind energy to generate clean electricity. It's an interesting video.
Yes.
Well, there's some quick takeaways here. Kansas wind power increased to 41% of generation last year.
Yeah.
Coal fell to 33%.
Yeah.
And as it says, Kansas has an abundance of wind, and over 3,000 turbines to utilize it.
Yes, and they're going to have more.
Well, they could still add, from what the wind is generating in Kansas, 500 gigawatts of wind production. That would be 200,000 turbines.
Yes.
I don't think they're going to do that, but they got enough wind to do it.
They got enough wind. I don't think they're going to do that.
Let's go along to Saturday, April 18th.
Yeah, let's do that.
We got a nice picture of a dragster. Wow.
Yeah. And
5,000 horsepower it is.
Yes, that's right. I did a little calculation on this. I'll tell you about it after we talk about the article.
Well, a tiny 1,340 horsepower electric motor is driving the Hyperloop. And there's 4 of those motors there.
Yep. Reading the specs on the Hyperpower's electric motor is a dizzying experience. At 18 inches by what looks like less than 4 inches, each motor reportedly delivers 1 megawatt power, or 1,340 horsepower. Hyperpower has developed the motor units so they can be ganged in a common engine shaft, and that car has got 4 of them, but it's 5,000 horsepower.
That's amazing.
Isn't?
That's amazing.
Now, I'm accustomed to dealing. I used to work with various pieces of old electricity, and a half horsepower DC motor. I would not want to hold one in my lap. Those things were big.
Absolutely.
And this thing is not a whole lot bigger, if it is bigger. And it's not half a horsepower, it's 1,340 horsepower.
Interesting, isn't it?
Yeah, but
nice picture of the motor in this article, by the way.
Yeah. I want you to consider something. This thing is 18 inches by what looks like less than 4.
That's about right.
If you
it's right behind the wheel in this particular car, and I'm sure it does.
If you could gang 26 of these things together.
Yeah.
23 of them together, I'm sorry. If you could gang 23 of them together, you would have a set of motors that would be about 18 inches by something on the order of, say, 10 feet. 18 inches by 10 feet. Now, you couldn't gang them together on a single shaft because their shaft isn't designed to be strong enough for 23 of them to be ganged up. But if you did that twice, and you attached each of those to one of the screws of a Fletcher class destroyer from the Second World War, that would power the
ship.
That is amazing. That's absolutely amazing.
Well, you know, somebody's going to do that sometime soon.
They may be doing it already, for what all I know. I mean, when I got my Prius, which was 2001, it had I think it was a 35 horsepower motor that was about the size of a grapefruit can. And
okay.
It was, I mean, you couldn't see it. I just knew that it was buried in the engine system somehow. But
wow,
these new motors they've got are built using super magnets, and they're powerful.
Yes, they are.
Okay, you want to move on?
Well, there's the quick takeaway here.
Ah, good.
The Hyperpower, which is the name of the company,
yeah,
is developing an electric dragster. That's, I think, this one.
That's what it is.
It's offering 0 to 320 miles per hour in 3.7 seconds.
Yeah, and when you're all done, it's hard to stop the car because the guy who was in it passed out.
The top speed is only about 380 miles an hour.
Oh my
The
God!
acceleration is going to blow your head off.
And here, you know, you look at that thing and you say to yourself, "Where's the engine?"
Yeah, you would.
I mean, it almost looks like, I don't know, it looks like a joke, and it isn't.
And by the way, that's being done in Australia.
Yes, that particular company is in Australia. Yep.
It's not a California dragster.
That was from Clean Technica, in case I didn't say it before.
Well, you said it now.
I've said it now, and we've got another one coming up, also Clean Technica, and it's actually a reprint of an article that was appeared in 2017, and we talked about it then, I believe.
I'll touch base on that. I got the name of it.
Yeah.
Well, 200,000 Americans a year die from air pollution. Well, that's kind of kept secret, isn't it?
Well, it's kept secret if you're talking to certain politicians in Washington, but this information's been around, you know, and if you want to get the information from MIT did studies on this, and the American Lung Association did studies on it. There's a lot of studies on it. We lose about 300 people a year in Vermont, which is almost one person every day. And the reason I wanted to put this up again at the site, it did appear again in Clean Technica, but the reason I wanted to put it up at the blog again is because think about that 200,000
what's going on,
and what's going on with this coronavirus epidemic. The number of people who are dying of air pollution is extremely high, and it's something that we should have dealt with long ago.
That's what this says. Air pollution leads to a higher likelihood of death from COVID-19.
It does that. It exacerbates COVID-19. So we're going to be hearing.
And the article has a list of 16 problems caused by air pollution.
Yeah.
And there's 16 links to it.
Yeah.
And there's also a link to the original article, which was called this stealth terrorist killed 53,000 Americans last year.
Yes.
And it's worth reading. It's a good article.
Yes. Okay. We have a picture of an offshore wind farm.
That's what it looks like to me.
From
gotta go hard to see those wind towers, though.
Yeah, it is. And you know, every time
horizon.
Every time I see those, I think about being on the beach or something like that, and seeing a sailboat or seeing a ship in the distance or something. And I don't think these things. I've never seen offshore wind turbines. I don't think they would bother me in the slightest.
Wouldn't bother me any.
Yeah. Okay, this is from Renewed.
And what it says is COVID-19, UK wind farms could be switched off.
National Grid warned that it could ask UK power plants, including some wind farms, to switch off in order to avoid the network being overwhelmed with electricity as the COVID-19 pandemic hits demand. The UK network operators said there has been a 10% drop in power demand.
Well, that's true, and it could rise to as much as 20% in the summer if the impact of this coronavirus continues.
Right.
Now, this drop is mainly due to decrease in energy use by industry, not by people staying at home.
Right. But you know, there's something here that people should understand, and that is baseload power plants are designed to supply the base load, which is the least load that is expected on a power grid.
Well, they're not expected to be turned on and off.
Yeah, and when you get to a point where your power demand is dropping below the base load, that means the base load power plants have to shut off.
Yeah.
So
that's expensive.
It's expensive. You know, when I watch, because I do this every day, I watch. I look every day at the current status of nuclear power plants and so forth on an individual basis.
Which are baseload plants.
They are baseload plants, and a lot of times I'll see a plant start up, and it'll struggle for about 5 days when it's below full load, and then it'll go off again because of some quirk that happened, you know, a startup problem, and then it'll start over again, and sometimes it'll take 3 weeks for a nuclear power plant to get back to full load.
I didn't realize it took that long.
Oh, usually it takes at least like 5 days, but it takes a lot of time. Those are big plants. Imagine having a tea kettle with, you know, 10,000 gallons of water in it. It just takes a long time to heat it up.
It's a big kettle for sure.
Yes. Okay, you want to go on, Tom?
Yeah, we got an interesting one here.
Okay.
The world's energy order is changing, and China is set to reap the strategic benefits. And there's an image there of a solar farm in China, and it's big.
It's big. It doesn't look much like solar farms in Vermont, I can tell you that, because it follows the contours of the hills.
This is a good article. It's long, but it's interesting.
Yeah, this is, we've got up to Sunday, April 19th, by the way. And this article is from ABC Science Online. And I don't remember whether that's ABC in the United States or, oh no, that's ABC in
Australian Broadcasting. I looked
that
one up.
I recently had an article that was ABC News, and it was American Broadcast Company News, and it looked identical to the ABC News that comes from Australia. But, you know, I've decided it's probably nice to be careful of that. But what do you have for title for this?
The world, I think I read it.
Oh, maybe you did.
I'll read it again. The world's energy order is changing, and China is set to reap the strategic benefits.
You did read it, and thank you for reading it again. The production cap agreed on by OPEC Plus, the instability of the markets, the economic fall due to the coronavirus pandemic, and the ongoing technological changes are playing out in a power shift, and it looks like China is going to be the main beneficiary.
I'll mention OPEC Plus because it's confusing. Since the 1960s, a cartel of OPEC, which is a cartel of 14 oil-producing countries, has controlled a huge amount of the world's oil supply. OPEC has now expanded, forming a super cartel with 10 non-OPEC countries called OPEC Plus.
Yes.
Control roughly 55% of the world's supply.
Yes. And my understanding was the United States was represented in this.
They are. They're one of the 10 non-OPEC countries.
Yeah, and so is Russia, which is one of the really big players. Yeah. And we're going to be talking about the problems for oil, but
Notice this article mentions something that we're going to visit a couple of times, I think, before this one's over.
Yes.
This week, oil price descended to negative values.
Yes.
Okay, due to limited storage.
Which means that if you went to buy the oil, they would have to pay you to take it away.
That's exactly what it means. Well, China is now the world's largest producer, exporter, and installer of solar panels, wind turbines, batteries, and electric vehicles, placing it at the forefront of the global transition.
And that's new technology, you know, and if we're going to insist on trying to promote coal and oil and natural gas, we have to remember that
lose.
Huh?
We're going to lose.
Yeah, because it's like backing buggy whips and horseshoes when the automobile is
absolutely
moving in, you know. So it's not I think it's extremely important for the future of the United States to get involved in this in a big way.
They have to. We have to.
We have to.
China sees what's going on, and they're doing it.
What's that
Just
again?
twiddling our thumbs.
Yes. Well, I mean, we've got policy that's driven by people who imagine that they're going to have problems if renewable energy supplants them, which is probably true the way they do business. They just
It is
have a business plan.
Absolutely. Well, this one's from CNN. It says designing an end to a toxic American obsession, which is the lawn.
Yeah, and this is a beautiful picture of greenery. I just titled it greenery. It didn't have a title at CNN. It did have a thing saying credit Jennifer Roper, but it's kind of a pretty picture of a front of a house with
A garden.
With a garden that does not include grass.
Well, they mention that's kind of ridiculous when you come right down to it.
Yes, unless you happen to keep sheep or goats.
Well, this is a good article.
Yeah.
There's a lot of pictures in there of front gardens, and it's worth considering.
Yeah. Lawns cover 2% of the entire United States. Maintaining them produces more greenhouse gases than they absorb. They are biodiversity deserts. Think about that for a minute. They're not places where a lot of things live. You know, the robin hops around and gathers worms, and the worms will live there. But from the point of view of a lot of biodiversity, they're just not good. And if you're going to use toxic chemicals to keep them under control, the worms don't. You got toxic worms.
You got toxic yourself.
Yeah. Biodiversity deserts that have contributed to vanishing insect populations, they require more irrigation than any agricultural crop grown in the country. And we've got alternatives. And that picture is actually a picture of an alternative to a lawn. So,
Well, that's the article is full of pictures of front gardens.
yes, it is. And imagine that picture with all of the greenery and all of the wood just cut out. So you've got a white building with a door and steps, and then have a lawn there. This is beautiful.
This is much more attractive.
I think so. Yeah.
Well, in 2005, this is interesting. A NASA satellite study found that American residential lawns are nearly equal in size to the entire country of Greece.
Yes. I didn't
50,000
include
square
that.
miles.
Yeah. I didn't include that in the synopsis because I figured that most people don't really know how big Greece is. It's hard for me, and I've got a good sense of the maps and things of that nature. It's hard for me to picture the area of Greece.
I bet it's as big, as close as the Atlantic seaboard from Maine to about Virginia.
Yeah, that's easier. Except, how wide is the seaboard? Do you happen to know, Tom?
No.
See, it's
well,
hard.
it's the width of the states. It would extend to the end of Pennsylvania, I guess.
Yeah. Well, you want to go on?
Yeah, let's move on.
We've got an item here.
You mentioned one thing here that I thought I'd mention.
What's that?
Victory gardens.
Victory gardens.
In the time of World War II, virtually everybody had a small garden.
There's actually a town in New Jersey called Victory Garden.
Is there really?
Yeah. It was part of Dover, and the people all had gardens, and they decided they were going to have their own community, and they did.
Good. Good for them.
Okay, our next item comes from
NBC News.
NBC News, and it includes a picture of a woman who has a very big smile. Even a small copy of this picture shows her big smile. In a canoe that she has made, and I want to tell you that every time I see this picture, I think about the Big Rock Candy Mountain.
Oh yeah.
Because there's a line in there about there's a lake of stew and of whiskey too, and you can paddle all around them in a big canoe.
I don't know that song, but
okay.
No, there's a fungus among us. No. Is fungus the answer to climate change? Student who grew a mushroom canoe says yes.
She grew that canoe.
Yeah.
Catch a glimpse of Katie Ayers paddling her canoe on a Nebraska lake. I didn't know there were any lakes in Nebraska.
There's one.
There's one. I think there's more than one. On a Nebraska lake this summer, and you might do a double take. Her 8-foot canoe seems much like any other until you look closely, and then you see it's different. It's made out of mushrooms.
A little bit of an explanation here.
Yes.
Mycelium, the dense fibrous roots of the mushroom that typically live beneath the soil, is buoyant and waterproof. So she decided to try using it to create a boat. Actually, to grow it.
Yes.
So she built a wooden skeleton and sandwiched it with mushroom spawn and let nature take its place. The last step of the process was to let the 100-pound boat dry in the Nebraska sun.
Yes.
Now the boat is still alive, which means it grows mushrooms each time it gets wet.
Oh, yeah. I've gotten that. And I don't know what kind, does it say there what kind of mushrooms she used?
Well, if it did, I didn't record it. So
She might have used oyster mushrooms because they grow very aggressively. And if she did, then after she goes out and paddles around, she can take that canoe, and when the mushrooms grow out of it, she can clip them off and eat them for lunch.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay, we are up to Monday, April 20th, and we have a picture of cable on a cable-laying ship.
That's interesting.
That ship, by the way, is named the Safety First.
Oh, is it? You got the name of that ship, huh?
No, I'm just reading the sign, and it looks like it could have been put in a place where the name of the ship would be. That kind of cable, by the way, is not something that you can tie into a bow easily.
I don't think so. I used to work for a company that made submarine cables.
Yes.
Simplex Wire and Cable it was called, and they're not part of the consortium they mentioned here.
Yeah.
Well, Tennessee, which is the name of a company, launches a 2-gigawatt cable project.
Tenet contracted with an international group of cable suppliers to develop a new 2-gigawatt submarine cable, and I want to tell you that 2-gigawatt connection for offshore wind projects planned off the Dutch and German coasts. The project will deploy a 525 kilovolt high voltage distributed current extruded submarine cable system.
Well, first of all, it's not distributed current, it's direct current. This probably was written in Dutch and translated to English.
Well, very good point, Tom. I didn't understand that.
And it is an extruded submarine cable because virtually all of the cables are now extruded.
Yeah.
But in any case, Tenet is a system operator in the Netherlands and in a large part of Germany. It's owned by the Dutch government. And this particular system that they're building will be ready for deployment in early 2022.
Which is not that far off.
Not very far off.
Yeah.
Right now, well, not right now, but eventually, 40% of the Netherlands' electricity will come from offshore wind farms by 2030.
Okay.
So they're planning ahead.
Yeah, that item came from Renews, by the way. Our next item has a picture of an oil rig, and it's
going under a bridge.
BBC. Tom, can you tell where that oil rig is in the picture?
No, I can't.
Well, you see on the right side of the screen there a thing that looks a little bit like a nuclear power plant with.
It looks like a mosque.
It actually is the mosque. Those are minarets.
It is a mosque, huh?
Yeah, it is. And I looked at that and I said, that looks an awful lot like the Cathedral of Hagia Sophia, which was in Constantinople, and it was taken over by the Turks, who turned it into a mosque, and now it's a museum. That's Hagia Sophia, which was built. I don't remember the year, but it was built like 1,500 years ago.
I was going to say about 800 AD or something.
Yeah, something like that. Very famous building, very interesting architecture. So let's see. Did you read the? I don't think you didn't read.
I haven't read it yet. U.S. oil prices drop to a 21-year low as demand dries up.
Yeah, we're going to go further with this.
We'll hit this one again.
What?
We're going to hit something very much like
we
this.
are, yes. The price of a barrel of West Texas Intermediate dropped 14% to $15.65 in Asian trading, its lowest level since 1999. Earlier this month, OPEC and its allies agreed to a record deal to reduce global output by 10%, but some analysts said the cut was not big enough to make a difference. And my recollection, Tom, is that you and I talked about whether it was big enough to make a difference, and we agreed it was not.
Yes, we did.
Yeah.
Well, there's a quick takeaway here.
Yeah.
And we're going to talk about this again. Oil producers are paying buyers to take the commodity off their hands over fears that storage capacity could run out, which is happening.
we're going to get into that. We will.
Demand for oil has all but dried up due to lockdowns across the world, which has forced the price of oil into negative territory,
Yeah.
as low as minus 37.63 a barrel. And we'll touch base on this again.
That minus 37.63, by the way, was not the lowest level it went to. It was the lowest level that it finished the day at. It actually went down to minus 40.
Wow.
Fred. Do you want to go on, or do you want to talk?
Let's move on. We're going to be touching base with that on another, I think, 2 more articles.
Yeah, we have a picture of a big solar array in Mexico. This is from iNews.
iNews, yes, it is. Green energy investment could turbocharge economic growth. Could is the emphasis there.
Yes. A report from the International Renewable Energy Agency says investment in renewable energy could turbocharge economic growth in the aftermath of COVID-19, leaving populations richer, healthier, and safe from future climate risks. And
what it says here is rapid scale-up of low-carbon infrastructure could revive the global economy after the pandemic.
Yes.
Higher renewables investment promise more jobs, higher economic growth, cleaner living conditions, and significantly improved welfare.
Yes.
Move to green energy could deliver a $98 trillion boost to the global GDP by mid-century.
And employ tens of millions of people.
Absolutely. It's a win-win situation.
Far more people than are employed by fossil fuels right now. But we'll have to see what happens.
Well, we got a picture coming up, and guess what? It's pump jacks.
It's pump jacks that look like painted ladies. You know the painted ladies?
There's a good question here. How can the oil price be negative?
Yeah. This is from Tuesday, April 21st, and this is an item from what is called Share Cafe. Oil is the world's most heavily traded physical commodity, but most of the trades are in the futures market, with the oil not actually changing hands until the contract matures. When that happens, the oil has to be stored someplace. In the United States, that usually means it goes into a storage tanks in Cushing, Oklahoma, but the tanks are all full.
Well, it's saying here in the article, from the article, all available U.S. storage is now either taken or spoken for.
Right.
Which includes the filling of oil tankers and sitting them off the coast going nowhere.
And
here's the big kicker. Oil costs money to store.
Yes, it does.
So what is the cost of storage when there is no storage capacity left?
Well, all of a sudden, the cost of storage goes to whatever the person who owns it demands, doesn't it?
On that basis, anyone stuck with a futures contract has no choice but to sell at any price. Any price implies you pay just to get the stuff off your hands.
Yeah, and I want to explain here how the futures market works.
Okay, good.
You can buy potatoes today for delivery in November. If you're a farmer who's growing soybeans, you can sell part of your crop that's going to be coming out next fall now. And what happens with that kind of sale is you go into what's called a futures. It's a sale of something that doesn't yet exist, but will exist. And when it does, it'll get delivered at a specific date.
On that date, and this is the price you will pay for it.
That's right.
On that date.
I remember about 45 years ago hearing a woman telling me about a person she knew who was playing the market. That is to say, he was gambling on futures because
they do that.
They do that. Those contracts can be bought and sold.
Well, let me read quickly what I got about futures.
Okay,
to add to you what we know.
Go ahead.
Futures contracts are standardized agreements that typically trade on an exchange. That's like a stock exchange.
Right.
They are financial contracts obligating a buyer to purchase an asset and a seller to sell that asset at a predetermined future date and price, regardless of today's price.
Right.
Well, the price of that asset on that future date is different from the value in the contract. The buyer and seller make a profit or a loss, respectively.
Right.
The traders pay only a fraction of the value in the contract up front, which is called the margin, and they deposit that with a broker.
Right.
So the futures market can be used by many different kinds of financial players, including investors and speculators, as well as companies that actually want to take physical delivery of that commodity or supply it.
Yeah.
So it's an important part of the way we do business.
So if you grew potatoes in Maine and you wanted to get a little bit of money right now, you could sell a future on your crop for the fall to somebody who may buy potatoes in September, October, November, and you know the person who's buying them is going to be buying a huge quantity in the one market. The woman I was mentioning, her friend was speculating in the futures market, and he bought a potato future, and the price of potatoes went down, and
So he lost money.
He was losing money. He couldn't bring himself to sell the future. And one day somebody called him up and said, "So where do you want the potatoes?" And he very unwisely said, "I don't want them at all." But what he was doing was he was talking to a trucker who happened to be down the block. He wound up having a 14-foot high pile of potatoes on his front yard.
That's funny. That can happen.
It can happen.
That
Now,
can
what
happen.
happened here is that people were buying and selling oil futures, and all of a sudden they realized they've got to put that oil someplace, or the person they sell the future to has got to put the oil someplace. So the speculators all of a sudden were not willing to buy futures that were for deliveries in May. So what happened?
Coming right up, we got a picture that shows exactly
Well,
that.
let's go to that. We've got a picture of the oil price crash. This is the oil futures crash. It comes from CNBC, and it goes with an article from CNBC. And
which I will read.
I want to point out that the zero line here is not the bottom, it's the middle of the screen. And that thing was, the line was going up and down kind of as people started to realize that there was going to be a problem for May deliveries. And then all of a sudden, May contract, they said, we can't hold this. What are you going to do? Because an oil future is 1,000 barrels.
Yep.
That's 42,000 gallons. That is over 8 of those big tank trucks you see on the road. And if you buy a future, you're going to take delivery on that, or you're going to find some place to put it. And if you don't have it, you're in trouble. Because
they've been going on for a long time, so I'm sure they've got a nifty enforcement mechanism.
Yeah, they've got a nifty enforcement mechanism, and it costs a lot of money.
Yeah, I'm sure.
You're far better off selling the future at negative 37.63 than holding the thing and taking delivery, because that tractor truck loads of oil are not going to fit on your front lawn.
I don't think there's enough room.
Probably not.
Well, let's hit the article here.
Okay, this is from CNBC.
It says anyone who thinks oil has hit a floor, is playing with fire. Yes, prices can go lower.
Yeah, and
there's
oil
two nice videos there that are worth watching, about 3.5 minutes each.
An oil futures contract in the U.S. made a historic plunge, with West Texas Intermediate crude for May delivery falling below zero for the first time to settle at a negative 37.63 a barrel. Oil demand crashed due to the pandemic and storage facilities being full. And Tom, this is where I want to bring up Harvey's third law.
Okay.
You and I have been talking about an upcoming oil crash for years.
Yeah.
Okay, I think probably 3 years. I've even had people as much as a year ago starting to make fun of me and say, George, when's the crash coming? And I have just said, well, it hasn't come yet, but it's going to come for sure. Now we're seeing that crash.
This is that crash.
How did you and I know that this was going to happen? Well, we didn't know that the pandemic was coming. But
what's up must come down.
Yeah, the pandemic was that extremely unlikely thing.
Yeah,
that was going to happen. And it didn't have to be a pandemic. It could have been a war. It could have been a discovery of some scientific type. It could have been any of a variety of different things. It just happened to be a pandemic. And all of a sudden, in the face of this huge infrastructure OPEC Plus has to produce oil, which is producing oil like mad, the demand for it evaporates, and there's no place to put it.
And they got all this infrastructure in place that's working, and they're reluctant to shut it off.
Yes. And in some cases,
this is a lose-lose situation
for them.
For them.
And I had never known it, but apparently, if an oil well is under production and stopped, that act of stopping it can damage the oil well. I had never known that, and I don't know.
Never heard that.
I have read that in a number of different places. I don't know for a fact that it's true, but you know, it is something that I've read, and oil companies are extremely reluctant to shut their supply down, their pumps down. But the thing is, we know that companies are going to go bankrupt. One of them already has.
I was just going to say that's happening already.
It's already happening. We know that many.
Didn't our friend Mr. Murray get hit?
He's coal.
Free energy.
He's coal.
He's coal, yeah.
But excuse me, the thing that I saw an article today in which the people who wrote the article were saying, okay, so the price is down, it's gone below zero. What's it going to be next year? We don't know.
We don't know.
What could happen is all of a sudden somebody comes up with a very effective a vaccine for the coronavirus, demand suddenly returns, people suddenly go back to work, and all of that oil could be taken up, all the oil in reserve could be taken up in a situation where oil companies have been going broke. And so the supply declines. So all of a sudden, there's a huge increase in price next year. We don't know. That could happen.
Yeah, it could. Stranger things have happened, I'm sure.
But if it does, I'm going to be expecting another crash afterwards. Because the underlying problem that made the industry weak is not going to be strengthened.
Well, we got a nice picture coming up of a wind farm.
Yes, things are.
I don't know how they got that picture. It must be a composite.
No, it's not. That's not a composite. That picture is what do they call an exposure that goes on and on and on?
Time exposure?
Time exposure taken looking at the North Pole.
Okay, it's looking out from the north. That makes sense.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
And
the only place they could take a picture like that was the North Pole or the South Pole.
Yeah.
Okay.
When I was little, I was very into astronomy. I am still to a little bit, but I saw a lot of pictures like that when I was a kid. Anyway.
That would make sense because I was wondering about that.
Yep. Okay, this is from mining.com.
Yes, it is. Renewables overtake coal-fired power production for the first time. This time they're talking about the world.
They're talking about the world. The International Energy Agency report on key electric power trends in the world's developed economies released last week shows that renewable energy overtake coal as a source of electricity generation for the first time. In 2019, coal use was 13.4% lower than in 2018. This is
in 2019.
Yeah.
Non-combustible renewable production accounted for just under 26% of the total electricity mix.
Yeah.
Coal made up just over 22%.
Right.
Natural gas right now is leading at 29%, and it remains, as it says, the leading source of electricity in the 35 countries that this report covers.
Yes. Although our last article, which is the third one coming, will address the position of
we're going to hit it again.
It's going to hit that thing about natural gas, yeah.
Yep. Well, we got a picture coming up, and it's the Strategic Petroleum Reserve sites. I didn't realize they were all down by the Gulf of Mexico.
Well, that's where a lot of the refineries.
Refineries are there, yep. It's a good, but a long article.
Yes.
From Clean Technical.
Yep.
And Clean Technica.
Yeah.
It says speculation, hopes, and tweets, and wishful thinking. Negative prices explained.
Yes, and that's what this is about. It's explaining the negative prices. This is from
Mine too.
Wednesday, April 22nd, by the way. On April 20th, the price of a barrel of West Texas Intermediate fell below negative $40 a barrel briefly, sending shockwaves through the industry and leading to a 600-point drop on Wall Street. How can a barrel of oil be worth less than zero? Well, here is an explanation.
A quick explanation.
Yes.
If there is an oversupply of a product, it can be warehoused until prices stabilize. Duh. However, thanks to the global pandemic, storage facilities for oil are rapidly filling up. There is literally no place to store any more of it. You
Yes.
have to pay to put the oil somewhere.
Yes.
That's the explanation.
That's the explanation. And, you know, this was a weak industry to begin with. And Tom, you and I have been talking about that, and all of a sudden COVID-19 threw a monkey wrench into the works. And
Pretty big monkey wrench, let me tell you.
absolutely. And this is, I don't know, this is, it's hard for me to, I know that the coal industry, the oil industry as it existed 6 months ago is not going to recover. Big companies in that industry might recover. That's a different issue.
The little guys are going to get hit hardest.
The little guys were already in desperate trouble.
Yep.
All of a sudden they've got this come along. No, this is industry changing. Okay.
An interesting picture here of a ship.
Yep.
And the ship is loaded with wind turbine stuff.
Yep.
Turbines, well, we don't see the turbines, but we see the foundations and the pipe.
That's what the article is about.
And that's exactly what the article's about. It's heading for the U.S., where they're going to be assembled in Virginia.
Okay, this is from Renews. Dominion Energy and Ørsted are to begin construction shortly at the two-turbine coastal Virginia offshore wind demo project, as key components are now on their journey from Europe. 2 EEW fabricated monopile foundations will be the first ever installed in U.S. waters. We don't have much time left, Tom. If you don't mind, I'd like to just go straight to the next article.
Well, here we go.
Okay,
Picture desert turbines. U.S. renewable energy additions completely overwhelm those by natural gas in the first months of 2020.
Okay, this is from Solar Power World, and the picture is wind turbines in a desert. A Sunday campaign review of FERC, Federal Energy Regulatory Commission data, has found that solar, wind, and hydropower provided 85.7% of new U.S. electric generating capacity during the first 2 months of 2020, overwhelming additions of natural gas. This is something that we saw coming.
Well, the mix of low renewables will add over 50 gigawatts of new generating capacity to the nation's total by February of 23, while that of natural gas, coal, oil, and nuclear power combined will actually decrease by almost 2 gigawatts.
That tells you something. Now, Tom, I think we're at the
last one.
What?
I think this is the last one.
It is, but we don't have any time left. So I think we're going to have
all right, didn't we?
we're going to have to say goodbye and wish people a healthy and happy week, and hope that they come back. Hope you all come back.
And stay out of the hot sun.
Stay out of the hot sun and stay out of trouble. Have a good week. Bye-bye.
Adios.
Then the special educator might have a small group or a one-on-one later on with those students. We've been worried about burnout, both for teachers and for families. So as of the week after break, new learning will be assigned Mondays through Thursdays, with Friday a day for students to catch up, take a break, do outside projects or family time, and teachers will have that day for planning, collaborating, and we'll have some professional development activities. Paras have been doing a wide variety of activities. The majority of the food preparation and delivery has been done by paras. We also have paras doing wellness checks for families. Some are reading stories, some are sitting in classes. And then Greg Stoller has been doing some research on professional development for paras. That's still a work in progress, but some of the PD that he's looking at for paras includes trauma-informed practices, things that will certainly be useful next year as well. We're still working on a few things: attendance, feedback for families. Let's see, just always reassessing what we're doing. Just so you all know, end of year guidance is still being developed at the state level. We still don't know, not a specific end date yet. We don't know anything about graduation. If you have kids at the high school, spring sports still hasn't been determined. So all of that is still to be determined. So I think that's good for now.
All right. And I do see the email, so I will send it to everybody on the board. Any questions for Lyle on all of that? That was a lot of information.
So
Anna, do you have, oh, Walter?
there's no plan like in other districts to furlough paraprofessionals.
No, not at this time. No, so far, actually, it's pretty much all paras that are doing the food prep and delivery. And at this point, even the paras that have a reason not to go into a building to do work because they check any of the boxes, have been willing to step up and do other types of things like those that I listed.
Any other questions?
I think Hannah's talking, but we can't hear her.
Oh yeah, Hannah.
Okay. So I have a question, and it may fall under the end date or the still working on category, but is the assumption that provided that the kids attend all their classes, you have the attendance piece figured out, that they're going to keep on, or is there going to be some evaluatory measure taken? What does that look like?
So right now, we're still working on attendance. Teachers are going to be taking attendance. We are supposed to show that we have 50% of our student body in attendance every day in order for it to count as a day for us. We're assuming that kids are in attendance unless for some reason they turn in no work, or so everybody right now we're considering as being part of the day. That parents and students when they get a little older, we assume that they can take care of their own getting in touch with their teachers. But that's one of the, I talked about the app where teachers can just text. And it could be something as simple as I'm texting everybody in my class today, and as long as I hear back from the family, then that family is considered in attendance for that day. We have, as far as I've heard, we're still going to have to put in 175 days. So we will still go pretty close to the June date that we had originally set.
Okay. So my bigger part of that question was, will there be any testing of the kids as far as, I mean, I understand that everyone's going to be behind to a certain extent. Is there any chance that kids will be in a position to be staying back? Or I don't know if you can speak to that. Or
I don't imagine if any kid were to be considered to be staying back, those conversations would have happened well before we closed. So anyone that's been, up to that point of closure, as long as they're trying to do some work and continue with some sort of educational activities, they would not be staying back.
Okay, thanks.
Other questions? All right, Mary, you want to give us a rundown of your?
Sure, thanks. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes.
I was kind of following along with Lyle, so I'm going to try not to be redundant, but you know, to kind of go off of what Lyle was just talking about, and to Hannah's point, it's been about balance. I've had a lot of questions from faculty and a lot of questions from parents about, you know, what like mandatory and required and like what's next. I can't say enough about how hard our faculty is working between, you know, food distribution, checking on social and emotional and just in general wellness, and are your needs being met from the health office, from the guidance office, from non-classroom teacher faculty members. I know Don Grove has been an amazing tech support person in addition to Gary Parzik, and the Office of Curriculum Assessment is doing grade level meetings with classroom teachers and is going to extend that work to other teachers like music and art teachers in the coming weeks. But in terms of instruction, you know, we're building the plane while we fly it, and nobody thought that this was a good idea to do with 6-year-olds. And so it's just sort of a matter of trying to have the dialogue open between faculty and families. And, you know, I've talked to faculty about, you know, if you have 3 kids and the parent of your kiddos have 3 kids, like think about it through that lens, just how much is going on, and maybe both parents are working or parents are dealing with the stress of not working right now. So we're really just trying to be flexible and listen to each other as much as possible right now. And I've just been so proud of the work that our faculty is doing. We had, some of you might have seen in the Reformer, and Martin Langenfeld picked it up. We did a little parade through town. That was one of the better things that's happened in the past couple weeks, just because it was nice to see kids' faces. And so I was glad that we did that. And I'm staying connected with some other stakeholders in the Vernon community, select board, emergency management, fire, sheriff's office, to Skip Sleeper over at Vernon Green, to try to see, you know, what are the community needs, what is everybody hearing, and I've been sort of giving a school report back to those folks. Nothing in particular that's needed right now or that's going on that I need to share, but it's nice to feel connected in that way to other Vernon folks. Our maintenance staff continues to be in the building, continues to be working very hard, doing a balance of making sure we're cleaning, but also and keeping clean and keeping the protocols in place, but also thinking about some summer work that could happen now while the building is, like, for example, they moved the bleachers the other day and, you know, did some cleaning and painting in the gym. Yeah, I mean, we miss our kids. We miss seeing each other in person. It's hard, but I think that the faculty is reaching out to each other and reaching out to their colleagues in other schools. And I hope that parents are feeling supported, because we know this is hard. So yeah, we're doing okay.
Any questions for Mary? Carrie?
Are there any teachers or any of the faculty that are having any that need help right now, that just need assistance with anything? Maybe if we need volunteers for any of that, just wondering.
Yeah, that's really kind. I'll pass that along and find out. You know, I haven't found out about specific things. I think it's just a general feeling. You know, I think a lot of people's first instinct was, my students aren't with me and I want to do everything I can for them, but I'm not sure what that looks like right now. And so it's been a little bit of a, you know, kind of waves. But, you know, I will certainly reach out and see if there is any, you know, anything that's needed. I know that we've made sure that employees know about EAP, the Employee Assistance Program, where you can kind of, like, you know, get some different support. I think we've reached out to each other. I know that parents have been, I think, pretty supportive of teachers and asking that question, Carrie, so I appreciate that. So I can report back at our next meeting, but there's nothing that I can think of right now. Thanks.
Other questions for Mary or Lyle? Well, thank you guys for everything you are doing. I think I used this analogy at another meeting where you guys really look like swans on a lake because everything seems seamless and effortless, but I am sure underneath you are all going crazy. So thank you for, yeah, you gotta be going nuts there. So thank you. And it just seems like things are moving, and I hear my kids up on their computers every day. They had a Beams after school program today, which I thought was fun. I'm like, they're going, no, we have after school. I'm like, okay. So it is amazing what is being done. All right, so certified staff master agreement. Lyle, you want to fill us in on this?
Sure. So we had come to an agreement with the certified staff, actually both classified and certified, but classified does not pertain to Vernon. You have your own classified staff agreement. So on March 17th, the WSESU board and the WSESD board agreed to ratify the staff certified staff agreement. Reviewed, Frank Rucker and I reviewed sort of the process that we went through, highlighting any major changes, of which language there are not, I would say not huge changes, things that we've been talking about over the past few years, just looking ahead to this round of agreement. So there was not a huge number of changes that we talked about that I can remember. Everything, let's see, we're still working on some language around announced and unannounced, but that's still to be determined because we're in a grievance session for that, so I can't really talk much about that. There was some language changes around sabbaticals. Don't remember other major. I got some union people here. I don't know, Scott, can you think of any other major language changes? I don't think of any myself.
No, I don't think there's any major language changes that you've left out, Lyle.
The only thing I can think of is just the health insurance changing to the state and how that, you know.
Right, which we had really no, I mean, that wasn't even on the table to negotiate because the state had determined that ahead of time.
So tell me where we are now. What are we looking to do? And I know David was trying to, I think, hit a pause button.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure why. Right now, what you need to do is ensure that you're the last ones to make sure that it's ratified. The other two boards have done it. You're the last one to do it. I don't think of any reason why you wouldn't do that. I know that there are some concerns about what budgets are going to look like with people having lost wages because of unemployment and layoffs, etc. But I do think that principals are looking at that and knowing that we have to be very thoughtful about moving forward with budgeting. And Mary and I had a conversation. We've had more than one, but we had another one today. So we need to think about very carefully about what budgets can bear. Thursday, I was at a session with the Joint Fiscal Office at the legislature, and they're projecting deficits. Frank's working on where everyone is. So I don't think that there's any reason that you wouldn't ratify this contract, because I don't know that there's anything, how it would impact you negatively. I mean, you've actually passed a budget down there.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
you're better off than most. Go ahead. Sorry, Mary.
No, I'm sorry. Is it, and stop me if this is not appropriate, but you know, I think we have members of the EA here, and maybe if other folks need to speak to anything, but I know that the leadership of the EA and Lyle and Frank have worked pretty hard to kind of put this together. And, you know, just if I can advocate as a building principal that right now faculty, as I said, is working really hard. And I think, you know, if there's a lot of uncertainties out there with this whole new thing we're doing, and I think if we can provide a level of certainty by moving forward with this master agreement that's been negotiated, I think that's important right now for, you know, our faculty that's working so hard.
I agree.
Scott, Molly, did anyone want to add anything to this discussion? Or board members, do you have questions? Why don't we start with questions from board members? And if there aren't any.
So the details of the agreement have not been made public yet?
Correct.
So when do the details of the agreement, when would they be made public?
After everybody's agreed to and ratified. Barb's working on the language changes right now. So when Vernon ratifies, then we'll be able to make that public.
So we're not obligated to know what's in there before we vote yes on it?
Yes, if you have specific questions, something that I haven't answered, then yes, I would say that you would want to ask that question now.
No, it's more philosophical than anything else.
Nope, absolutely. This is your chance to find that out.
Would we need to go into executive session, or is that not needed?
At this point, I don't think so. All along, I've been trying to give you some updates about where we are in executive session. And then I think Frank came one evening to talk a little bit about the finances in executive session. So at this point, I don't believe that executive session would be needed.
Okay.
We're not talking about, I mean, if somebody asks a question and I might say, whoa, let's wait, let's go into executive session for that.
Okay.
But I don't see any reason why.
Okay. Scott, you had something you wanted to add?
Yes, thank you, Carrie. On the behalf of Wyndham Southeast Education Association, I'd like to encourage you to approve this tentative agreement. This tentative agreement is, you know, the result of about 5-6 months of hard work between Lyle, Frank, Peggy Maxiel, and Peter Canizero. As Lyle has already said, the SD and SU boards have already approved this. I haven't had a chance to check in with Norm Bartlett, our UNICERV director, or with the Vermont NEA legal team, but I have talked to Peggy Maxfield, and her take is that, no, your vote tonight only applies to your certified staff. It wouldn't apply to your special educators in Vernon because the SU board has already approved it. As Lyle already mentioned, it wouldn't apply to your support staff because the support staff is not part of our bargaining unit. You know, but we'd like to see all our certified staff, you know, in the entire district, you know, benefiting from this tentative agreement, which we feel is fair.
Other questions or concerns at all? Did any, I think I sent around, or I'm hoping I did, the joint fiscal office incredibly depressing outlook. If you have an extra hour, watch the webinar. I feel like we're going to be, and maybe this is at our next meeting if Frank is able to join us. I guess my personal belief is we're going to be okay to finish out this school year. I think the next school year is where things are going to get really tough. I'm hoping that everyone is back in the classroom and back teaching and back doing all of the wonderful things that they do for our kids. I worry about property taxes. I worry about the education fund. we are lucky that we have a budget that was passed by our town. But it's going to be a really tough town meeting next year because we've got to figure out a way to make this sustainable in times when everyone's personal finances are probably less than sustainable. So Molly, do you have something?
Yeah, I wanted to speak also maybe a little bit philosophically, as Walter used that term earlier. I guess I just am sitting here coming off the last 4 weeks as an educator and thinking about what Lyle said earlier, what Mary said earlier. I really have just been phenomenally moved and impressed by the professionalism and the commitment and the energy, frankly, the creative energy of our staff in the district, the whole district wide, but Vernon, of course, as well, you know, as part of that district. And I guess I feel like this is an agreement that was argued in good faith. And I would agree with you, Carrie, that what's coming down the pike is not going to be a pretty picture and have a lot of challenges. And I would encourage you to see the staff and the teaching staff as your teammates in that challenge. And I think the way to do that is to join with teachers in this agreement that's been argued in good faith, and then work collectively to do creative problem solving. Because what I've seen in the last 4 weeks has just blown my mind, the kind of creative problem solving and the kind of just tremendous growth that the teachers in this district are capable of doing, of just jumping, as somebody already said, onto I think Mary, onto a plane that's in construction and like being less than half a step ahead of where that plane is going, but making it happen. And so the challenges that we have coming down the road to us, I think will be best met if we're collectively together facing them. And I think the ratification of this contract is the first step in that direction, because it's already been argued in good faith, and you know, both the other boards have already approved it, and I think we can face the challenges together. So that's my 2 cents.
Thank you. Are there questions, comments? Henry? Are you unmuted?
I am unmuting. Thank you. Sorry. So I'm the VP for the high school and for the union for the high school and the middle school. And I just wanted to echo a bit what Molly said. It's been kind of amazing to me the amount of work that's been put in by the teachers to really adjust full stop and keep the ship kind of afloat in these times. And yeah, I would just encourage you guys to think about the long-term consequences of supporting these people that are teaching in the district. Are not only teachers, but they're also salary earners. They're also people that are going to be contributing to the economy. I teach economics at the high school. And so just from an economics point of view, the more people that are employed and have money to spend and to be active agents in the economy, the stronger it will be. And so teachers are, as we all are, deserve food, clothing, and shelter as basic necessities, and the more people that have good paying jobs, and it helps our students, it helps the staff that help the students, and so there's what's called a multiplier effect. So the more people that are employed in good paying jobs, it'll actually help the economy recover when that time comes, which is hopefully sooner rather than later. So I just want to echo the other union members in saying that I think it's I strongly want to encourage you to vote to ratify, and I think we'll be seeing more help from the state and the national government, hopefully, to support us in the crisis too. So I'm assuming the crisis won't be quite as bad as the projections for the Ed Fund won't be quite as bad as they seem right now, because I think there's future legislative action that's going to take place too. So thanks for your time.
Thank you. Other comments or questions? Oh, Hannah.
I'm muting. Okay, there I am. No, I just would like to encourage us to move forward with accepting it. I think this has been a long process, and I feel like they've done their due diligence on it. And I think we would have supported it all their efforts prior to this. And I think that probably won't change in light of this, and that it's the security blanket that folks need right now. And it's extending the olive branch to our educators that are working so hard. So I would encourage us to support it at this point.
Anybody else? Questions? Or Hannah, would you like to make a motion?
I can. Chad, do you have any feedback? I'm surprised
Yeah,
you didn't do it.
No, I'm pretty quiet tonight, and I don't have any feedback on this necessarily. I think it's the right move to move forward and support this this contract given our situation.
Okay, then I would like to go ahead and move that we, how would we do this? That we approve the contract.
Okay, certified
as
staff master agreement.
Can we approve the certified master agreement that's been proposed?
Is there a second?
I second.
Sorry,
Chad.
can I make a suggestion that you put ratify in there somewhere?
Oh, ratify?
Yes.
Okay. Friendly amendment?
Walter's on it.
Thank you, Walter.
He's nodding.
It's in there, yes.
Thank you.
All right. Any other discussion on this? All right. Hearing none. All those in favor of ratifying the certified staff master agreement, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed or abstentions? Hearing none. That is done. Yeah. Everyone applaud. Oh, Scott?
I would just like to say again, on behalf of the WSEA, we thank you for your unanimous support. We really appreciate it. And we look forward to working with you in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, really appreciate it. And if you want to see a really cool little applause symbol on Zoom, you can go down to the bottom right-hand part of the bar where it says reactions and put that cute little clap.
Oh, I like that one. People are clapping and I got a thumbs up. That's just, my kids are going to have to teach me how to do that. I can't handle it right now.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, so I think our final thing tonight is agenda items for the next meeting.
So you had said something about Frank. Can you tell me exactly what that was so that I can make sure?
I guess it's more of the, having watched that really depressing webinar.
Okay. Yep.
It's, I'm one of those people who prefers knowing the whole story. I'd rather be told worst case, best case, and then know it falls somewhere in between.
Okay.
And I guess it's one of those, the earlier we know what options we might have, the better. Hopefully no options are necessary. Hopefully come September, everybody is back in the building and we figure it out. You know, hopefully, I guess my bigger concern right now for Vernon is the town going to be able to make their payment to the Ed Fund?
Yep.
Because they have to. I think my other concern is if they can't make it, we're in a really good spot right now. I feel like town and school are working really well together. That hasn't always been the case in Vernon. There have been times when town and school have clashed. We are working really well right now, and I just am fearful of if the town says they can't make the payment, is it going to set us up for new fighting? You know,
Yep.
There's a lot of personalities involved, and right now everybody's playing nice, but this could turn not so nice.
Okay. So one of the things that Mary and I had talked about today was she does have classroom teachers, and I don't know if you have them tonight, Mary, that you want to bring to the, yes, you do. Okay. But we did talk about holding off on the new positions that were in the budget until after Frank can meet with you, talk about that. I'm meeting with outlying town principals and Frank tomorrow to look at some numbers to see where that, if that'll help, where that will help, how much that will help. So so just so you know that we have decided to just hold off on the new positions. If you say no, go ahead and hire them, we will. But at this point, it seemed prudent to hold off on new positions, and rather than wait until we get to a place where we have to say, wait a minute, we need to riff a certain number. So that's where we are.
Okay, that seems, I think being prudent right now is a new watchword.
Okay. I do think Mary had some new hires to bring to the table.
Is that something we could put on the next agenda?
I would urge you to listen to see if you could do that tonight if she has candidates, just because I don't want to lose good candidates. If she has.
Okay, this is not the new positions.
No. This is replacement for people that are retiring or resigning.
Gotcha. Mary, take it away.
Thanks for your time. Yeah, I had the opportunity with a panel of teachers to do this Brady Bunch thing and speak to some individuals last week. And I have, I could email the board. I thought about emailing it ahead of time, but I didn't know if I should. Sorry if I goofed by not emailing ahead of time, but I have resumes and cover letters for these individuals. So I'm just going to do a quick pause before I speak and email those to the board real quick, if that's okay. And I can't do two things at once. I'm sorry. It's like walking and chewing gum. But then I can kind of speak to their attributes. Carrie, Hannah, Jim. Okay.
It is pouring out.
It is really, really raining out. There's no kidding today. Okay, so I just sent the email to you, and I have 3 candidates for open positions in first grade, second grade, and fourth grade for next year. I haven't done this in a minute. I'm feeling a little strange because I'm online here. But essentially, we were incredibly impressed by all 3 of these individuals. All of them have some experience, certainly not the same level of experience as the ladies for whom they will be filling their shoes. They're 6 big shoes to fill, as you know. But these individuals have teaching experience, have experience near or at the grade level that we would be putting them in. All of their references I spoke to speak effusively about them. I would urge the board to accept, and I can go through one at a time, the 3 individuals. My recommendation to hire these 3 as one in particular, when I spoke to their supervisor, was looking for a way to keep them, so to speak. So I think there is a sense of urgency that we might lose one in particular that was very impressive if we wait. So I don't know if you want to take a minute to take a look, if you want me to kind of talk about these folks, what's helpful to you?
I mean, you want to just give us a quick rundown on each one? What is it that captivated you with them,
Yeah. So Katie Costa is coming to us originally from Rhode Island. She is currently at Newbrook Elementary School. She kind of came in at the last minute and then was moved over at the last minute when there were urgent needs. Her supervisors and colleagues said she is incredibly tech savvy, is a really well-rounded teacher, responds really well to supervision and collaborates well, and can kind of go in a lot of different directions, but also is a very gifted teacher in her own right. She was incredibly energetic and seems like a person who is really going to be a great team member. Our panel was really impressed with all 3 folks that we talked to. Next, Ashley Perkins. She is a person who is originally from the area and is hoping to relocate back to be closer to family. She's currently a successful grade level teacher up north, and her colleagues and her supervisor, again, I think the language they used was, "We'd be wicked sad to see her go." She's been a great colleague, great employee. Talked about her sort of creativity and ability to work on a grade level team, but also on her own, and just kind and easy to work with. And finally, Amy Tibbetts is probably the most licensed or the most experienced of the three. Not quite as experienced as I said, as the shoes were filling, but someone who, again, their supervisor and their colleagues said we'd be very sad to lose them, but understanding of the desire for the move, you know, kind of what's best for her, what's best for family. But she really spoke about getting to know each and every child and getting to know each and every family, and really deeply understanding the social and emotional needs as well as the academic needs of all students in a way that was very impressive, and definitely sat really well with all of the panel. We were incredibly impressed by all three of these women.
Any questions for Mary? They look great. You're building a really good team.
Well, we had pretty good work to start with.
Yeah, we've got a great team, but I feel like this is awesome. All right, if no questions, I move that we take the recommendation of the principal and hire the three individuals. Walter, you can make that sound pretty.
And Walter, if you need for the notes which position and which person, I can do that for you too.
Yeah, I was wondering about that. That would be great. Thank you.
Sure. So Ashley Perkins, 4th grade, Katie Costa, 1st grade, and Amy Tibbetts, 2nd grade for the 2021 school year. Wow.
Thank you.
Sounds like space age date.
Is there a second?
Yeah, I second that. Chad seconds it.
Thanks, Chad. All right. Any final questions? Seeing none. All those in favor of the motion as stated? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed or abstentions? Okay. Hire them.
Great.
Get them in now.
I'll put that out to the staff tomorrow, and I'll let those folks know. And also, I did let the candidates know that, you know, it was pending board recommendation, and also that it might take a little bit more time than usual with, you know, things as they are to talk with HR and things like that. So they'll be happy to hear that. Thanks.
You're welcome. Oh, Hannah?
Can I just ask a quick question? I'm just curious, how deep was your candidate pool, just out of curiosity? Did we have much interest?
I think we had about 16.
Oh, wow. Okay, cool. Great.
Yeah.
Nice. Nice. All right. Anything else anybody has? So I think, you know, next time we'll probably have warrants and all. And Lyle, is Heller in the office? Do I need to go in and sign, or? Oh, you're muted.
There we go. Yeah, you probably should email her and ask her the easiest way. There is somebody there all the time.
Okay.
But we're careful about who's in what office when and how long and that type of thing. So yeah, if you email Heller, she'll let you know the best way to get those signed.
Okay. Anything else from anybody? But maybe next we'll have a conversation about finances. And
I'll make sure Frank is able to be here. It's 27th. Right?
Yeah, real quick, Carrie, if I can. This is Chad. Certainly unprecedented times we're in, right? I mean, it's odd having the Zoom meetings and not being able to see face to face, sit across from the table, and really kind of come to grips with what we're facing. But it feels good to me. You know, obviously, I had a chance to read the email that Mary sent us on these applications, but to have the full trust in Mary and Lyle and the SU. It makes me feel good, you know, as a parent, as a taxpayer, you know, as a school board member, and certainly appreciate the efforts everybody's going through. It's just incredible, and I feel good knowing that you know, the school and the SU is in good hands, and and we'll work through this. So certainly, I'm sitting here a little bit back, going, I wish there was more I could do. I wish I could support this. I wish I could support that. Wish I could go sit across with somebody at a desk and say, hey, what can I do to help? But certainly keep me in mind, and I'm here kind of waiting. So I'd just like to say thank you.
Thank you, Chad. That was very nice.
All right. Well, Hannah.
I just wanted to say something real quick too. I just wanted to give you guys feedback on the parent end with regards to the home educating and all of that and the food distribution. I think in general, and Carrie can correct me if I'm wrong, I think in general, parents have been feeling much more supported over the last 2 weeks than they were initially. And I think that they are finally getting into the groove and finding what's right for their family, but also really getting the support from the teachers to say, do as much as you can, but don't overdo it, because for some folks, a little bit is too much. And I think it's really cool that the teachers seem to be getting that support from you all on down, so that they can do with what they're comfortable with, and the families can do what they're comfortable with, because I think that we need to make sure people are of sound mind so they can be of sound health as well. And I think it's great that you guys have been able to offer that.
Yeah, thank you.
All right.
And one last thing, sorry, it's Chad. This is our first meeting with Carrie Sparks in attendance, so I just want to say welcome. Love having you here. I look forward to future meetings down the road. We can sit down across the table, and but again, I just want to say welcome.
Thank you. And I'm sorry I signed in under my son's name. I just realized that after we said that.
Well, that way we won't have the confusion of Carrie and Carrie. So
Okay. Carrie and Brady.
Yes.
Sparks, it's all good.
He's new Carrie. I'm old Carrie. I'm like,
Well, I'm really excited to be a part of the team, and you know, coming into this right now, obviously it's all different for all of us, so it kind of works.
Yep.
I'm impressed. We actually did this quite well. I can't say that there were. Oh, Mrs. Kunkel's waiting to get in.
Oh.
We can all say hi to Mrs. Kunkel.
Nice.
Hi, bye.
Mrs. Kunkel.
Hey.
Everyone wave at Kim. Oh, Kim.
Oh, there she goes.
So Kim, we're actually done now, so sorry. Anything else before we adjourn?
I just have to say I agree with Hannah about like the parent end of things. I know.
How old are your kids?
So 8 and 10, so 2nd grade and 5th grade.
Okay.
And it's been the greatest part about it has been, like, if I'm struggling, there's no stress put on me at all from the teachers. You know, we're all working together, and they've been so helpful. So it's been great, honestly. My kids don't really want to do much, but that's besides the point. So I just wanted to say I agree with Hannah's statements that she made earlier as well.
Good. No, I have not heard anything. I thought the parade was fabulous. I hope you guys maybe do that again. I mean, I was amazed to see so many people lining my road. And it was nice seeing teachers. So
my kids were waterworks after.
Oh,
your kids weren't the only one. I had like a whole box of fishes.
It was a sort of love-hate thing. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. I hope the kids couldn't see me. I was like, and everybody, I just miss you. Yeah.
Oh, all right. Well, if there's nothing else, would someone like to make a motion to adjourn?
I'll move that we adjourn.
Is there a second?
Second. Sorry, it took me a while to get my mute off.
I like this function.
We're gonna let Hannah run the Zoom meetings because
can we adopt this post Zoom?
You guys are even like this way on Zoom meetings. I love it. All right, all those in favor of adjourning? Aye.
Aye.
All right. Any opposed or abstentions? Well, thank you, everybody, and
Thanks, Carrie.
Thanks.
We'll only have to do this a few more times before we can get back into the school.
That'll be great.
Right.
Good night.
Thank
All right,
you.
everybody.
Bye.
Thank you for including us too.
You're welcome. Thank you for coming. This was our best attended meeting ever.
I would like to start this meeting, please, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. As chair of the Guilford Select Board, I find that due to the state of emergency declared by Governor Scott, a result of the COVID-19 pandemic, and pursuant to Addendum 6 to Executive Order 0120 and Act 92, this public body is authorized to meet electronically. In accordance with Act 92, there is no physical location to observe and listen contemporaneously to this meeting. However, in accordance with the temporary amendments to the open meeting law, I confirm that we are A, providing public access to the meeting by https://meet.jit.si/Guilford Select Board 04.13.2020. We are using this for this remote meeting. All members of the Guilford Select Board have the ability to communicate contemporaneously during this meeting through this platform, and the public has access to contemporaneously listen and, if desired, participate in this meeting. Providing public notice of instructions for accessing the meeting. We previously gave notice to the public of the necessary information for accessing this meeting, including how to access the meeting using https://meet.jit.si/Guilford Select Board 04.13.2020. And instructions have also been included on the town website at Guilford, Vermont, Town of Guilford, Vermont. What is our website?
It's guilfordvt.net.
Guilfordvt.net. Thank you. C, providing a mechanism for the public to alert the public body during the meeting if there are problems with access. If anybody has a problem, please call 802-254-4117. D, continuing the meeting if necessary. In the event the public is unable to access this meeting, it will be continued to a time and place certain. Please note that all votes taken during this meeting that are not unanimous will be done by roll call vote in accordance with the law. Okay, I've already taken attendance, so we can move. I've called us to order. We can recognize the public. Do we have any members of the public on either the telephone or on the jitsi.org website?
It does not look that way.
Okay. The rules of procedure, we would obtain to the rules of procedure if we indeed have public joining us. Are there any additions to the agenda?
I do not have any.
All right. Are there any changes to the agenda order?
I do not have any either.
Okay. I will ask then for the approval of the minutes. Do I have a motion to approve the minutes of the last meeting?
What is that sound?
Michael, are you doing us by phone and by
I'm trying to hang. That might have been me with the echo action there. Sorry.
It's nice to see you. Hello.
Oh, hi. Okay. All right. I think I'm into video mode here. Sorry.
Okay.
Good.
I'm looking for a motion to approve the minutes.
I would move that the minutes be accepted.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Sure.
Thank you, Zahn. Is there any discussion of the minutes of the previous meeting? Without there being further discussion, then all those in favor, and I'm going to call the roll. Zahn,
Yes.
Rusty,
Aye.
Veranda,
Aye.
Michael,
Aye.
Richard, aye. The motion carries unanimously, and thank you very much. Okay, Vermont, Peter, on to your report on the Vermont Trans Annual Financial Plan.
Sure. So every year, Danny and I usually, in previous years, we have met with a couple of representatives from our local VTrans office. And the purpose of this is to determine the amount of grants that the town is eligible for our highway maintenance. Obviously, due to the current situation, we did not do that. Somebody just started sharing your screen with us.
Oh, I did, but you can't see me. Okay. Sorry.
I can see your screen, but not you. Okay. Anyhow, so due to the COVID-19 situation, I have been working remotely in conjunction with Megan Brunk, our District 2 representative. And what we do is we review the annual highway budget that has been approved at town meeting, and then the VTrans does a number of calculations to determine our grant receipts for highway maintenance for the upcoming year. And as in a positive note, our grants will be increasing by almost $11,000 this year. So that's positive. But that's about it. It's fairly simple form, which I shared with all of you.
Yeah.
And so basically all we need is, the board needs to have two motions. The first motion is to certify that the town of Guilford raises funds through taxes that are equal to or greater than $300 per mile of class 1, 2, and 3 town highways within the municipality.
All right. So do I have, can I have someone make that motion, please?
I will move it, but I can't repeat it if I move it as written. I mean, I just can't repeat it from memory.
Thank you, Veranda, but that's pretty much standard language for it. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
All right. Was that Michael?
Yes.
No.
All right.
Oh,
Thanks,
it was Michael. Oh.
Okay.
There might have been two of us saying it at the same time.
Is there any discussion?
How did we come up with, this is Rusty, how did we come up with that figure of $300 per, was it per mile, $300 per 3 miles?
Yeah, that is set by the state legislature as the minimum amount that needs to be raised via taxes for road maintenance. The town raises almost $1,400 per mile for our road maintenance.
Okay, thank you.
Is there any further discussion? Veranda, I'm going to take a roll call. Veranda?
Aye.
Rusty?
Aye.
Michael?
Aye.
Zahn?
Aye.
And Richard, aye. The motion carries unanimously. Thank you, Select Board. Peter, your second motion, please.
I need someone to move to certify that the town complies with the Vermont Road and Bridge Standards for Towns, and further certify that the town's adopted standards meet or exceed these requirements. And lastly, to certify that the town has an up-to-date road, bridge, and culvert inventory. And I can confirm that all of those are true.
Thank you, Peter. Do I have a motion as such? I so move.
Okay, yes.
And do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Who was the second? Was that you, Michael, again?
I have Zahn as a second.
Okay, thank you. Is there any discussion? Great, I shall take the roll again. Veranda?
Aye.
Michael?
Aye.
Rusty?
Aye.
Zahn?
Aye.
Okay, Richard? Aye. The motion carries unanimously, and thank you very much. On then now to the local emergency management plan. Peter, did you want to speak to this item on the agenda?
Yes, I'm happy to. So every year, the select board has to adopt the updated local emergency management plan. I shared this plan with all of you for your review, several drafts worth, as well as the final draft for this weekend. And basically this plan sets out who would be responsible for certain activities and other actions that would happen in the event of emergency within Guilford. And so it provides information about contacts and what the normal operations are. Should we need to open up the Emergency Operations Center, and actions that the select board takes, actions that the incident commander would take, and as well as actions that the emergency management director would take. I'm not going to read through all 60 plus pages of it, but that's kind of
it's very interesting.
So that's the synopsis of what it is. And so the state has us updated every year to make sure that we remain in compliance, as well as that it's updated for any changes that have happened in town, et cetera, et cetera.
Okay, I'm going to ask for discussion of that. I'm assuming that everyone has read it, but I do have a couple of points that I would like to make. One, Peter, you didn't fill in the public information officer and the communication officer. Is that because that has to be discussed, or?
That is because we do not at the moment have anyone who has volunteered to take on those roles. That being said, those roles can also be assigned to someone at any given point in time. Over the past several years, when I had assisted Sheila with this, when she was the EMD, even at that time, she struggled to find someone who would take on this this role. A select board member can take it on if you wish, although that can complicate things. It would be easier if we had a resident in town who was willing to take it on. And there is some training that the state, under normal circumstances, there's some training that the state does provide to help the person who is the public information officer.
Is there a training? Is there a training required?
It's recommended. It's not required.
And the state does provide the training?
That is correct, and the state provides it for free.
Mm-hmm. And so is this a volunteer job, the public information officer?
Yes, that's correct, Veranda. And it would only be utilized in the event of an emergency.
No, well, clearly.
Well, we should make I think a concerted effort to find someone to be the PIO, because that really is, I think, I mean, in the event of an emergency, a very what's happening? What happened? Yeah.
I am trying to. Where does it? Can anyone give me a little guidance? Where? Is it the red phone? Oh.
Oh, blessed peace. So I was saying that we should make a concerted effort. I mean, I would be willing to volunteer for that position, but I don't know how that really segues with the role of the chair of the select board, because I know that in the event of an emergency, the select board is really called upon to do quite a bit of work, and especially the chair, as it's laid out in the LEMP.
This
yes,
is Brenda.
Correct.
I understand that I'm listed as the communication officer, and I wonder how big a shift it is from public information to communication. I didn't really grasp what the difference in job description was.
Veranda, that was just something put down. You know, if you don't,
oh,
if
I don't mind to do it.
Doing that,
Peter, I don't mind to do it. I was just trying to understand, you know, I could theoretically take on the role as public information officer, but I didn't know whether the communication person and the PIO had different jobs to do that would make it complicated to do both.
I read them as two different jobs. One, the communication
That's
officer.
correct, Richard.
Yeah, the communication officer being responsible for writing press releases and so forth, and the public information officer coordinating communications amongst the incident commander and other components of the whole emergency management structure.
As well as the
well
public,
as a
Richard.
citizen, yeah. So I'd be willing to be the public information officer. And Verenda, do you want to serve as the communications officer?
I'm comfortable to do that. And maybe, I mean, if we really have an emergency, maybe others can sort of step in supporting roles to make sure that each part of that is attended to. For instance, if you as chair have additional responsibilities that would cut into the time it takes to be the PIO, that, you know, we could just share some of the responsibilities.
Yes. Do those need to, those don't need to be voted on, do they, those positions, Peter?
No, Richard, they do not.
Okay, so why don't we do that for now anyway? And in the meantime, however, I will look to to see whether there's anyone that I come in contact who would prefer to be or willing to be, who's experienced in information, in dealing with information and communicating information, who would be a better choice than I.
Okay, that sounds good.
Okay.
I will put your name in there for the time being, and this document is fluid.
Yes.
And so we can change, even though it gets approved, it can be changed at any point in time.
Very good.
So I had a couple of other very small issues that I think I might have written to you about in the past, Peter. And it was just on page 4, 4.5, when we were talking, when the document is talking about vulnerable populations. You know, I don't think that this is something we need to address in this document, but I do think that, you know, our local organizations need to increase their capacity to identify vulnerable people in town, because in general, they're just identifying elders, and there are a lot of people in the town who are vulnerable who are not elders. And the other thing is 4 points. What?
No, go ahead. I thought you were finished. My apologies.
Oh, you can always interrupt me, Peter. 4.6, it talks about the Red Cross sheltering people in hotels. And I was wondering, you know, for warming shelters and for people who have lost their homes, and whether this is just boilerplate, or whether we in Guilford ought to find people who could take in families within the community. So that's it.
So I'm going to take your or speak to your second question first.
Okay.
So that is something that could be done in the event of an emergency. I think it's, on the one hand, it's a great idea. On the other hand, that's I just want to make sure that we're cautious as far as how the action the select board takes on that matter, just in that the select board should be promoting the use of established shelters. Obviously, we can encourage folks to stay with family and friends if they have a situation that enables them to do that. But yeah, I mean, this was something that was recent or within the past 6 months has been discussed at one of the the quarterly EMD meetings, and there seems to be a little bit of uncertainty as far as what the appropriate take on that is. So everyone obviously acknowledges that it's a great idea and it's something we should encourage, that if a neighbor or a family member in town can take in someone else, to obviously to do so, to reduce the burden on the shelters. So I don't have an immediate answer, and nor do folks from VEM. So
could I ask a question?
Sure, Zahn.
Steve Lemke was in he visited a select board meeting, I'm going to say maybe 4 months ago, and talked about the Wyndham Regional Commission's understanding of vulnerable populations. And I was still very new at that point, so I'm not sure I took it in. Did anybody absorb that in a way that it ties into this thinking here, the emergency planning thinking? Does anybody recall that?
Yeah, I do remember what you're talking about, Zahn, and that does tie into Veranda's question as well. And so this is something that has been discussed quite heavily over the past 6 or 8 months amongst EMDs and other emergency responders, fire chiefs, as well as Rescue Inc. have all been involved in this discussion. And last fall, actually at 2 different times, that group of people met with about, I think it was 8 different organizations that serve vulnerable populations. And Veranda, your observation is correct that there are many more vulnerable people in addition to the elderly or those with health problems. The difficult thing when it comes to vulnerable populations is there's 2 things. One is folks need to self-identify. We cannot make people identify. And the second thing is oftentimes, not always, but oftentimes people who fall into a vulnerable population category often have medical problems, and due to HIPAA regulations, we also can't identify them with that. And so as part of the LEMP, I'm sure you saw there was a page that listed, I think it was 7 different nonprofit organizations that assist vulnerable populations, from home health care. There were 3 or 4 home health care organizations. There were mental health organizations and others that were listed. And so the agreement that was come between Wyndham Regional and the EMDs and those various organizations was that in the event of an emergency, those organizations would contact either the EMD or the incident commander if they knew of someone that that had a need that they could not reach. And because of HIPAA regulations, that's the only way that we could know who those folks are, unfortunately.
Well, the other way we have is with Guilford Cares, who does have a list of the, of self-reported people who are vulnerable in our town. And it may be that we want to insert Guilford Cares here as a resource right into the LEMP.
They are listed in there.
Yeah.
Good. Well, I just wanted to make sure that for Veranda's sake, that we we have this fabric woven together and that it's not there aren't holes in it too much. That there are efforts to make sure that the information is available and resources are available to people, but it will take some putting it together in case of an emergency, as I understand it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's correct. Are there any other discussion points besides? I never got to my second point that I was going to introduce.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay. It was that Sheila Morris had asked me to send the draft LEMP to her, and she does have she thought it was very well done. And kudos to Peter for getting it done that way, but she had some minor minor comments that shall send to you, Peter.
Okay, that sounds fine.
And just in case you're wondering why Sheila is the former chair of the select board and also the former EMD. So she that's why she was curious about to see the current LEMP. All right, any other discussion? Moving right along then, I thought.
Well, Richard, we need a motion to adopt the 2020 LEMP.
Okay, do I have a motion to adopt the 2020 local emergency management plan? Zahn says yes. Do I have a second?
I will.
I'll do it.
Okay, and is there any further discussion?
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, thank you for your good work, Peter. I'll take a roll call. Zahn?
Aye.
Miranda?
Aye.
Rusty?
Aye.
Michael? Unmute Michael. Michael!
Did we lose Michael?
No, he's there. He just needs to unmute. Down in the middle, Michael, in the middle. Left of the red button in the bottom.
Michael?
There we go. Mute, unmute. Left. Oops, can't. Huh. Maybe he.
Can you nod your head then? Can he hear us?
Yes.
Yes, he can hear us and he's responding yes.
Okay, so the motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much, Select Board.
Now, Richard, before you move on, I need a second motion that the Select Board.
Oh, there's Michael.
I finally found it. Sorry.
Oh, he's back. Okay.
Okay. Yeah. I was there the whole time.
Would you state the second motion, Peter, please?
Yes, so the Select Board adopt the National Incident Management System as a means of communications. So the National Incident Management System is a defined system of communication and authority in the event of an emergency that has been proven and tested over the past 40 years.
Do I have a motion to approve?
I'll make the motion to approve.
Thank you, Rusty. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
I'll second.
Michael.
Thank you, Michael. Is there any further discussion? I have something to say. I know that have all the select board members gone through the training of the national incident training?
No.
No.
Yeah.
Okay,
No.
well that we need to discuss that because all select board members should go. It was a very good training. I went through it. I think you did too, Veranda, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
And it's I found it very useful. And so Peter, would you make a note that we need to follow up on that?
Yes, I will do so. At the moment, all of those classes have been canceled for the time being due to the obvious situation.
Right. Yeah, but we do
but
need to remember.
as soon as yes.
There will be a brighter day.
Pretty rainy here now.
Yes, it is.
The bar is pretty low.
Okay, so now we want to, Peter, do you have anything to add to the COVID-19 in regard to our state or into our county or our town that we haven't seen or discussed previously?
I mean, the primary thing is that the governor, last Friday, the governor extended his stay home, stay safe order until the 15th of May. At least on Friday, when he did his announcement, there had been a slowdown in new cases, unfortunately, over the weekend. And today we've had another spike in the number of cases again. The governor has ordered the Department of Motor Vehicles to extend the deadline for all license and registration renewals to be extended for the month of April for 90 days. And yeah, he added a few other things to his executive order, but nothing that specifically relates to the town as an entity. The only thing I would say, since this will be put in the public, if we do have any residents in Guilford who were previously licensed medical professionals, whether that's a nurse of one form or another, or a technician or other, that even if your license is expired, the governor has implemented emergency measures to expedite that process if you are willing to provide your services.
Thank you. And we all received copies of the most recent executive order. I certainly did, and you can get them online too at the state. Is there any further discussion about? And Peter, let me just.
Do we need to extend the order to May 15th? Do we need to do that?
We did it.
We did. When did we?
We already did. Yeah. Because the order is coming directly from the governor, the select board, his order supersedes any action of the select board. And so because he made that order, I went ahead and took the steps necessary to extend it.
Great, thank you.
And it's on the flashing sign at the fire station now, the new date, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, and I wanted to add something.
Please.
Okay, so let's see, not last Sunday, but the Sunday before that, Sarah Coffey and a bunch of volunteers for Guilford Cares, including me sort of representing our select board, divided up the list of households in Guilford that had people 65 and over to find out how they were faring, and also to let them know what services we had available for them. And, you know, this was also following the postcard that got sent to every household in Guilford. And the good news is that most people did have family or neighbors who were looking in on them. A handful of people did have needs and were matched up with people who could help them out with things like shopping and deliveries. But one of the very wonderful Guilford things is that among that group of people, 40 people volunteered to help others. So I just thought that was really inspiring.
That's great. Thank you, Veranda.
I wanted to point out that, you know, Sarah was instrumental in making this happen.
Mm-hmm. Excellent. Any further discussion? All right, on to our next agenda item. I had put this on the agenda because I know that Zahn and Veranda were going to cool up the annual goals of the select board. Has that been done?
Yes, there's a document. Veranda, I'll speak if that's all right.
Please do, because I thought it was great.
So there's a document that came out. It should be, if everybody wants to look at it now, it's in our shared files. It's called Select Board Annual Goals.
Okay.
It's a document that we received, and so Veranda and I just worked directly on that document, suggesting a new draft version. I don't know if people want it. It doesn't seem like maybe we should take time now because it might be a while till everybody finds it.
Yeah, why don't we all make sure that we read them and then bring them up at our next meeting and re-adopt them as the goals, or maybe we don't even have to do that because it's just a language change, isn't it?
Well, it's a kind of format change. I would hope we could. My view would be that we would want to have a 10-minute discussion about them.
Okay, good.
I would like that too, and also, you know, in the light of the new now, I'd like to take another look at them and see whether we need to be paying attention in a slightly different way, you know, because of the times we're living through.
Okay, so why don't we take a look? Why don't we all take a look at them and look at them in the context of what Veranda is saying, that we are in the midst of a pandemic? Is there anything that there should be applicable to our goals regarding emergencies such as the one that we're in now? Is that, do I state that correctly, Veranda?
Yeah, that was great, Richard.
Thank you. So we'll put that on the agenda for next time.
Thank you.
I had put, are there any further discussion?
Well, Zahn did great work on those goals, I have to say. I was really impressed with his clarity.
Thanks to both of you.
Thank you.
Is there anything to update on the broadband? It may be not the time to talk about it, but I thought if there was anything new in regard to the broadband, but there's probably everything is closed down in regard to that.
Well, there was that message from, was it from Wyndham Regional that Linda Hecker brought up about the offer from Microsoft to have hotspots available at different parts of town where in municipal buildings or where people gather. And I mean, I don't know whether we want to discuss this now. It seemed unlikely that, I mean, one of our issues is that we have 3 hotspots in town, one by the school, one at our town office, and one by the library, but they're all in a very common, you know, a distinct part of town. So I had thought briefly, as did Linda, about the possibility of having one by the Guilford store or by the fire station. And the fire station was completely unavailable. And, you know, because of emergency issues, you know, they can't have people in their parking lot. And the Guilford store had some drawbacks, you know, as a site. But I don't know whether we want to discuss this now.
Well,
but
I haven't seen the email, so is it possible
Okay.
to make sure that we all see the email?
Yeah, let's make sure that, Peter, do you have the email?
I do have it somewhere. I'll have to find it. But
Yeah,
I would I would add that maybe I misunderstood, but I think these are somewhat separate. I mean, they're interconnected but separate topics.
That's correct.
Yes,
I think
they
that
are separate topics. It was just under the general heading of broadband.
Sure.
Excuse me, this is back, Michael, jumping in. Did anyone read the article in the Reformer in the last week about, I don't know, probably a half a dozen neighboring towns voting at town meeting to form a CUD?
I didn't read the article, but I know that it happened. Yeah.
And I don't know, I guess I'm just, and I don't know if here's the place to discuss this, but my understanding was vote to form a CUD. So I guess I'm just wondering, does anybody have a thought on, you know, should we be in touch with those towns that are forming one? I think Marlborough and Halifax. Yeah, go ahead, Zahn.
As I understand the process, and Peter, maybe you can step in too, but as I understand the process, in order to form a CUD for Broadband Communications District, at least 2 towns have to band together, or 2 entities, maybe not even towns, but 2 parts of towns have to band together. And that has to be voted on by the towns when that starts. Then after that, any town can join that CUD, but it's not required that it all happen at the same time. So yes, and we will want to be talking with those towns to move forward, but at the same time, there's not any immediate pressure to do it. It's not like we're going to lose out anything. The company or the group, the Wyndham Regional Commission, that's doing the work on the bigger picture CUD, the whole prospectus and everything. They're working for the entire county, for the entire Wyndham Regional Commission district. So I think that it's not as if we're going to lose out on anything, because it would, let's say that they did form that CUD and it got established and they got contracts and so forth. We could ostensibly join those contracts and those relationships right away without any issue.
That's good to know.
So I guess I'm just Zahn and anybody else, do we have a sense of like when the appropriate time is to be in touch and join that CUD? Or
again, this is my sense, but my sense was that we were going to take our leadership from the Wyndham Regional Commission, who were going to be talking, after they'd done this feasibility study and then begun to look at some of the contracting possibilities, and so whether or not this is, there was a big long message that came out from Alex at Wyndham Regional about,
correct.
Did everyone get that?
Yes, I got it.
Okay, so it sounds like we wait and take our cue from WRC.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. So
fair enough. I was
yes,
just curious.
Zahn, you are absolutely correct on your analysis. And so when Alex sent out that message a couple of weeks ago, he did note that they are now beginning the process of writing the business plan for the whole entire Wyndham region. But yes, Zahn, there was a group of towns mostly connected to the Deerfield Valley that have begun the process to form the CUD.
Great.
Okay.
Is there any
So
more
is
discussion?
this... from what I can gather.
Is there any more discussion on this?
I have a question.
Yes.
Do we know whether this is whether the process is accelerating because of the urgency of internet communication now, or is it just proceeding as it would have anyway?
Does anybody have an answer to Veranda's question?
My sense is it's proceeding as they expected it to proceed. I mean, they didn't get as strong a response to the survey, the feasibility study that they'd hoped for, but it's strong enough still to be able to build a proposal, as I understand it. And so I think they're going to be moving ahead as best they can. I think I would, my reading between the lines, I would guess that the fact that these 6 or so communities in the Deerfield Valley have moved forward, that will add some pressure to this whole thing to keep moving. In other words, the feasibility study's not going to be able to sit back and kind of take its time. These folks in the Deerfield Valley are eager to move, and they'll start moving, which might drag us along. We might want to get, we want to stay in touch with it and then get on board as we need to.
Certainly will be an incentive.
Yeah.
Yes, it's too bad they're not doing this. I'm just saying it's too bad they're not doing the survey this week when every single household is dependent on their children having internet for school.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we did their survey. Any other further comments or discussion? Okay, moving to Finance Advisory Committee, an item on our agenda. I just wanted to bring you up to date on that. You know that we had voted to establish a Finance Advisory Committee, and there are 2 things I'd like to say about that. One is that there are Sheila Morse and Katie Buckley, who are 2 of the sort of inspirations to establish the committee, which we did establish, are working to develop a charge of what that committee would be. That is, the charge would be what its mission is, what its tasks are, what it's going to do, and how it's going to work. And they're preparing a draft on that, which is not available at the present time. But I just wanted you to know that that is being worked on, and that's something that I find is very important for our select board. And having done some research on it, Peter and I both did a little research on it. And I've been in touch with the attorney at the Vermont League of Towns and Cities. Lots of towns have either a budget advisory or a finance advisory board. So we're doing something that's quite orthodox, and I think that will be a great benefit for our town. The second thing I'd like to do is I'd like us to appoint the members who have come forward, the volunteers who have come forward to serve in that committee. It would be in the select board's best interest to designate those members by vote. And if we can do that I would ask if you would agree to take that vote. Select board members, are you willing to do that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. And I can read out the members, and why don't I make the motion? I motion that that Gordon Little, Sheila Morse, Katie Buckley, Rusty Marine, and Penny Marine, and Tim Harris be appointed to be the Finance Advisory Committee at the direction of the Select Board in service to the town of Guilford.
Well, isn't Rusty on the select board?
But he's going to be on the Finance Advisory Committee as well. He's our representative.
Okay. No Ann Ryder?
Pardon?
No Ann Ryder?
No, she didn't come forward to volunteer, but I can ask her.
Oh, I thought she did. I'm sorry. I misunderstood.
Yeah.
I just was. Yeah.
Oh, Lynn Pancake also said he was willing, but I think we have enough people.
I think there are enough
Maybe
people.
more than we need.
Yes.
Great.
So do I have a second for that motion?
Yes.
Is there any discussion of that motion?
I would feel a little more comfortable about, I mean, I trust all of those people. I would feel a little more comfortable about voting for it if I knew what their charge was. You know, I mean, if they're going to the trouble of creating that kind of formal structure, I'd like to know what the structure is. But I mean, I trust all those people, so whatever they want to do
well,
is
so
okay.
you're putting your finger on what's a conundrum. This committee, I've spoken to the lawyer at VCLT, and this committee has to be designated by the select board. And in order for the committee to go on doing its work, I thought it would be in our best interest to actually form the committee to give us a draft of what their charge would be, and then we would charge them with that. So they're doing the research. We have a couple of people who are very good at sort of founding documents. I'm talking about Katie and Sheila in particular. So I just thought it would be in our best interest to designate the committee, have the committee then doing the research and the formulation of what the directive would be, letting us look at it in draft form, and then adopting it.
Rusty, what's your feeling? I mean, you're charged with being on this committee.
Yes, I will. Like being the new member here, I figure with Katie and the other members that are more in the know on this, I think it would be a good thing. I mean, I'd be leaning on them for their expertise.
And the underlining here is that the select board has to designate the committee.
Yeah, it seems to me that we can't really, we either would have to put in the work ourselves to designate what the tasks are and then appoint a committee to the tasks we've
That's
decided.
correct.
Or the other way would be to ask this group of people to volunteer and provide us with a set of tasks that we would review and oversee and then say, yes, now go forward.
Exactly my point.
Okay.
I'm comfortable with the latter approach.
Yeah. So did I have a second on that motion?
Yes.
Okay, and we've discussed it. Is there any further discussion? I'll take the roll. Michael, I'm looking right at you. Michael Becker.
Aye.
Zon Easties.
Aye.
Miranda Porch.
Aye.
Rusty.
Aye.
Richard. Aye. The motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Now we're on to communications, the warrants, I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. What?
I just have one
I'm ready
question
to
on
do
the warrants.
Rusty's going to do the warrants?
I just have a question on the warrants. Why is there a $4,000 difference in the payroll for this week as composed to the other weeks?
Oh, I think I can answer that. Can I just start doing the warrants
Yes,
and then I'll
please do
explain?
it that way.
Go ahead.
Okay, so let me just get this document. Okay, I move that we pay the following warrants. Week 3/29/20 for the sum of $7,436.40. Payroll week of 4/5/20 for the sum of $6,014.11. Payroll week 4/12/20 for the sum of $10,114.30. Expense warrant number 2019 for the sum of $40,599.17. expense warrant FW19 for the sum of $26.50 for a grand total of $64,190.31. So would you like
Do
me
I have a
to?
second?
Yes.
Okay, is there any discussion?
Okay, so the major expenses here were health insurance, $6,164 and change. Gravel amounted to $5,460. Repairs were $2,091 and change. The snow blower, $229. Now, I think the discrepancy was paying into the retirement. I had to look up what VMERS was, and it's employee retirement. And so that was $4,893.36. And Wyndham Solid Waste was $3,644.41.
Rusty, does that answer your question?
So
I can actually speak.
Go ahead, Peter.
Okay, thank you. I can answer Rusty's question as to why payroll for 4/12/2020 was over $4,000 more than the 2 previous weeks. The reason being is with Alan's retirement at the end of March, part of the personnel policy states that that anyone who departs from the town will be paid whatever vacation time that they have remaining. And because of his longevity here, he had quite a bit of time remaining. And so that was paid out to him through payroll.
Okay.
It makes sense.
Thank you.
Any other discussion of the warrants? I'll take the roll call then. Rusty?
Aye.
Michael?
Aye.
Zahn?
Aye.
Veranda?
Aye.
Richard? Aye. The motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much. On to communications. Peter, do you have any communications for us this week?
Have any communications?
You have none?
Correct.
Is that what you said? Okay, thank you. The action summary from the previous meeting, which was to send out the postcard for volunteering, and I received a postcard.
And that was that.
Yeah. The next item on the agenda is to adjourn this group of distinguished Guilford citizens. Do I have a motion?
Excuse me, Richard, can I bring up something? I don't know if I bring it up at the right time. I was just thinking, with the pandemic and it's going to be the high unemployment rate, has there been any thought about property taxes and if there's going to be a lot more delinquencies or?
Isn't that in the government's executive order that there's some leniency towards property taxes?
I do not know. I'll have to look that up.
I was asking Peter if he knew that off the top of his head.
That is, at least as of right now, it's being addressed on a town by town basis, and thus far, a majority of towns are not doing so because that is so far out. The leniency that he has done on taxes is he extended the deadline for filing your income taxes until July 1.
Mm-hmm.
That's the only tax leniency that I'm aware that has been taken specifically, none on property taxes.
Mm-hmm.
So the question, it seems to me that if there's going to be an issue for us to consider leniency, is that a responsibility that we would have perhaps to extend dates or find other formats?
That's something that I'm going to have to confer with Penny on to get more specifics on that, as well as with Lisa. I can't speak to that and give you a clear answer, and so I don't want to misspeak on that.
Yeah, and I would also think that in my first thought, and I could be wrong, is that we would want a parallel statewide governance on this matter.
I guess
that's a wise choice, Richard.
It's also something that I think Sarah could help us understand what the legislature is saying and what other towns are doing, because these are very intensive discussions going on now about the financial harm as well as the health problems.
Yeah. So the reason I bring it up at all is just that I would want to be really prepared as a select board for figuring out how to deal with this and not just have a need to make quick decisions at some moment.
Right. That's why I brought it up now.
Thank you, Trustee. Very
Well,
good.
I think that I could talk to Sarah about it, or Veranda could.
Sounds like Peter has a good plan too, to find out, just be in touch with the state and find out
Yes.
what the protocols are that are coming down.
Good.
Yeah.
Peter, well, you'll do that, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that will be an action item.
Can I jump in and ask one more question as well before we adjourn?
Sure.
Oh, Peter, I'm just interested to know the town staff. To what extent are they able to do their jobs? And I mean, how many people are working home versus in the town office? Like, who's at the town office at the moment?
At the moment, Penny is primarily the only one that's working in the town office. She is having Ellie and Marta both work reduced hours at this point in time. And Lisa and I have both been working remotely since the governor's orders for stay home, stay safe.
Okay, yeah, I was just looking for an update, or just, I haven't been to the town hall in a while, so.
Are you satisfied with that update?
Yeah.
I had another question, which was, that we can discuss next time, but I wasn't sure where we left off with having hiring an administrative assistant for Peter.
That's not on the agenda
Well,
tonight, so I'd like to put that on the
Yeah,
agenda for
exactly.
next time.
No, I just wondered whether that was
Okay.
whether that was something that was coming up in the next month or what.
We'll put that on the agenda for next meeting.
Okay, thank you.
Is there any other further discussion? Do I have a motion to adjourn?
Sure.
Oh, that's you, Zon.
I'll do it all tonight.
Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Okay. Is there any discussion?
Well, just stay safe, everybody.
Yes. All those in favor, I'll call the roll. Veranda?
Yes.
Rusty?
Aye.
Michael?
Aye.
Zon?
Aye.
Richard? Aye. The motion carries unanimously, and it's been a great pleasure seeing you, although you haven't been able to see me, and I wore my special costume too. So I hope that we'll be able to have a remote. I'll have to check into my camera. It may be that it just doesn't want to show me. But anyway, have a good and safe couple of weeks, and be well, be safe, and make sure that you
Stay safe, everyone.
wash your hands frequently. Good night, everybody.
Good night, everybody.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
And thank you, Peter.
officially open the Brattleboro Planning Commission online meeting on April 8th, 2020. Welcome, everyone. I'm going to have to move over to my agenda. So now I can't see it. Okay, meeting called to order. Announcements. Sue, anybody?
I do have a couple of announcements. Well, I have one, and I want Andrew to make one. He might not know I'm giving it to him, but the first thing I wanted to mention is that the U.S. Census is out and active, and we really want to encourage everybody to complete the census. Right now, there's an easy option to go online. If you don't make that, you're probably going to be contacted by a census worker, and failing that, which we're hoping to avoid, is enumerators will come to your house. So we just really want to encourage people to please respond to the census. It's always important, but maybe more so now than ever, because a lot of the federal funding that trickles down through the states are sorry, got distracted. I had to hit record.
This conference will now be recorded.
Sorry. The federal funds flow through the census, so having an accurate count is really important. So please take the census. Please encourage all your friends and family to do so as well. And then Andrew, I'm hoping that you can talk about the NDA.
Quick question.
Yes, Josh.
The census, you said it's easy to find online. Is that like Brattleboro specific or Vermont specific, or is it the same census link or website that everyone has to take?
It's the federal census, so it's census.gov.
Thank you.
Yep.
You should.
Right.
I've got numerous letters with like a login number. They just come to resident at my address.
Yeah, I've done it. My household, Sarah and I have done it already, but I'm just thinking of like to link to an easy link for people to get to.
Oh, I see.
I can like share on social media so that people can just click it and get there easy.
I will share something on
I can
Facebook.
put something
Josh.
together.
Yeah.
If it's simple, I can find it. No worries.
I can still post something though. It's a good idea.
I planned on doing a little, iBrattleboro front porch forum, another push to get that information out there. So we'll put it on the Facebook page and get it out in those places too.
Anyone else have any other questions related to the census before I move to NDA? Yeah, Jess?
Yeah, I was just wondering how you get that view so you can see everyone.
At the top of your screen, there is like a view everyone. There's two arrows. So you kind of open up the view. If you want to do view everyone. Are you seeing it?
No, I'm doing it on my phone, so
oh, it might look different.
I like to see all of you.
All right, Andrew, why don't you talk about the NDA?
All right, so as most of you know, as from a few months back, myself and Sue presented that we're seeking to get neighborhood development area designation for a portion of Brattleboro. And 2 weeks ago, or I guess more than 2 weeks ago at this point, we met with the downtown board through the State Department of Commerce and Community Development. It was an online meeting conference call. We were going to go in person, but obviously that didn't happen. So it was a very quick meeting, but we got approval. So we got the NDA designation, which is really exciting. So basically at this point now we're going to developers and people looking to develop the housing that meets the criteria that we presented about, could get potentially waived Act 250 fees or a reduction in fees, cap on water fees, et cetera, the benefits that I mentioned before. And if you want more information, again, we could definitely send you that. But we're really excited. We think this is really going to help further our housing efforts in Brattleboro. Does anyone have any questions?
Oh, great. Congratulations. Good.
Thank you.
Any
All the
further
announcements on that?
Okay. Anybody else? Any of the other commissioners have an announcement? Okey doke. Kate and Jess, I can't see you, so you'll have to turn yourselves on if you wanna, or start talking.
I'm here. I'm just on the show me if I talk thing.
Okay, cool.
Hello.
So, is there any public? Do we have a public? Is there?
I do not see any public on here. No, there is no public on this.
Okay, so we cannot, or we're recognizing this is the opportunity for public comment, but having no public, we'll move on to item D, approval of the minutes of March 2nd, 2020 that were circulated. Did everybody get a chance to look at them? Or you want to look at them right now? I need a motion to approve them.
I motion to approve the minutes from, what is the date again?
March 2nd, 2020.
March 2nd, 2020.
Is there a second? Yes, Tom is seconding. And Tom, are you making a comment? You're seconding. You're muted. I can't hear you.
Tom, we can't hear you.
Tom, you have to turn your volume up.
This is Kate. I can second if Tom can't.
Okay. All right, good. Second. So is there discussion? Great. No discussion. They look fine to me. All in favor of approving the minutes of March 2nd, 2020? I guess we'll do a hand vote.
Who? Kate, yes.
Okay. Prudence? Oh, you weren't there, so can you not vote? All right, anyway, minutes are approved. Anybody abstaining or voting against? No, the minutes are approved.
Just abstaining.
Okay.
Prudence is abstaining. Okay.
Prudence, minutes still pass. All right, section E, or E. Section 248 petitions, A and B. Do you want to take that away?
Sure. So we have two section 248 petitions that have come in. The Planning Commission gets notification of them, and as well as the Select Board. There's a lot of static. Are you guys hearing a lot of static? Jess, can you put your mic off? That might help. Better. Thank you. Okay, so section 248 petitions are to the Public Utilities Commission, and the town has the opportunity to file a notice to intervene in these if we wanted to. The first one that came through is the petition of Green Mountain Power for a certificate of public good pursuant to 30 VSA section 248, authorizing the rebuild of the North Brattleboro substation. You may recall we looked at this in January because part of the process for a major project is they have to give you an advance notice. So that's what you had originally seen. And we brought up a couple of concerns with them regarding lighting and landscaping and stormwater. Andrew and I met them out on site. They kind of explained what was going on there. And we were and what some of their limitations were in meeting what our regulations say. First of all, regarding the lighting, their plan is to install a couple of 18-foot light poles with kind of emergency lighting. So it's not going to be on all the time. It just might be if they have an emergency at night and they need to be working in the little yard. So that would comply with our regulations. In regards to the stormwater, they are not increasing the impervious surface there. And so under the state rules and under our local regulations, they are not required to make any improvements to the stormwater. Looking at the site, there is a lot of overland flow. So we were comfortable that it was not degrading the riverbanks or even the West River. It wouldn't flow towards the Connecticut because the rail line sits up higher. And then regarding landscaping, they have a bunch of mature, I don't remember, do you remember, Andrew, what species it was along the fence line? But a bunch of bushes and shrubs that are pretty mature. I mean, they were leaf off when we viewed it. And so we would have been taking, if we pushed them, putting in some street trees, it would have, first of all, they would have had to go smaller than what we wanted because of the utility lines. And so in the end, we were really kind of feeling like the landscaping that they had provided some buffering. We weren't going to get the street trees because of the utility lines that were already there. They would conflict. So we were satisfied with the landscaping and kind of the limitations that they had there. And part of that site is town owned. So improving landscaping over by the memorial, that's town owned land. So that's not their responsibility. Andrew, does that sound like inaccurate? Do you have anything you want to add?
Sorry, I was eating dinner. That's why I kept turning off my camera. I didn't want you to see me eating. I think that's pretty accurate. Regarding the stormwater, that buffer that goes to the West River, it's at least 100 feet or more. So after seeing it in person, I feel a little bit more comfortable. Like, well, obviously not much is going to really change in terms of the runoff and the potential to hit the river. And hopefully by the time it gets there, it's already been mediated by the natural vegetation that's in the area. It's not a big site. The railroad in the back also acts kind of as a buffer to the Connecticut River, kind of slopes up, and then there's the railroad, and then obviously it slopes down from there. But yeah, the temporary substation is up. You probably noticed it. And then yeah, other than that, that's really it. So
yeah. So I think the question for the commission right now is, are there any concerns that you have that we now want to bring to the select board and make a suggestion that they intervene in this case, or at least be a party to the proceedings? I mean, we'll still get all the filings and that kind of thing, but if we have any concerns that we want them to address in the process, now would be the time to let the select board know.
I have a question.
Yep.
Were we able to, did we reach back out to the abutting neighbors? They came in, there were some of the public that came in a couple months ago. Curious about where things were. Was anyone, did anyone get in touch with them on the findings, especially with light?
We did not in the office. I'm not sure if Green Mountain Power had some more conversations with them. Do you have something to add, Andrew?
no, they knew about the fence, but I'm not sure if they know about the lighting.
I think that was one of their questions. They were really curious about the lighting. I'm comfortable moving forward knowing that the lighting is only being used for emergencies or for fixing things at night. You know, that the lighting isn't on continually, I feel is a good thing for them.
Hey, you guys, Tom put something in the chat. His connection isn't strong enough to talk. So can we make a provision that Tom can participate via chat? Because I think Except for that means that somebody needs to read it out loud, so it's recorded for BCTV. Is that correct?
Yeah, that would be good.
At 6:14 p.m. It's looking like my connection isn't strong enough to handle this. I'm delayed when I speak, maybe video too. And the mouse moves very slowly, but I can hear you all as well. And then at 6:17, he says, has GMP replied to our request for the project? So do you want to respond to that, Sue?
Yeah, I mean, I would say that they have. They met us out. I mean, we had hoped that they would look at some more ways to handle the stormwater, but our regulations don't require it, and neither does the state stormwater regulations. So could they have done more? Maybe. Is there any jurisdiction to require them to do more? No. So, you know, I guess that would be up for you to determine.
Tom says, okay, understood. It is what it is.
Regarding Josh's point, we can definitely reach back out. These abutters, actually, they should also get notification, so we can make sure that they've got notification of this filing and go over the lighting with them, so that they know it's emergency lighting. And GMP had talked.
Excellent too.
Are there any other, do you want to take any action? Do you want to make any recommendations to the select board on this? Either, or we can just let them know that we reviewed it and we had some correspondence with them.
That seems fine.
I agree. This is Kate. I agree.
Okay. So we got thumbs up from everybody else.
So just to check in, what we're agreeing to is that we're not going to like wholeheartedly support and endorse this exciting proposal, but we're going to acknowledge that we had concerns and they addressed them, or they gave us valid reasons why they couldn't address them. And so
yeah, I think that what I'll do is I'll prepare a memo that goes to the town manager and the select board that just lets them know that the planning commission reviewed this, that we had seen the early notification, we spoke to Green Mountain Power, we had these concerns, and we talked about it with them. This is what they told us, just kind of walk through that and just say at this time we don't have any further concerns, or if that sounds okay to you.
I have one little question, which is, do we not have any concerns because there's no point in us having a concern, or do we really feel like it's all okay?
I'm satisfied with it right now.
I feel confident in being satisfied with it also. The biggest concerns the abutters had were, is a footprint going to be larger? Are there going to be different fences being put up? And what's the deal with the new lighting? And I think we've had all of those questions answered. So I feel that they're going to be pretty content with what's happening over there. I can definitely not speak for them, but what they were addressing, or what they were concerned about has definitely been addressed. Unless I'm wrong, which I've,
No, you're correct. I think it's addressed.
Okay, next one.
The next one is a de minimis application, which basically means it wouldn't even have a hearing if there's no notice to intervene or any interveners on it and who ask for a hearing. It would be administratively approved. So this is it's AT&T has a site on 884 South Street. It's a private property. They have some antennas on a telecommunication tower there. There's actually 4 equipment cabinets, 4 different companies that have cabinets at the base of the tower. And AT&T is looking to upgrade their antennas, and then some of the equipment in the pad or in their equipment box there at the bottom. They're looking to go to LTE, which is long-term evolution technology. It's a 4G technology. Let's see. Most of the equipment upgrades are going to be on the inside, but then there's going to be antennas and some equipment on the tower as well. This property is not in the special flood hazard area or in a historic district. There's going to be no increase to the height or the width of the tower. There will be, the surface area is going to increase a little bit because the antennas and then the equipment on the tower are going to be a bit bigger. So but it's not going to increase more than 75 square feet. And there'll be minor impervious surface increases, which will be less than 300 square feet. So again, they wouldn't trigger any of our regulations. This is just equipment upgrades. It's an existing approved tower. This kind of thing happens all the time, and I would recommend no further action on this one either.
Doesn't sound very, no, it doesn't sound very impactful.
And this has, just for clarification, this has nothing to do with 5G technology, correct?
That's correct. LTE and 5G are different technologies, the best I can tell. So is it fair to assume, everybody, that this is a pretty straightforward upgrade and we don't see a need to ask for a notice to intervene? I see yeses from Prudence, Josh, Felicity, Jess is shaking her head. Tom is got a thumbs up, I think.
Yep, Tom thumbs up.
And Kate's thumbs up. So
what is that?
Great.
All right. So we're good on E. F. Discussion of the role of planning and design in the pandemic. This is really a broad brush. We put it in here because we were assuming that the Planning Commission would want to talk about this since it's what's happening. But there's no agenda in it other than if people want to have, comments, ideas, thoughts. I can put up a copy of our charge, which is mostly, is all about planning, and there's nothing about disaster planning in our charge. So if people want to be reminded of our charge in the context of this discussion, or if people just want to talk, this is the opportunity.
How long is the charge? Is it like a paragraph?
It's a series of bullet points. It's like 10 or 15 bullet points.
I don't think I need a reminder.
Okay.
It pretty much comes out of state statute what planning commissions can do.
So what conversations are happening right now on what the planning commission can do?
None. We haven't. The only thing that I was thinking about personally is that in this particular pandemic, public space is really, really important, because it's the only, you need to have enough of it for people to be able to get out of their homes and exercise safely, keeping 6 to 10 feet between themselves and everybody else. And so that strikes me as a planning issue, to be thinking that I certainly haven't thought about that before. One of the features of new city planning is the so-called pocket park. This particular pandemic makes the pocket park totally unsustainable. You can only one person can be in a pocket park. So that's an example of what I'm thinking about.
That's a great point, Felicity. I was listening to a webinar today about when cities will be kind of, I guess, reopened, and how moving forward, this pandemic is going to really change cities and towns, just like every other pandemic has, in history. Team the flu, we really got the birth of sanitation systems, and coming out, and that was a big urban planning kind of endeavor. So I think that the big ones that they talk, yes.
Can you repeat what you said? You kind of went.
Really, you're really breaking up. I wonder if you're breaking up a lot. I don't know if you are for other people. I wonder if you turn off your camera, if we'll hear you better.
Can you hear me better?
Right now we can.
Okay, well, I'm going to try to say it again. I'll be make sure I'm slow. I watched a webinar today on the reopening of cities after this pandemic. And one of the big things that really came out of it is that cities and towns are really going to be transformed from this. Just like in 1918 with the Spanish flu, we saw the birth of sanitation systems. This one is really going to be it's going to be the transformation of digital infrastructure. And another big one is public spaces. And how are we going to reimagine public spaces, both big and small? And they didn't really dive too deep into what they would look like. I think that's really up to the locality. But it's something that we're going to consider going forward, because the recovery stage is not going to be quick. It's going to be a long-term effort. So I think that's something that as a town we can really focus on. And I was really even thinking about the downtown plan, if that will need any changes, but it's just something to think about.
Yeah.
I hope you could hear that.
Yeah, thank you, Andrew. That was
Okay,
better.
Yep. Good.
I had tech issues on this webinar, but I thought it was really interesting, and they have taped it so we can send it out to everybody. But this was Richard Florida. I don't know if any of you are familiar with Richard Florida. He came up with the creative class, which is, yeah. Which is about the big criticism is about gentrification. But anyway, I went into it pretty skeptical, being Richard Florida, but this was put on by the International Council of Municipal Associations. And what he talked about was kind of how the cities and suburbs and rural areas are going to be reshaped. And he pulled out a couple of factors that I think are relevant to this conversation. Some of the pulls to the suburbs and more rural areas will be the opportunity for remote work, people who are afraid to use mass transit, the desire to have private amenities like backyards and play areas. And so, all this could lead to some gentrification. The push factors, like what, again, my connection to this conference was not very good, but he had push factors for cities and urban cores, where people might still be going into the cities because there's cluster of different industries and high tech, finance, media, entertainment. If we come out of this and there's air travel restrictions, people might want to live near hubs. He pointed out that walkable and bikeable areas will become more desirable, and that they also expect that there's going to be a return to a lot more car commuting and single traffic trips. So anyway, I just thought those were some interesting things to be looking for and to think about when we're planning planning into the future.
Wow. So anybody else? Comments, thoughts?
I'd be interested to see that. It sounded like you said you might be able to share the link to it and we could watch it.
I think that I can. I mean, I had to register for it, but ICMA did tape it and they sent out a link, so I will send it along to you all and put it up on the webpage as well, in case the public is interested.
Looks like Tom
Felicity,
has a
Tom has a comment.
Yep.
Yeah, Tom has a comment. Tom's comment. This may be entirely the purview of building/life safety codes, but what about changes that reduce chances of transmission, like all public doors needing to be openable by foot, motion detecting, or at least handles that can be grabbed with arm rather than hand? That's such an interesting question. Anybody want to address
Yeah,
that?
I think I think it's interesting, and kind of as we reopen, what Richard Florida was saying, as we are reopening cities and people being in them, and not just cities, towns, whatever, as we reopen after this pandemic. He talked about a couple of key dimensions that we would need to think about moving forward, which is health screenings and temperature checks, and personal protective equipment. And so that kind of falls under the personalized protection equipment. Like, how do we, sorry. When we're in these public facilities or public spaces, how are we protecting ourselves? Is it gloves in parks? Is it, you know, those neat door foot openers and stuff like that? So it might not be something that we exactly deal with in planning, because I do think it's more of a building code, but I think it's an interesting observation.
So vis-a-vis that, so what's the time frame now for the downtown plan? And is there going to be any kind of opportunity for us to modify it given, or to ask Brandy to modify it given this?
So we need to finish up by the end of May. And so I think budget-wise, we're not really in a position where we can ask her to modify it, just because most of the budget is spent in finalizing the plan. But if we want, I think we can ask for an extension to the grant, but it doesn't change the budget aspects of it. So I guess the first step would be to get it into our hands so we can kind of be evaluating it.
Jess had a comment. Jess, do you want me to read your comment? Okay. Who is it that develops and manages emergency preparedness plans? Is that an internal town staff?
Yeah, that's primarily the fire chief heads that up.
The WRC has a disaster planner, right?
They have an emergency planner who assists towns with that, but it's usually the local, it's the local people that write the plans.
Okay.
And they do a lot of hazard mitigation as well, not necessarily pandemic, but in the past they have done pandemic.
So back, if it's okay, can I go back to the downtown master plan conversation? Given that you're a planner, Sue.
Yeah, Jessica does have a question.
Oh, did you have another question, Jess? Oh, where does the economic development planning sit?
The town does a lot of work with BDCC on the economic development planning at this point.
Is that good, Jess? You want more? Okay. So can we, even if we don't have Brandy writing the plan anymore, is it going to be, can we change it? Or does whatever she gives us, we have to take when she gives us the final thing? Or can we modify it ourselves, given the fact that we have 2 planners on staff? Like if we wanted to modify it in order to incorporate some thinking about COVID.
Yeah, we could, and if we want to begin thinking of a preface or something, yeah, I mean, I want to be careful about agreeing to modifying it, knowing that she hired a lot of landscape architects and other professionals that have skills that we don't have. But, you know, we can certainly do text edits and that kind of thing. And we could prepare some stuff to give to her to insert it into the presentation.
Sorry, I was muted. I said, okay, that's great. All right, does anybody else have any comments? All right. What? Thought I heard something.
That was me. I was just saying that makes sense. I was going to ask about, isn't there a public comment for this, that we'll have to think about how to do that?
We did have public comment in the beginning of this, or are you talking about for the downtown plan, Kate?
The downtown plan. Sorry, I'm jumping a little bit.
I'm going to turn my mic off. Bernie Sanders is on.
There will be a public presentation. Well, our plan all along has been to have a public presentation of the plan and discussion of it. So, yes. What that looks like, because how we're able to meet, I'm not really sure. I mean, you know, this is an interesting experiment, but as everybody can see, there's some limitations to holding meetings like this.
Sue, and a thought, if we were going to do a presentation, and it was during this time where we can't have a physical meeting or place to meet, we could do something maybe similar to like a webinar where we would just present, so it's a little bit more streamlined in terms of the process. So, you know, there isn't all these video screens, but then there's the chat option, and potentially maybe we can send something out beforehand so people can send in comments as well that we can address. That's just a thought.
Because are we talking about like?
Those are good thoughts. We'll
Sorry, don't want to interrupt you, Sue.
No, go ahead.
Because are we talking about like changing the plan now to meet COVID-19? No, Felicity's shaking your head.
No. I was just thinking about, because of the particular focus of the plan is public space.
Yeah.
And we didn't really think about spatial like criteria.
Yep.
You know, public space was public space, you know, 3 months ago, and now all of a sudden viable public space has to be a certain size in order to be able to have the public in it safely.
Yep. So you're just trying to think of how to utilize something that we have already to be beneficial somehow.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just sort of thinking about the fact that we went into this process of having this downtown master plan, and now we're about to have it, and there may be parts of it that are no longer useful or as useful as they otherwise have been.
Yeah, parts, if not a majority of it.
Well, I mean, at least we had we had the bicycle stuff, but even that I mean, if there are going to be more and more people riding, I mean, who knows? Because there's all that stuff about truck traffic and cars and parking, all those things that are now going to be different. If there are more cars, fewer people. I mean, I don't know how we're going to incorporate more cars here, because I think everybody who can afford a car has a car in Vermont. But anyway, all right, Kate has a big thing. Kate, you want me to read your thing? I guess so. That would limit people. So, Kate, I like Andrew's suggestion on the public webinar with the presenter and people can enter questions. That sounds like a good way to get the public eyes on the presentation without being in person. Jessica says, me too. Maybe a recording could be shared on the town website. Kate responds, that would limit people without computers. So maybe we can find a way to solicit responses ahead from them and read them.
I think we can work out creative ways, even getting it up on BCTV. They're taping this meeting, so that could be a way, and then we can get the comments back. I know Andrew's been sitting in with a couple of planners on these kind of discussions, so we'll definitely be able to do something like that. And to the downtown master plan, I mean, I guess I would say that to think about some of the themes, we do talk about widening the sidewalks. So I think that's a good thing where you need more space. We know our sidewalks are tight. I think, people are still, if you look around, I mean, it may not necessarily be safe because they're crowded, but the public trails are still actively used because people need to get outside. And while, yes, there might be more cars, maybe that's not something we see as much in Brattleboro. I think that, people are still going to want to bike and walk. It's just we might see people moving to this area because they're tired of the super dense areas and they want to come here and still have kind of this downtown core that we have, but be able to do it by biking or walking. So I don't think that we'd be totally abandoning anything in the plan.
No, but I mean,
it's my thoughts.
Yeah, it stresses the notion we want people to move here, but we don't want a whole bunch of people to be building in the rural areas. We want them to be staying in our towns.
Mm-hmm.
And density is another kind of really big question to think about. I was reading an article and they talked about the whole idea of what kind of density are we talking about. There's the rich kind of density, as they're calling it, or more affluent people, where maybe some more affluent people live, where they can work remotely, they don't have to leave their apartment, they can get things delivered. But then you think about like the more poor density, like in the global south, where it's a bigger issue. There isn't sanitation like there is in other complexes, and it's like, well, how do we address outbreaks in those settings? I thought that was really interesting.
Especially too, because our poorest communities are the ones getting hit the hardest right now also.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I wonder if there's where in the planning, where does planning for hospital populations sit? I know that some Vermonters have been concerned around the influx of second homers, given that our hospitals are by and large for the local people. And I mean, how does that fit into planning?
That's not anything. I've known local or regional planners. I mean, I think it's pretty much been the hospitals and the Green Mountain Care Board. I know back in the 2008, even a little bit earlier, there was a lot of long-term care planning that came out of the state. But again, not necessarily done at the local level.
And hospitals, got very small grants for emergency preparedness from the health department. I'm sure that will change now with this experience, but.
Call from Bernie Sanders.
Sorry.
That call I got. He's inviting you to a town meeting.
I thought Bernie was going to jump on ours.
I thought Bernie was just calling me. Darn it.
No, he called me first. All right. Are we good? It's 18:45. It's 6:45. Are we good with this conversation? We want to move on to next item.
You on your phone? It's a Dr. Seuss game. Have you ever tried that Dr. Seuss game?
I'm good to move on.
Just one quick thing from me again regarding housing. There could actually be potentially to be more opportunities in affordable housing in terms of funds, because of where the market is going to be leaning in terms of there's going to be some type of housing and other types of commercial development that aren't going to be ideal anymore. So we could actually see more opportunities in housing, which is a good thing. But also, what does that housing look like? Just a thought.
Great. Welcome, Kathy.
I have a thought also. Can we add this same discussion to next month's agenda? Because I'm sure that we'll have more to talk about again in a month from now.
Yeah, absolutely. We should probably have it as a running agenda item.
And I'm really interested in seeing their webinar if that's possible. That will help me think about it.
Yeah. I will send around that link, maybe as we speak.
Tom says agreed. Okay. How are you, Kathy?
I'm okay. I'm late. Sorry.
Yeah, no worries.
It's so hard. Like, I had a hard enough time with my own schedule. Now it's like the children on Zoom meetings and, I remembered at 5:30, but by like 5:40, I forgot. So sorry.
I understand. It's all right, Kathy. I'm in the same spot.
So we are now at item G, planning values discussion based on the design for the Just City Lab. So this is going to be kind of unwieldy. So please, I'm asking your indulgence as before we start. You all got I assume you all got the PowerPoint that I sent you with the sort of basic instructions. And so I thought we could do the first two parts, which the first part, this one, the where I'm from piece, I think I said we could do it while we're talking, but I don't know necessarily if it's really going to work if we do it while we're talking. But the idea is that this point, my understanding of this is to get you to understand the relationship between the values and an actual planning process, the planning decisions that you make, because sometimes the values are sort of abstract. So in thinking about specifically your own place where you're from, where you grew up or where you live currently in Brattleboro, do we want to go through this with the idea that thinking about the relationship between the values that are present and the values that are absent as you see your own neighborhood or look back on your own neighborhood? And that way we'll get, I hope, a better understanding of the actual practical planning aspects of the values. And the values list is seriously unwieldy. And I wrote to the Just City Lab, and they oddly didn't write back to me to see whether or not they could give me a list of the values. But they didn't write back. So it's that great big poster. I can share the screen and then you can see them. Do you want to do that while you're thinking? Or did anybody get an opportunity to do their little sketch before the meeting? No, shaking heads. Okay. So I'm gonna pull this thingy up and show you the list of values, I hope. So the way to so can you make me capable of sharing my screen? Why do I have that? Oh, yes, share. So I divided the poster up into two slides so that I could see it better. So these are the big ones: acceptance, aspiration, choice, democracy, engagement, fairness, identity, mobility, power, resilience, rights, wealth, welfare. And then these are the definitions for each one. So acceptance is belonging, empathy, inclusion, reconciliation, respect, tolerance, trust. Aspiration is creative innovation, delight, happiness, hope, inspiration. Democracy, or choice, is diversity and spontaneity. Democracy is conflict, debate, protest, voice. Engagement is community, cooperation, participation, togetherness. Fairness is equality, equity, merit, transparency. Identity is authenticity, beauty, character, pride, spirituality, vitality. Mobility is access and connectivity. Power Accountability, agency, empowerment, and representation. Resilience is adaptability, durability, sustainability. Rights is freedom, knowledge, and ownership. And welfare is healthiness, prosperity, protection, safety, security. So as you're thinking about your own spot, I guess the only way we're going to do this is everybody just sort of takes a minute and thinks about their own spot, and I will leave the small slides up there with their definitions. Can everybody now see the whole thing? Great.
Is it possible to expand it a little bit more, Felicity?
Yeah. It'd be great to see the bottom, the main words again. I can only see the last few letters of each word.
Let's see, there it is. I'm gonna put them at the top and see if I can put these at the bottom. So I'm sorry, I don't have a big enough screen.
And are we doing this from the perspective of Brattleboro, or?
I don't think it actually matters, because I think in step 2, we're going to do it from the perspective of Brattleboro. But the point here is for you to get a sense of how the values operate in terms of what you know to be the case of aspects of planning. And so that when we move to our discussion about housing and density, we have a sense of what a value like transparency would mean vis-a-vis planning.
So like we're supposed to like choose one word. Is that the situation right now?
Yeah, one word that equals a value that is roughly defined as they've defined it here.
So for instance, like the one that stands out to me is resiliency. Adaptability, durability, and sustainability, especially these days in this COVID-19 world, you know, like especially with adaptability, and then sustainability, that's like what really pops out to me, at least.
Yeah, I think at this point Josh, we're looking back as the next step is to look forward. So if you can think of a place, I mean, if in your own accounting of your neighborhood, are those values present?
Not yet.
Yeah, so that I think that's the idea, is that when I'm looking at my little neighborhood, I think there were a lot of things there, but I would say none of the sustainability values were there, except for maybe durability.
So we're looking at this retrospectively, like historically.
Yeah, you're looking from your own experience. And again, I think this is really just, I mean, this is why we don't have to take as much time as they sort of suggest, because this is really to get the juices flowing and thinking about the application of the values to a planning effort, a specific planning effort.
Tom had a question. Are we choosing from the bottom big values or the many in the columns?
We're choosing from the ones in the columns that are really they're subsets of the big ones. So I mean, if you choose the big ones, then you basically get all the little ones. And yeah. I have to turn the light on.
This is really tough. It's really hard for me to think about the past right now, with the future being so uncertain.
Yeah, no, it's true. It's a difficult exercise, but this is exactly the time, because so much is going to change, to be thinking about what is really, really, really important, and something and things that you think are going to endure.
How is my mic doing this time?
Not bad. I can hear you very clearly.
Hey, great. No static?
No static.
Great. I was curious what the green big word in the middle is, because I can't see it.
Identity. This one?
Yeah.
Yeah, identity. So I wonder if I can type. No, I can't type on this. Maybe I can. Hold on.
You maybe not. Can I start
Yeah,
talking,
please.
answering the
Yes, go right ahead.
So starting with looking backwards. Oh,
Yep.
look, you can write on it. So cool. I think that for me, the town that I grew up in, the place I grew up in, was very much oriented around that big central green one identity. And I think that it had its own sense of who it was. And I think that there were definitely community members that got left out of the value because they were different. But these were values that were really important in the community that I grew up in. It was a conservative town in southern Maine.
Okay. Anybody else?
I almost agree fully with Jess on that pertaining to Brattleboro, though. You know, like out of all the columns, out of all of our choices that they've given us, I feel like those are probably, you know, the most closely related, I would say.
I can't see what I'm typing. What have I typed so far?
Identity,
Mommy,
mobility, power.
I'm gonna go like that. Resilience. So basically these are, so from left to right, this is acceptance, acceptance, aspiration, choice, democracy, engagement, fairness, identity, mobility, power, resilience. Okay, so there they are.
I can throw in a couple. I grew up in a suburban town outside of Hartford, Connecticut. Maybe around 60,000. Maybe a bit smaller than that. I'm not actually sure of the population. I think in my little world there was some of the values that I saw reflected were knowledge, access, and then I think about voice because I had a very big high school and there were lots of different people in the high school and a lot of different opportunities. So it just seemed like students had a lot of voice. But I think some of the missing, you guys had both pointed out identity. I felt like there was no authentic place in my big suburban town with strip malls and malls and all the other stuff. And there wasn't really respect amongst the various groups of people. And I think representation was missing.
I can't see the chat box, so if Tom types in, will somebody read it?
Yeah, he hasn't entered anything yet. I just checked. This is Kate. I can speak to the town where I grew up in was in southern Connecticut, was extremely wealthy, a suburb of New York City. So for me, the big ones would be identity, mobility, and power were most prevalent where I grew up. But most of the it was predominantly. Hang on, hon. It was predominantly populated by single father earning the money on Wall Street and mom home with the kids kind of place with a lot of new McMansions in Rose, where I grew up. So yeah, identity, mobility, and power. And it was, I never felt like I fit in because I was a very odd child. So it was identity, like, you know, along one very narrow track, which is one of the things I embrace about being very different about Brattleboro is there's a lot more acceptance of different sorts of identities here.
Yeah, Kate, I agree. I also grew up in a town outside the little suburb of New York. Well, actually, more New Haven, Connecticut, but same thing. Identity, safety, and power and mobility were present, but it was a very white community, so diversity was missing, and I would also say equity. Compared to where I lived in Seattle before I moved to Connecticut, where I lived in the neighborhood area that had a little bit more diversity, and you know, 98% of the kids weren't white. It was more, I think, like a 70-30 or something like that. But still, the contrast you could definitely see. And you know, if someone being in that community, it was more of that very conservative, we are who we are kind of vibes.
I can talk about the town I grew up in, which was an industrial town, about 18,000 in Western Pennsylvania, outside of Pittsburgh. And like what others have said, I think identity was a big focus, safety, security. It was prosperous. Most people, most people's fathers worked at two, you know, steel mill and Pullman Standard, and so people had stability, you know, and I think my perception of poverty was pretty much when there wasn't a man in the house and it was the mother by herself raising children. Those seemed like the folks that were poorest. But anyway, that's just a kid's perspective. There was no diversity whatsoever. There was really, I think, an active attempt to try to keep African Americans from moving from Pittsburgh into our county. And I think that well, I don't know if there was a real entrenched power structure. There could have been. I was really happy to get out of there when I was 18 and didn't move back, but
Kathy, have you said yours?
No, I really struggle with this because I think partly I don't know if my brain just doesn't think like this. And I'm also, you know, it was hard to see, so I actually downloaded it from the website. And I feel like if you look at the big word, some of them might apply, but not all the things that are the little words that are with them apply. So slicing and dicing a little bit. I mean, I would say, so I grew up in Point Pleasant, New Jersey, a beach town in New Jersey, and there was definitely an identity aspect. But I honestly feel like, you know, I left when I was 17 and I don't actually have any awareness of what the town was like. You know, I mean, it was white, it was somewhat working class. I think it felt safe. I don't know how I would characterize it. You know, in a lot of these like descriptions, I kind of feel like I really just don't have any idea, you know. Little diversity, probably not tolerant. I don't know. I feel like I can parse this out in the smaller words, the smaller things, as opposed to how they've lumped them together. In the big ones, easier.
Yeah, I think the smaller words are actually more helpful. Plus, they have the definitions, although the definitions also, like I would describe my neighborhood as under togetherness. But then when I look at the small print, it says a sense of solidarity within and across populations. And I think, I mean, my small town of Amherst, Massachusetts, was not diverse at all. So there was not, it's a sense of solidarity and then period, no within and across populations. So do we want to, I mean, we've got a good sense of these things now. Do we want to move to the, oh wait, Tom, yes, Tom. I can't see the chat, so. Andrew,
Why are
can
you
you-
upside down?
This is Kate. I can read it.
Okay, great.
So from Tom, for the suburban middle class town where I grew up, it seems that there was a valuing of aspiration, mobility, and identity. But like Prudence said, that's my kid's perspective. My memory is of strong valuing of career and conformity and materialism. Sounds similar to what Prudence and Andrew and myself said, interestingly.
Very, very interesting. I'm sorry that that we can't, I mean, I'm writing some of them down, but I guess we're gonna record this, so. What about the ones that we're missing, Tom? Did you say?
Tom said to give him some time to write it, please.
I find it so interesting that so many of us are reflecting that we came from a community that was very, what was the word that he used? Conforming or white or suburban or middle, like feeling middle class, feeling like, and that we all ended up in Brattleboro. And I wonder if there is a difference that we saw in Brattleboro that drew us here, or if there is some sort of aspiration that we all sort of may have around what we think Brattleboro is and means.
Yeah, that's an interesting question. Well, I think we'll get to that next.
Tom said what was lacking was acceptance, democracy, and engagement.
Wow. Okay, so turning to the next one. Now this is going to get really hard because, oh no, it's not going to get really hard. It'll be fine. So the next one is you all take, there's the charge of the Planning Commission. For your enjoyment, that's a view of the city of Florence taken from Giotto's Campanile. Oh, it's down there, sorry. Okay, so the next step is to figure out what we as the Planning Commission think are the key, and we're supposed to come down, we're supposed to get 10 values that we want to use as we address the zoning changes in the denser neighborhoods, as we talked about 2 meetings ago, I believe, when we were talking about zoning. So here they all are. And you guys will just call out and I can type in just like I did with the other one, or I can circle the ones and then we'll see, then we'll have a conversation to see if we can get it down to 10.
And this is what we're aspiring to have?
Yeah, these are the values that we think we want to be utilizing as we do our work on zoning.
And this is current. This isn't where we grew up.
No, this is current. This is Brattleboro. This is our work in Brattleboro.
I apologize for my confusion. I'm not really understanding this exercise, but I think I'm following along a little bit better now.
Okay, good.
I'll vote for belonging.
All right, you're gonna have to tell me where it is.
Oh, it's up here. Oh, it's above acceptance. First one above acceptance. I love that little pen.
Yeah, isn't that cool? You guys
I'd
can
like to
just
put out ownership.
Tom said he likes vitality.
I like
where oh, there's vitality.
I like inspiration. Yeah, top right.
Yeah, got it.
So this is for the densely developed neighborhoods. It will be possible with our new designation. Is that true?
Yep.
I would say connectivity then.
Connectivity.
Under mobility.
Whoops.
Can I change mine?
No, you can do
add
more.
one.
Does that pen erase?
You can add one.
Yeah, you can add one.
Because diversity on the rightish.
On the right. There it is. Yeah, under choice. Okay. So we have one.
Kate also said.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, Kate said also diversity and equality.
So we're going to put 2 marks around diversity. And can somebody point out where equality is?
Yeah, right, man. Where is equality?
It says
I'd vote for equity.
Equity.
Right above equality.
I want to include something under resilience, but I'm not sure which one is the right one.
Does anybody want to help out with that? I'm going to turn off my mic because the phone is ringing.
I would say sustainability or adaptability.
Yeah, of the ones under resilience, I vote for sustainability. We've talked about that a lot in planning. I think that's a pretty important value to folks in Brattleboro.
Do we have to choose one of those, or could we just choose resilience?
I don't know. I don't make the rules.
Well, for my vote, I think sustainability is what I would want to go with. Both for the sustainability coordinator and the fact that the word can mean lots of different things.
Yeah, I think the next step of this is going to have to be that we're going to actually have to define, once we've narrowed down our list, we then have to define what we mean by it. Because
Tom also said happiness.
I think it's fascinating that we have not chosen anything under democracy or engagement, and and they seem to be really important in our process with the downtown plan.
Oh, I need the
I agree. I was struggling with which one under engagement to pick.
How about cooperation?
How about togetherness? I mean, I feel like cooperation is like there's more love in togetherness. Like togetherness implies cooperation. Maybe.
Okay, erase cooperation. I go with togetherness. I like that.
Yeah, I agree with what Kathy said. I think you can be together, but you don't have to agree on things. Like part of togetherness is accepting disagreement. So I like that.
Okay, that gives us 11. I mean, if we, the question is, how many of these do we actually think we can get? Or do we want them all? Can the person who picked ownership explain?
That was Jess.
Just, well, why did you pick ownership?
I think not only literal ownership, creating opportunities to have homes that are owned by people, but also owning the process, owning the changes. And I guess that is sort of part of the engagement piece as well. To me, if people can say, I agree to that, or I put my name on that, or I voted for that, or they will own the change. But I also think that it's important to allow for owners' self-direction in this new zoning and owner's choice. I think that was a big part of what we were talking about, opening up the change and restrictions.
Right. Yeah. So maybe it's helpful for people to actually explain what they meant, and then we'll have it recorded so that because ideally what we'll do is we'll type these up, and so when we sit down, we'll have these in front of us when we sit down to look at the zoning changes. But it will be helpful to have the descriptors next to them, so that we don't have to remind ourselves what we meant when we put it down. Is that okay, Sue, if we do it that way? And then this is all being recorded, so we can type it up. So does somebody want to define belonging?
Wow. I suggested that one. I think it's like sense of place and feeling comfortable and safe and included.
Okay, cool. Inspiration?
Just one more thought on belonging. I wonder if there's something in there about allowing for people to make it, I guess that's ownership as well, but make it their own, or make it designed or shaped or laid out so that they feel like they are allowed to express themselves and be themselves and are accepted for that within this, whatever structure it is. Belonging.
Huh. Okay.
I chose inspiration, and I sort of really want to erase that one now. Because I also I went ahead and chose diversity too. I'm not sure if I'm the first person to choose diversity or not. But for me, what that means is a healthy community is a diverse community, and not just, race. That it's also class. It's also like a diverse business community. Diversity for me is like such a big, all-encompassing word, and it's really, really important for a really healthy community, for a healthy town. So that's why I'm way more excited about the word diversity than inspiration. So I don't know if we're trying to dwindle the list down, but if we are, inspiration can definitely go.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if we, I mean, the Just City, they suggest 10, because I guess 10 is sort of workable in planning purposes, but I mean, if you want to jettison it, it was your choice, we can get rid of it. Who chose, Tom chose happiness. It's on the chat. Somebody want to read it?
I can. I chose
So
vitality.
Tom wrote,
Oh, okay. Tom wrote, I chose vitality because it brings to my mind an image of the neighborhood development promoting community vitality, vibrancy, liveliness. For happiness, simply that the built environment should aim to promote, nurture people's enjoyment of life.
Great. Connectivity.
I was thinking kind of literally just that, you know, we want to make sure that that new development is has good connection, you know, sidewalks, streets, whatever, good sidewalks for sure. But anyway, good connection to the rest of the town. I took it really literally.
Yeah, I mean, can I add to your definition, Prudence, and just say that it might also be that we want people to be connected virtually as well. I mean, like we want all of the future planning to include all sorts of electronic capacity for every community. I mean, that would certainly benefit us a great deal if everybody had high-speed internet right now.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I wonder if I could just add that we know in Brattleboro that there's a lot of single households, and so connectivity can be more than just the physical or infrastructure, but it can also be the human connection. Do you need to put an accessory dwelling unit or another unit on? Are you going to have this little co-created community because you're looking for those connections as you age? Or you're at different life cycles? Maybe that's going too far, but just throw that out there for your consideration.
Yeah, that's good. Equity and equality.
Equality was me. This is Kate. I picked equality because if you know, if any of my fellow citizens of Brattleboro aren't free or being treated equally, then I'm not really either. You know, I think that everybody has to be for everyone to really be free and really be a full citizen of the town and be able to have all, you know, the advantages they deserve.
And similarly, equity, I think, is the conditions, the existence of conditions that permit, you know, full participation and opportunity for everyone.
And we got a definition of togetherness, right? Because Kathy defined that. I haven't added one. Can I add one? I mean, I feel like I have to do something under something having to do with aesthetics. So I would put creative innovation, just because it seems to me that we have to be thinking about the built environment, at least, as contributing to our aesthetic pleasure. And for me, at least, that can be construed under the notion of creative innovation. So I guess I would say that in the design of built space. So it's not just buildings, but also space. So I'm going to circle that. Oops, made myself a little paw. So I'm cognizant of the time, Kate, because I know you need to go, and it's we got 4 minutes before it's 7:30. Are we feeling pretty good about this? We do want to keep going, or are we ready to call it a night?
I'm interested in what the next steps would be after this.
Mommy, this is about learning.
Well, the next steps after this is that we actually approach, we look at the zoning and we actually try to do some work and see whether or not in the decisions that we make and the regulations that we write, if we can have these, all of these exist within it so that we actually plan for diversity, creative innovation, happiness, belonging, ownership, sustainability, connectivity, vitality, equity, equality, and togetherness.
Is there either some sort of rubric that we can then apply to the work that we're doing, or are there recommendations to specifically in zoning work to apply certain values to the work of zoning or rezoning?
I'm sure there are. I mean, this exercise, there's a next step of this exercise, but I didn't think we were going to have time to do it. So I didn't read up on it, and there seems to be a fault in the PDF that they have, because one of them is the exact same as the other, is the one we've just done, but the worksheet is different, so it's confusing as to how you're actually supposed to do it. But the three-step process is reflect, align, and then actually generate. So actually start to do the planning where you figure out how to make planning decisions that would bring about these values. And I believe that's what you're supposed to do in step 3. But again, I haven't heard back from the Just City Lab. I can email them again, or I can call them and say, we would like some assistance in moving to step 3. But we wouldn't be able to do that tonight. You're all quiet.
It's the silence of consent, I think.
Was there?
Okay. So does that mean we're the next step? I mean, I think we could probably do step 3 in advance. I mean, right before we get into the zoning discussion. It may be, I mean, it's going to be hard. I would imagine it's going to be hard because we applying values to actual zoning decisions should be challenging, I would imagine. But it seems like we ought to do it within the context of having the zoning material in front of us, as opposed to speculating on how we might do it. Okay. People can see your screen. I want to unscreen. How do I unshare my screen?
I think that sounds, I think it's fine. I guess one of the things I'm thinking is that there's all these things that we didn't circle, and it makes me feel a little nervous to actually try to have the conversation. Like, to a certain extent, this is an experiment. And, I would want to, I don't want to apply the experiment to one small piece of the overall zoning work, right? So I think if you're comprehensively going over our zoning and then we chose to actually work through this fully, that would be one thing. It seems almost unfair to me to take this as kind of an experiment and then apply it to this one aspect of our zoning conversation when it hasn't been applied to anything else. and it's also like there's other words in here that, you know, I'm sort of thinking, well, are we leaving that out, or are we, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know, access or, so I'm just voicing my slight bit of maybe confusion and or discomfort with like putting the lens over this one piece of our work without it having been applied all along, or understanding how we might apply it in the future, you know?
I agree with that too. Go ahead, Sue.
Well, what I wanted to say is, I mean, I hear what you're saying. I think zoning is kind of this weird beast to begin with. But what I think that this provides Andrew and I guidance in, okay, you've picked out these words, and when we're doing our work and we're making choices, we're going to be able to defend it, the work that we present to you, and that ultimately you might end up suggesting onto the select board in these terms that these are the values that we were looking at when we were looking at these denser housing districts. I mean, if we were doing this out in a rural part of town, there might be some different words. I don't know. I mean, I feel comfortable with it enough that, you know, moving forward and kind of the things that you would be looking for us to come up with in the zoning, if that makes sense to you. But
when we first talked about this, it was because I went to this show in New York City that had all of these different, or not, there were 4 different projects, planning projects, inner city planning projects that had been done by 4 different design labs using this system. And I think I mentioned that on the Just City Lab site, there are videos that show they show the whole process. So they show the values that they chose, that the planning group chose to apply to that particular situation. And then they go through and show how each decision underpins the value. And I think if you watch those videos, you'll understand how I think when we originally started talking about this, we were talking about sort of large scale values that we would always apply. But I think as I read more about it, I thought, well, it's true that different situation requires different values. And it's not to say that the things that are not circled are jettisoned. So obviously access is, I mean, we're legally bound to have accessibility. So there are some things that are always going to be there. But we might, in a particular neighborhood, we might choose one thing to stress over another. And then presumably there are going to be some of these that we are always going to circle. And I also think this is, if we have to start somewhere, so we're starting with this. And we can change it or undo it as we go along.
Just to add to that, Felicity, I agree. Like as a planner, like when I'm problem solving or coming up with something that involves something that's affecting people, I'm always going to have like a social justice lens, just because those are my personal values as a planner, and I want to make sure they're applied. So when you're talking about things that may be missing, like access or whatever else, I'm just looking at these values and saying, well, how can that be also included in something like diversity or belonging? Because I'm already going to be thinking about that, especially when we're talking about certain areas like the more dense areas near downtown.
So does that make you feel better, Kathy, and Josh, or no?
Yes, what the 3 of you have just said definitely makes me feel a lot better. When you first approached us with this, you know, it was like it's still a really good idea, but last month or a couple months ago when you first brought it to us, I was way more excited about it. I'm less excited about it because it'd be awesome to be able to participate with you guys doing this all in the same room, you know, instead of like awkward social distancing, you know, from our personal houses, you know, over our computers. Like, I think I would understand it a little bit more. I would understand what's going on a little bit more if we could do this normally, like as a group in a room together. So I'm wondering if we want to hold off on this until things normalize. I don't want to crush or squash, the work that you've done already at all, though. And what Andrew and Sue are saying about using this as a tool to help them navigate, to help them with their jobs, I think that's fantastic. If that's what we're doing here, then we should just keep pressing forward and keep doing it. So I feel good about it.
I agree with you on the notion that it's obviously designed as a physical exercise where you get up, you walk around, you have small conversations as you're putting your Post-it notes on each thing. And without that, it's clearly it's not as much fun, and it also doesn't generate the ideas that it clearly would spontaneously when we would all be in the same room together.
Exactly. I also saw this as a tool to get to know each one of you better too. So that's part of my excitement for it back then. Right now though, like my mind is just so focused on the future and COVID-19 and protecting this community and helping businesses, that this sort of practice right now, to me, like, I don't want to sound offensive or mean, but I feel like this isn't like the best use of our time right now. 6 months from now, this could be fantastic. But again, I don't want to crush the work that we've done so far, especially what you've done, to get us this far into this.
Okay, so what should we do now? Call it a day?
Keep moving forward.
Okay, I mean, this is we've sort of wrapped up what it is that we wanted to do today. And I don't know if Kate is still here or if Kate has left.
I'm still here. Kate's here.
Okay. So we'll meet next month, same deal. And we'll have these typed up and we can either continue to move forward with them or we can postpone depending upon the situation that we find ourselves in a month from now.
Will we go back to the first Monday of the month timing?
Yes, now that we've got the open meeting law set up and we've got BCTV set up, yes, we'll go back to our regular meeting time. Is that okay for you, Prudence? No answer.
Prudence, you're on mute.
Yes, that works.
Okay, great. Okay, so do I have a motion to adjourn?
This is Kate. I'll make a motion to adjourn.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
All those in favor, raise your hands. Is everybody's hand raised? I only see 3 people. I'm going to assume when the motion passes, we are adjourned.
Unanimous.
Yep.
Thanks,
Okay.
everybody.
Thank you all. Take care.
Thank you. Thanks, everybody.
Thanks, guys. Bye-bye.
Hey, everybody. Can you hear me? Hello, Ken, you're shaking your head. Thank you. I got Ken, Dana, West, Mark. We have Austin and Brian from BCTV. We have Dana West, Lori Langevin is our assistant business manager. At Leland and Gray, we have myself, Bill Antone, and Lori Garland. And I think Beth from Wyndham was on somewhere. Hey, Dana and Mark, can you mute your mics for me? Anji is coming in. Oh, I gotta use my, this is not a touch screen. Anji, are you there?
Hi,
Hey, how are you?
I'm doing okay. How are you?
Good. So we're gonna ask everybody to mute themselves.
Okay.
Emily, how are you? Oh, I got a minute. Emily, are you joined us? Hello?
Hello. Hello.
Hi, Emily. Are you there?
I had to unmute myself. This is usually I'm on Zoom, so I'm trying to figure this one out.
Okay, so after you unmuted yourself, we're going to ask you to mute yourself again.
Got it.
Peter Barris? Peter Barris, can you hear me? Wants to join the meeting. HI. Who's that?
There it is. Hello.
Hey, Peter, how are you?
Hey, man. We're good. I don't know if you can see me, but you can hear me. Let's see.
I can hear you.
Let's see me.
Hi, Peter. Hey, if you could mute your mic for us.
Will do.
I see Al joined us. Dana, can you mute yourself, please?
Try.
Okay. Who's David H? David. Oh, from Marlboro. David, you're here? Can you hear us? Joe Winrich is here.
I am.
I don't see Dan MacArthur. I see Al Clausen. I see Joe. Hi, Joe. Who's a cookie? Oh. Lisa Harris. Lisa Harris is Marlboro. I'm sorry. Lisa Harris, are you there? Gilson, Leanne Gilson. No, Leanne Gilson, are you there? Thank you. If you could mute yourself, please. Thank you. You did. Peter and Beth. Peter and Beth McDonald is on. Lisa Harris. Somebody said Dan MacArthur is on.
I'm on. I don't see myself. I believe that I've signed in, so it may come up soon.
Okay, I hear you, Dan, so you're there. How about Doug? Dan or David?
Yeah, Doug had to take a leak, but he'll be here when he's done.
Okay, is he with you?
No, he's home.
Oh, I wondered how you knew that.
Well, we just finished our previous meeting.
Okay. Thank you, Dan. Hey, if you could mute your mic, I would appreciate it, sir. Is Rick from River Valleys on anywhere? Doug did join me up. I see Doug Korb. Hi, Doug. How are you?
Rich, I'm on.
Who's this?
Beth McDonald.
Yep, I got you, Beth.
I'm on, Rich. This is Mike Foley.
Mike? Okay, so West River, all your West River people are here.
Bill, you're too close to Rich.
You have to help me be technologically.
I saw that too.
Hey, is Allison from Stratton on? Or Rick Thorpe from River Valleys? Okay, so we have 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We have 13 people. If I miss you, let me know. But what I see is I have Joe, Emily, Al, Mike, Ken, and Leanne from West River. I have Angie and Beth from Wyndham. Marlboro, I have, pardon?
It's Antia.
Angia, okay. I'm going to always say it wrong, so you keep correct. And then from Marlboro, I have Dan, Doug, and David as the voting members, and I have Liza as a member. Celine Romo.
There should only be 2 voting members, correct?
You have, oh yeah, there's only 2 voting members, you and Doug, right?
Me and Dan.
Yeah, you are Doug, you and Dan, okay.
Yeah, Doug and Doug.
And then from River Valleys, I have myself and Mark. And then we also have 2 people from BCTV, Austin and Brian. Dana West was a non-voting member from West River. I know he was having trouble muting himself. I don't know if he's still there. We have Peter Barris, who's going to be recording secretary. We have Lori Garland and Bill Antone up here with me, and then Lori from the central office. Is there anybody I missed? Okay, so if you have, so we're asking everybody to mute themselves. If you're on by phone, I guess you have to press *6 and just say you have a question. If you're on computer and you want to ask a question, you can unmute yourself and then we'll be able to see you and we'll recognize you. It's, I guess some of you, Joe, you've run a couple meetings like this, so it's not impossible, but bear with me because I still have my flip phone. So if you guys are ready, we'll get going. Doug Cord needs to mute. Doug, can you mute yourself?
I can't find the button. You can mute me.
We don't know how to do it. So it's not just me. So I think we got everybody covered who's here. If I see somebody else come in, we'll recognize them when we go there. The first thing we had.
Rich,
go ahead, Joe.
You should be able to mute them by clicking on their name and then just muting them, because as the organizer, you're in control.
Okay, well, Bill and I got to get close.
It's right next to pin.
Doug figured it out. Good job, Doug. Okay. So the first thing we have is correspondence. So the first thing on the correspondence, everybody should have gotten the cabinet report from Bill. And unless, I don't want to go through it or read it or make Bill rehash it, but if anybody has any questions or any comments, can they let us know? Okay, hearing none. We have a couple letters that I want to read that came into WCSU. The first one's dated March 17th, 2020. And it's addressed to the WCSU board. With the pandemic on our hands, we, the undersigned, would like the WCSU to adopt a policy that allows all hourly employees to be paid for the duration of the school year, regardless of whether school is in session. As teachers who are on salary, we are distressed that the WCSU would only pay hourly employees if they chose to come into work. All of us are doing what we can to take care of our students, each other, our families, and our community. The best thing we can do is to take this pandemic as seriously as possible. We should be doing what our surrounding districts are doing, not being in the building as much as possible. We should be in our homes practicing social distancing. We will do everything we can to interact with students and their families virtually and support them during their time away from school. Of course, we all do our best to serve the students in our community. The hourly employees are not taking advantage of the situation by staying home. Currently, they are having to make a choice between getting a paycheck or being a responsible citizen by social distancing. We would all rather be working with our students and fulfilling our contracts in the traditional and expected way. However, we are in a pandemic and flexibility of expectations is a must. Please take this pandemic seriously. Please take the federal government's request seriously to limit gatherings of 10 people. Please allow all employees to go home, stay home, take care of themselves, and be creative in how they communicate with their classes and their students. Slowing the pandemic should be the first priority. Or second priority should be helping our community feel calm, supported, safe, and engaged at home. Governor Phil Scott has called for all school employees to be paid during this closure. The hourly employees are our most financially vulnerable adults on our staff. We should not be asking them to choose between their health and work. We have a moral and ethical obligation to take care of them in this time of crisis. Please take the necessary steps to be the kind leaders we know you can be. Please allow all employees to work from home in the capacity they are able and pay them to ensure that they will be able to weather the economic fallout of the public health crisis. Michelle Bostrom, Pat Brandley, Fiona Creed Chevalier, Jenna Colacino, Brian Cuttings, Suzanne Alf, Suzanne Gunther Moore, Michael McKinney, Jason Gragan, Heather Sperling, Joyce Van Tamlin, and Kate Pullman. I was notified of this letter, and the following day, it's actually dated the 21st, we got a follow-up letter. And again, it's to the WCSU board. As a follow-up to our last letter sent to you on March 17, 2020, we'd like to offer this. The COVID-19 pandemic has caused an environment of unique and continually changing circumstances and directives. Since the last letter was crafted, we feel that the potential issue of our educational support staff being required to go into the school building and other public places in order to receive their hourly pay has been resolved. We believe that our district staff, teachers, and leaders are doing the best they can at responding to these rapid changes in our communities and workplaces. We also realize the importance of working as a team in order to ensure continued learning for our students during our school's dismissal. We'd like to thank our superintendent, Bill Anton, for his positive leadership. He has had a proactive approach while making important decisions in response to the ever-changing directives coming from our governor and the Vermont Department of Education. Thanks to our other district leaders as well as you, our board, for leading the WCSU in a responsive way that ensures the health and well-being of our community during this time. And this one was signed, I believe, by all the same people. So everybody is aware the Department of Education is giving guidance about hourly employees, and the Wyndham Central received an email. So I just want to read that email. And it's all hourly employees will be paid their regular hours per order of Governor Scott until at least April 6, 2020. Hourly employees are expected to report to work. This is worked out with their supervisor as to how and when. Any hourly employee who chooses not to accept their work assignment must use sick personal time and fill out an exemption form to be kept confidentially on file in the HR office. They should scan the form directly to the person at Wyndham Central. If hourly employees who choose not to accept the work assignment run out of sick personal time, they will still receive a check until at least 4/6/2020. Further guidance will be released at that time. It's important to know that we receive new information hourly and the guidance can change. We will update you as more information comes in concerning labor challenges arise. And this is just for the WCSU people and the West River people that are under contract, non-certified contract that this letter was about. So we will also have an executive session at the end of the meeting to talk about some specifics on specific issues that can't be discussed in public. So those were the 2 letters we received. Is there any discussion on those? Are we all set to move on then?
We're set to move on. Thank you.
Okay. That's the one thing that's a little hard with this. I can't tell what everybody's doing. I know some of you are sitting at home drinking a beer. Number 4 was review and revise agendas may be advisable. Because the West River elections haven't occurred, we felt, and I discussed this with Al and Emily and Bill, we felt it didn't make sense to reorganize until the West River elections happened, because I believe there is a contested race. So I hope nobody has an issue with that. And the next thing, on to old business. And we had the waiting study updates. And this was kind of, I had been in there as a placeholder before the pandemic got really bad, or before we were staying apart. So my understanding is there hasn't been a lot of discussion about this in legislature. I don't know if anybody has any comments or thoughts or concerns about it, but I thought I'd leave it in there in case there was anything going on that anybody was aware of. So does anybody have any comments, questions, thoughts about that? Oh, you have to put it in the chat if you want to, and then you can unmute yourself. So moving on then, I guess the SU boundaries, again, this was just a placeholder. And if everybody remembers, there was a paper written proposed statewide plan in June 1st of 2018 and talked about redoing the district boundaries for the supervisory union. And the Board of Ed has some ability to just do that based on recommendations of the Commissioner of Education. So that, again, is just a placeholder. We're not aware of anything happening, but yes, we are. Laura Sibilia has just joined the meeting too. Okay, so under new business, we have school updates. So I don't know if anybody has any updates or anything they'd like to talk about, but Marlboro, Doug, or your group, do you have anything that you'd like to comment on? Yep. Hey, Dan.
Yes, I agree with Doug. He chats in saying nothing of note. I think Wayne has done a terrific job of organizing the people working at the school, but really nothing to report. We're muddling our way through this like everybody else, I imagine.
Hey, Dan, while we've got you unmuted, between you and Mark, is there anything from VSBA going on that we should be aware of?
You know, Mark, you can weigh in on this also, but they also are in crisis mode, essentially. They're just trying to keep people up to date with what's happening one place or another. They essentially have said all legislation may as well be on hold until God knows when. They're trying to pass legislation now that makes it possible, for example, for West River to hold its upcoming elections and things like that. So crisis mode, both at VSBA and at the legislature. Unless you've seen anything else, Mark, I think they're just trying to keep us up to date, but there is no incentive to move forward whatsoever.
Yeah, I've got nothing to add to that.
Okay, thank you, Mark. Thank you, Dan. There's nobody here from Stratton, so we'll skip over that. And Wyndham, Beth, or who's it? Oh, Antia is the chair. Do you have anything you'd like to throw out there?
Yeah, I just had to find the unmute button. Yes, so here I am, the chair now. Wyndham's budget did not pass, as you probably all well know. And there is a tentative date to revote on the budget, which we have changed and brought significantly down for April 18th. So that is still in somehow, it's very unsure whether or not this meeting or this vote will happen. We had tentatively thought of having it outdoors, but with the governor's order that there shouldn't be any congregation more than 10 people. So we don't know yet if there's a possibility to do it by Australian ballot or whether or not the vote has to be postponed. So however, even if we don't have a vote or if the budget gets voted out or not voted at all, the state would mandate a budget for 87% of last year's budget. And so in knowing that, the Wyndham board just recently, actually last week, signed the teachers' contracts. We had down to just having Mickey Parker Jennings as our only teacher, being supported by Sarah Wunderly. I'm not quite sure how to pronounce her last name. Anyway, so the two of them, with the aid of services from the WCSU, will be teaching the Wyndham School for this coming year, which was approved by the superintendent, and we're very excited about that option and to have brought the budget down to below the penalty threshold. So that's where Wyndham is at right now, so we're all kind of in limbo. Beth, I don't know if you have anything to add to that. That's pretty much the news from Wyndham. Hearing nothing, I think I'm going to mute myself again. Is that okay?
Yes, thank you.
Does anyone?
I'm good. Yeah, thank you. I'm totally behind you.
If I can add one thing while I'm still unmuted, since Laura is here right now, Laura Sebelius, I wonder if she has anything to add to the dating study, if we can sneak that in or at some other time, because she's here now and she's very involved in that topic. So if at some point we might ask her to comment on what may be happening on that waiting study front, that would be really great. Thank you so much.
So what I was going to do, if it's okay with everybody, is under River Valleys. I was going to let Laura speak on behalf of River Valleys as to what's going on, and then I thought she could cover the waiting study too, if nobody objects. I see, Doug, you try to type something in. Were you trying to get a point across, or?
No, Rich, I was just trying to share with Anjay that the Secretary of State just issued budget revote instructions, so she should read that. I tried to post them, but she said it basically says if you're facing a revote of your budget, there's no time frame in election law in which the budget revote must be held. So there's an email that came out from VSBA today she should read.
Okay, and Bill was shaking his head like he just got it, so I'm sure we'll get that out to Wyndham, and I think that's important, probably West River also. So, Laura, are you there? Can you unmute yourself?
Hello.
So can you do a report on what's happening at River Valleys, and also we had the waiting study earlier just before you signed on, so I thought we'd let you kind of talk about River Valleys and then talk about the waiting study.
Yes, I'm going to try and pull the pieces of River Valleys out of my head. Because I'm trying to remember the last time that we met. I think we met in person the last time we met, right?
Yeah, it was the middle of March. It was our last regular March meeting.
Yeah, and I think we had some discussions about connectivity. We were talking, of course, that's the thing that sticks in my head. And some staffing changes, hiring of some staff. Oh, look, there's two things. And I think I don't know if there's anything else pertinent that I should put in there. We did talk about the waiting study and the town of Dover's focus on that and thoughts on that. Here's what I would have to say about that. I think right now, with all of the uncertainty, we're looking at what I've been hearing legislative leaders say is we need to be looking at budgets in the, maybe 3 to 4 month time frame, and perhaps coming back and doing another budget until we get a sense of the revenues. There is testimony that is taking place in both education and Ways and Means with regards to the yield, and I think that is definitely worthy of looking at. I think we need to remember that sales tax, all of the sales tax goes into the education fund, so I think we're not clear on what is going to happen there. With regard to the waiting study, I think it would be inappropriate right this minute to try and be as forceful as I had intended, but the Senate did take action. I think we'll get some pretty significant pushback on doing anything with the wait. It would be my intention that to let a 3-month, I don't know how we would do a 3-month yield. So it would definitely be my intention to try and push for some of the Senate's language, which I, prior to this found to be completely, really, well, not completely, but really unacceptable. It's just looking for a study to come back next year. But it feels like we need to take some action to acknowledge that we had an inequity going, and this situation now is exacerbating it. I've been spending most of my days this week on the connectivity issue. And so that's another highlight for all of us on rural and poor students and the inequities they're facing. So I don't think we can, I think we have to monitor, watch what's going on. I mean, it's great. If you haven't been on the legislative website, you can, all of the hearings are now streamed on YouTube. So you can literally go, if you're bored or lying awake at night and fretting, you can go dial up at 1 a.m. And if you have connectivity, you can dial up at 1 a.m. and look at the YouTube video for the hearing that was had. So short-term pause. Yeah, Doug, I agree, Doug. It's this, but I think so many things are being highlighted right now. And I also think this whole situation is going to, there's no way this situation is not going to radically change how we think about education in the state. So,
Or can you just say what Doug said too, so everybody, maybe somebody missed it?
Doug said, here, something along those lines. Here, this situation is only going to worsen the inequity.
Okay. Is there any questions or anybody wants to make a comment?
See that, Rich?
I'm sorry, what?
There's a chat window that can be opened up and you can see where people are commenting.
Well, I could just make a quick comment, Laura. I don't want to take up too much time, but I just feel like any relief packages that the state's thinking about might factor this in. Could it not? In a change? I mean, in terms of at least the towns that are going to be, the districts that are known to have been, basically, underfunded for 20 years. I mean, why would?
So here's what I would say. I'm gonna interrupt you just because right now the whole legislature is operating remotely. So, and I don't know if Emily's on or not, but it's my sense from the messages that we've been getting from the speaker that it's her intention. We're also going to be voting and debating remotely. And I want you to think about trying to manage that conversation, those of you who have witnessed debate in the House for 150 people virtually. And so it's my sense that we're going to be going real slow, and anything that is contentious is not going to be taken up, which is why I'm suggesting we would have to at least point to the Senate legislation. That does not mean that towns cannot act, in terms of trying to seek some legal remedy. But I think we were going to have a floor fight on this. That's what was going to happen in the House. We were going to have a floor fight, between the folks that were going to have their taxes go up and the folks that weren't. It's just not going to happen that we're not going to have a floor fight anytime soon. If this drags on and we're doing remote voting in the fall, and we're, good at online debate, it's possible. And I do see that Emily's on there. She may want to give some more insight in terms of, I don't know if you want to get into this, in terms of what the speaker is talking about in terms of bills that are going to come forward.
Emily, did you want to comment?
I'll just quickly say that there's nothing that I would dispute with what Laura's saying. I would also just add that we have not actually even authorized remote voting for the body yet. We've only authorized remote voting for committees. So the body still, the Senate, it's easier for the Senate with 30 people to do the training that it takes to do remote voting, and they're on the process. So are we. We're trying to do it by committee, trying to understand what the process is. There are a lot of 150 people who need to be comfortable with it before we're even going to take it up. And it has been pretty challenging to get there. But I will say that I expect it within, if we're lucky, within the next couple of weeks, to be able to hold a vote as to whether we can even vote by the body. So I just wanted to clarify that we're not actually even there yet. We have not done that process yet. And it's a big deal. There are a lot of people reaching out to me saying, I have no clue. You can't do this. And people are very, very concerned as well about taking up any legislation of any kind that doesn't directly impact health and economy of the impacts of this horrible disease we're dealing with right now. So it's a fine path that needs to be walked, and I don't know what we'll take up, but the body in the end will decide. We have to get to a place where we're ready to vote remotely to do it, because we can't get together in any other way. So
the only other thing that I would add, Rich, is I just want to reassure everyone that's on this call that there is absolutely zero chance that I am letting this go. I think we have to, and I don't expect anyone on this call will be. I think we just have to take a breath and get through this immediate moment.
And Al Clausen made a comment, and I don't know if everybody can see it, but he 100% agrees that something should be part of the relief package. So maybe just some consideration. And while we have you two, if I could just indulge the group for one more second, is there a big issue with connectivity? Do any of the schools have that as an issue? I know we do a little bit in Dover and some places in Wardsboro. What about the other schools, and what can we do to help with that?
So I want to jump in really quick, Emily, because we took some testimony on this. Okay.
It's your committee, Laura. You should be jumping in.
Yeah. Sorry, my dog and my son are barking. Our chairman of the Energy and Technology Committee has asked us, and Bill, I meant to reach out to you, and then also Wyndham Southwest. It would be really helpful for our committee to have some understanding if principals are able to give us some sense of how many of their students don't have access at home, can't get access at home, and how many can't afford access at home.
So Bill just handed me a note that says 83 out of 800 students have indicated they don't have access,
so 10%.
Or they don't have internet.
Yeah, 10%. And then the whole affordability issue is also really important. I will just tell folks, Consolidated had offered 2 months free for students. That came forward to me because our principal was trying to troubleshoot some 6-week installation times for some families. And so we haven't seen that get trouble. We haven't seen effective troubleshooting yet of that. So just being a little cautious there. Mark is asking if we should separate adequate access versus access. Can student participate? Here's what I think is important. First of all, if teachers are teaching online classes and students can't participate, or utilizing online resources, and students are having to park outside the school, for instance, or outside the library, that would say to me that they don't have access at home. If they could get access at home but they can't afford it, that is a different issue. So understanding both of those factors would be helpful.
We all set then, everybody? Any of the other schools that have already reported, do you have any issues with connectivity that you want to discuss, or is everybody pretty good? Okay, why don't we move on? Thank you, Lauren. Thank you, Emily. Hey, Joe from West River, you got anything you want to report out?
We're doing the same as everybody else, just slogging our way through this. We did postpone our annual meeting and budget vote and the Australian ballot for our at-large director. Right now it's set for May 5th and May 6th, but depending on how things go with coronavirus, we have another 40-day window to push it back until the end of June and still get it voted ahead of the July 1 deadline. But I had seen that email from Doug, or that Doug had shared, saying that we may even be able to go beyond that. Other than that, I think our principals and administration is doing a pretty good job. I actually got to speak with some teachers last night, and they were giving some feedback about how things are going. And I've talked to a few kids, Girl Scouts and things, because my wife is the leader, and they're getting through it. They actually miss school, which they're all surprised to hear. But it's working. It's working.
Okay, thank you, Joe. Anybody any questions for Joe? Or okay, moving right along. The audit. So Wyndham Central hires RHR Smith and Company. What we've always been told in the past is you want to look at the letter from the auditors. And if you read their 2-page letter, which was dated March 17th, it talks about planning the audit and during the audit, the comments they made. So basically, district-wide, there was they commented on I-9 compliance. While performing the audit for the above-mentioned year, it was noted that several of the I-9s that were selected for testing were either missing or not filled out correctly. It's recommended that central office review their I-9s to ensure all employees that have I-9s that they're in compliance with federal guidelines. There was an issue with the Leland and Gray year-end accounts payable. While performing the audit for the above-mentioned year-end, it was noted that there was an accounts payable posting that was posted twice. Adjustments were made to correct this posting. It is recommended the client review their year-end balance sheet to ensure that there are no duplicate postings and that all numbers are properly stated year-end. In Townsend, there's a student activity fund that was noted, and while performing the audit for the above-mentioned year-end, it was noted that there are several reimbursements made out of the student activity account to a single employee equaling approximately $14,000 over the course of the fiscal year. It is recommended that the student activities be brought into the central office in order to monitor the activity and reimbursements that are being made. And I can tell you for these 3 items, it's very minor. The first audit I remember seeing in Dover, we were 20 pages of recommendations. So I think, Lori, it's a really good indication of the good work you guys are doing. Do you want to comment to any of them, or you can talk?
Sure. So I just want to clarify that a management letter is different than a significant finding or material weakness. So none of the entities had either of those. So all three have been actually taken care of. We've had a team of people going through our I-9, so that's done. All student activities are being brought into the SU. These were accounts that for many, many years would run at school. And there still are some out there. Marlboro still has one that we'll be bringing in this year. Dover, working on that well. So we're working on those to bring them all in so that they'll follow our purchasing procedures. That's basically the main here is that it was done outside of procedure. Does anybody have any questions about that yet? Or the letter?
Okay, thank you, Lori. Also, thanks, Lori. You got to thank me too, Lori. Somebody else. Okay, so moving right along. The audit is available if anybody wants to read all, what was it, 76 pages, I think, Lori? So I didn't make copies of it, and I didn't print the whole thing, but if you want it, Lori will get it to you. Oh, no, we sent it. Oh, you sent it. Everybody should have gotten it sent to them. So moving along then, agency fund. So one of the reasons we decided to hold this meeting, one of the important ones is that several years ago we decided we used to vote the agency fund. I'm sure Dan can tell you about it back in the olden days, and Emily. We used to vote agency fund in December, and then a couple schools made a point of what if our budget doesn't become what we thought it was going to be? Should we not vote the agency fund until after town meeting? So in case there was a reduction in the budget at town meeting, the schools could adjust maybe some agency fund items. So that's kind of been the standard probably for the last 18, 20 years. So the problem is if we don't vote the agency fund by April 15th, then the central office can't issue contracts until they know that we intend to fund that. Excuse me. So that's why we had the agency fund. We had to have the meeting today to discuss agency fund. So if there, I believe, or can you mute this? I feel like I'm echoing. You are muted. Okay, so if everybody would just, if they have their agency fund paperwork, and if not, they're looking for an agency funding, $2,409,178. Everything had been discussed, should have been discussed by the administrators bring to Bill what they're looking for the year. And then it should be discussed with all the boards, so it shouldn't be anything new to any of the boards. So hopefully, if there's any questions, somebody can just unmute themselves and ask a question.
Hi, Rich. I got a question.
Go ahead, Ken.
Recently, while trying to do our last budget, a lot of townspeople were upset that the WCSU meetings pertaining to votes were not either publicized well enough or put on BCTV for them to look at. So apparently, I think in the future we should have those budget meetings televised, is a suggestion.
Okay, I thought we were recording through BCTV because I believe they're recording us tonight, or they're doing something with all our, but they're making it so that it will be available. So I think we were agreeing that I think the last couple Wyndham Central meetings we were recording, weren't we?
I believe we were in the last couple.
But I thought it went back to the budget when we were voting on the budget. I thought we were recorded for that one too.
I can't say for sure, but I'm just telling you what public concerns are.
Okay, so we'll take that. I think too is with this virus has taught us a little bit is that to get things out to people is a lot better. So hopefully, that may be something. I know at River Valleys we record all ours. Joe, nod your head. I think you guys record all your West River, right? Yeah. So I think pretty much everything is recorded. Marlboro or Wyndham, do you guys record your meetings? No. Okay. Bill tells me they don't.
We don't. Don't. There is actually a recording now that is being done by the new board member for the minutes. He records everything to write his minutes from that recording, but we do not officially record our board meetings.
Okay, and Doug Korb said we don't. We Zoom and allow people in. Go ahead, Dan.
Yeah, that's exactly right. So as of now, that'll be the way it is. In the past, we have not recorded.
So Ken, I think that's a good point. And then, like you said, the more we can get this out, the less there should be shock with people. So is there any other questions or discussion about agency fund?
Thanks all.
Ken, since you're unmuted, do you mind making a motion for us?
I'll make a motion that we approve the agency fund in the amount of, I'm sorry, I don't have it in front of me, $2 million and change.
$2,409,178.
That sounds good to me.
Dan McCarthy, second.
Okay, so we have a motion by Ken and Dan seconded. Peter, are you all good with that motion? You got your numbers? Okay, I haven't heard from Peter, but I believe we got it. We can get it to him. Is there anybody that'd like to make any comments before we vote? I'm not sure, Joe, Bill, what is the best way to vote? Do a roll call vote? Okay. Okay, so if everybody's ready to vote, Ken, you look like you're suffering, so I'll let you vote first.
Aye.
Okay, thank you. Joe? Joe
Wouldn't unmute. Aye, sorry. It just
Thank
wouldn't
you.
unmute for me.
Okay. Emily?
Aye.
Al Clausen?
Aye.
Mike? See, Mike was in and out a couple times. Mike? Okay, we'll come back to Mike. Leanne?
Aye.
Thank you. Anji?
Aye.
Thank you. Beth?
Aye.
Dan?
Aye.
Doug?
Aye.
Thank you, Doug. Mark?
Aye.
And I'll go back to Mike. Mike, are you there somewhere? Oh, okay. Mike isn't working, but he said that he was an aye. Okay. Sorry, Mike, we can't count you, but I'll note that you ayed.
Yeah, he did. He texted that he ayed.
Yeah, Bill's saying it doesn't matter. The Secretary of State's saying that we need to hear him say aye. But that's okay because the vote carries unanimously. So good job, everybody, on that. The next item is we have the minutes from the February 10th meeting. And I believe that was sent out with the packet. And if I could get a motion to approve.
I make a motion to approve the February 10th meeting minutes.
Thank you, Ken. Do I have a second?
Dan, I'll second it.
Okay, Dan seconded. Again, I guess we got to do a roll call vote on this too. Okay, sorry about this, guys. Let's do a roll call vote. Joe?
Aye.
Emily?
Aye.
Al?
How about now? Can you hear me say aye?
Yes, Mike. I'm going to put you in for a vote yes. I saw you left us for a minute.
Sorry about that.
So will you vote for the minutes too?
I will.
Okay, thank you. Al?
Aye. Sorry.
Nope, thank you, Al. Ken?
Aye.
And Leanne?
Aye.
Angie?
Aye.
Beth?
Aye.
Dan from Marlboro?
Aye.
Doug?
Aye.
Mark?
I abstain.
Okay, so it's unanimous with one abstention. So that takes us through the minutes. Is there anything that I missed? Does anybody have any comments before we go into executive session for a legal issue?
Back to the reorganization. I know you didn't want to reorganize WCSU. You're going to wait until possibly into the next year after July 1st for West Rivers. People are sitting on that board now who I believe have the authority to make that vote now. I don't know. I haven't been part of the discussion, but it is. I'm just wondering, bringing that back up.
I was 5 out of 6. Okay, so 5 out of the 6 that serve on the Super Board or the Wyndham Central are not up for re-election. The only reason I thought it would make more sense was that because there was going to be an election, it's usually after elections that we reorganize, after everybody's elected. I guess I would say whatever the board feels. I mean, if they want to reorganize, I don't know if I would do it tonight because we actually didn't warn that we were going to reorganize. Now, some people could argue that we talked about it, but we said it was going to be postponed. Joe, go ahead.
Rich, our board, the West River board, won't reorganize until that election's held. So even though only one of us that serve on this board is up for re-election, there may be some turnover in the representation on this board just because of the reorganization. Unless there's a real need to reorganize, I'd just wait.
Okay. Dan, does that make sense to you?
Yes, as long as the current situation means that we have people in place. Those terms, as I understand it, will go until such date as we reorganize. There's no termination.
Yes. So it's usually once the elections are done, that's when you reorganize and everybody starts from square one. We just felt that since there was one board that hadn't got to vote yet, that it would make sense not to try to reorganize. And that was a discussion I had with Emily and with Al. So it was hard to decide if we should just do it, or it kind of almost felt like I was just trying to become the benevolent dictator. But I'm extending my term. So, but that's just.
Let's let it go. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Dan.
Rich, I do have a question.
Yep.
I don't know if this is the appropriate place to ask it or not, but a question of Bill. What are we doing as an SU to protect student privacy with online conferencing, especially in regards to Zoom, which is a disaster when it comes to privacy?
How about, since that's kind of off the key, it's not something we had on the agenda, let's ask Bill to give us something, send us something at the end of the week about that, if that's okay.
Yep.
Because he has a technology person too that's probably a little more up to speed. So if everybody's okay, but that's a good question, we'll ask Bill to send something out to all the boards.
Thank you.
Okay. Joe, did you want to say something, or were you just scratching?
Oh no, I just touched my face. Unfortunately.
Okay. Okay, so if there's nothing else,
I have something.
Ken waving like a madman.
Okay, Ken, go ahead.
Yeah, you got any aspirin? No. I've had a couple of people tell me that they want to know what the district is doing for the mental health of parents and students during this time of stay-at-home schooling, because apparently it seems to be a big issue with a lot of agencies. And what do we have in plan? What plan do we have to assist in that?
Okay, so what is the district doing for the mental health for both parents and students during this time, and what do we plan to do? So what are we doing now, and what are we going to do in the future?
Right.
Okay, so if it's okay, Ken, I'll ask Bill to put that in that same memo about because I think it all kind of works together.
That's fine. Just task the administration with letting us know what's going on.
Can we get that by Monday? Okay, so he'll get something out to everybody by Monday. We'll send it to all the boards, okay?
Thanks, Rich. Thanks, Bill.
Anybody else?
I actually had one question. It's sort of off topic, but it's on the email that went out SU-wide to parents today regarding the meal delivery. And it was just something I meant to email someone about, actually. The bus schedule needs some clarification within that email that went out. It notes in Brookline, Merrill Drive as a stop. There are actually two sections of Merrill Drive that both connect with Grassy Brook Road. So some clarification may want to be done on that.
Okay, hey, I'm not sure who that was.
It's Leanne.
Oh, Leanne, okay. Do you mind, can you just drop an email to Bill?
Yep.
And he'll take care of that?
No problem.
Okay. Thank you. Bill says thank you. Anybody else? Okay, hearing none, could I get, and I don't know how this all works, so somebody's going to have to explain it to me, hopefully Joe or Bill. Okay.
Hey, so we're going to all leave this meeting, and I'm going to re-invite only the board into the executive session meeting. Okay, Rich will do the process to get us there, but only the board will get re-invited to a new meeting. So just wait for it, and it'll come to you. I've got it prepped, okay? So Austin and BCTV and anybody who's not on the board, you're not going to get the request, all right? So thank you very much, everybody, and giving it back to Richard.
Clarification, we have a couple board members who aren't on the WCSU board. They can come back in. Okay. Can I get a motion from somebody moving to the executive session for contractual issues?
Ken move.
Hey, Ken move. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Hey, Mark seconds. Okay, so all of you unmute. And do you all vote in favor of that? Say aye, please.
Aye.
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 That was cool here. Is there anybody opposed? Okay, so we are in executive session, so everybody leave the meeting and Bill's gonna invite you right back.
So thanks everyone for gathering. For those who are watching on the YouTube channel, we apologize for getting started 8 or 9 minutes late. We've just been waiting for the commissioner to be able to join us, having a tiny a video issue, and we thought it would be most helpful for us and for anyone watching to be able to both hear and see the commissioner. So we're in a bit of a holding pattern. Yes, and he's connecting to audio. All right.
Yes, okay.
Welcome.
I'm back. Thank you.
Great. So, Commissioner, we've been holding down the fort here while you rebooted. Thanks for joining us.
Absolutely.
We were hoping, the speaker and I had spoken with the governor. We knew that you guys were going to be announcing some new efforts to help ease the crush of UI applications and the new federal program. And today was the day that made sense to have you come on and give us some updates. So I think if you can begin by providing the broad overview of what, where you see things now, what the new strategies you hope are going to achieve, and then we'll open it up to questions from the committee.
Absolutely. So first, for the record, Michael Harrington, Interim Commissioner, Vermont Department of Labor. Let me just first start by saying thank you to everybody on this call and even the members that are not on this call. I think I personally have received tremendous support from each of you in terms of just patience and understanding, but also in wanting to help and letting me know that you're here to help. So with that, I just wanted to say thank you to everybody. We certainly, like you said, have had a crushing few weeks here. We've processed about 65,000 individual claims or opened claims. And then the number of weekly benefits we issue grows each week with that. Our biggest issue right now, if I were to ask each of you, I can imagine that what you're hearing from your constituents is that they can't get through to the department. And they can't get through because everybody's trying to get through at the same time. The reason they need to get through to us is because about 1 in every 2 claims, so about 50% of the claims that are processed have what we call a stop payment issue attached to them. And that could be for a variety of reasons. It's a checks and balance as part of the federal program that this happens. And so during normal times, it works well to make sure that people those people who are truly deserving of benefits are getting benefits. But in a time like COVID-19, it just quickly overwhelms the department with the number of claims that have issues attached to them. So from that perspective, we have, while at face value, the symptom everybody is seeing is that they can't get through to the call center, they can't get through to somebody to talk to them. The root cause of that issue is because there's an issue on their claim and they're not getting paid. And so we've got a number of different things that we're working on, strategies we're deploying to really shift our focus to clearing issues, which will in turn lessen the number of people who have to actually call or contact the department. Because the more issues we clear, the more people will get paid, or the more people themselves will be paid. So we've done a couple of different things just in the past couple of days, and we've got a couple more coming on. One is, you've probably heard me talk about soliciting proposals for a third-party vendor solution to provide additional call service. On one hand, this will bolster our call service. On the other hand, what it does is allow the vendor to provide the tier 1 service while taking our most experienced staff that right now are on the call lines 10 hours a day or whatever, and redirect them to issues clearing. So we can immediately say, we're going to take the 25 people or 30 people who are answering calls right now, we're going to turn them over to clearing issues. And by doing that, the call volume will drop. So there's twofold with bringing on that vendor. Another thing we're doing, and I announced it today, is, and this is voluntary, but asking people to to go to an alphabetized calling and filing schedule. Unlike other states, we're simply just asking this to balance the load out. So what happens is, for instance, the first day you can file your weekly claim is Sunday. And our system, on Sunday, you can imagine everybody tries to file and the system crashes. So what we're asking people to do is, whether you're calling the claim center or you're filing a claim, we're just trying to balance that load out over the week. If someone calls and they don't have the right last name for the day, we're not going to tell them no. And we're not going to tell them to call back a different time. This is purely voluntary, and we're simply asking the public to help us so we can better help you. The other piece is, we've started to launch these special teams, we're calling them, and they are just work groups that consist of some workforce development folks. They consist of some tax department folks. They're going to consist of some additional folks from DMV eventually. And again, their focus is going to be on those issues clearing. So we're training these staff up to be able to remote into our mainframe, take a batch of issues, and be able to clear those issues. So again, our number one priority right now is issues clearing, because that's what's causing people to have to call. The biggest concern right now that I have is the pandemic unemployment assistance program, which we're talking about rolling out over the next 2 weeks. There'll be a phase 1, which is the application process. Then the phase 2 is the actual claims processing and payment process. But as soon as we open that door, I mean, we're probably looking at roughly 40 to 50,000 additional claims that are going to come in from independent contractors, sole proprietors, and so on. So that's my biggest concern. Just again, because all those claims will again have issues attached to them. So making sure we've got the staff trained and committed to doing issues clearing will keep the volume on the lines down. So that's kind of a brief overview of where we're at. I'm happy to answer any questions, but we do have a number of people that we're gearing up, including some staff at the governor's office, to be able to access our mainframe and clear constituent issues as they come in. Many of you have emailed me and copied one of my assistants, Amanda, and we're having Amanda get trained in how to access the mainframe system and clear issues, so that we're not just passing them on down the road to someone else to clear, and that should help with timeliness as well. Just so people know, there's the $600 we get a lot of questions on. Those payments started going out this week. I think in total, and I'll pull up the number here, in total we have issued about 41,000 payments, and to the tune of about $25.8 million. Again, we update that on a daily basis, but we're also tracking how much we're putting out week to week as well. Again, those numbers will rise just as initial claims gets processed and people start filing their weekly claims. But that will increase our, just so the committee is aware, our trust fund balance as of yesterday was $486.6 million. So at this point, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Can you, Commissioner, can you begin by the third-party vendor solicitation? Can you just say something about the timing of both the selection and then when it will actually help lighten the load for the department?
Yeah, so we're expediting it, although, there was question early on about, do we do a sole source bid or a expedited bid process. To make sure we were eligible for FEMA money, we did have to go through a bid process. And so I believe that the bid request will be going out today, hopefully, if not first thing Monday, but I think we'd like to get it out today. And then we'll look for a few-day turnaround and selection. I do know, one of the bidders is likely to be someone who already provides call center service to the state of Vermont right now. So that may be an expedited process depending. I think we would love to have a call center stood up. So part of it is the contracting, which is, relatively insignificant. The other part is the technology piece. And then the third piece is the education and training, or the rules generation for the logic, if you will, for how the call center staff will process claims. But I think we would like to have something up for the week of the 20th.
And then one last one before I open it up. When you described trying to train some of the people either in the governor's office or some of your more policy staff in how to address some of these cases, it raises the question for me of the large state workforce who are working remotely, some of whom have work responsibilities which have died down because people aren't filing permits or doing a lot of other things. Can you just say the extent to which the normal labor staff has already been supplemented by additional state workers before having to turn to a outside vendor?
So it's gone up and down over time depending on availability. It also has to be people who have access and are knowledgeable about computer systems. And I would also say that in ideal circumstances, it's helpful to have somebody who has unemployment insurance knowledge. So for instance, part of the reason tax was so appealing to us to reach out to them was because many of the tax professionals that are over there came from the unemployment insurance division. I think we can continue to lean on state staff, and I think we will, to get through these issues clearing. There's only so many people we can ramp up at any one time, so you'll see more of a phased approach. We're seeing again that shift from the people who are handling initial claims calls, which have gone down, now switch to issues clearing. So I think we'll continue to reach out to state staff. There's a couple different pieces that run into this. One is they have to be trained, they have to receive some type of security training from the department. They have to have access to our mainframe system. They have to be trained on our mainframe system. They have to understand at least a little bit about unemployment insurance to be able to clear these issues. It's not rocket science. It's just, it does take a little bit of time, especially when everybody is also remote. So now you're also doing a lot of it virtually. And I think we're also, I'm not concerned. I think we're just trying to be mindful and very deliberate about how we give people access to our mainframe system, which also holds a lot of confidential information. So we are also trying to pull on groups of people who already handle personal identifiable information in their regular jobs already. So that's why you see DMV folks and tax folks are really been the first ones we've leaned on.
Just in terms of scale, though, how many additional people have been brought to join the normal Department of Labor?
Sure. So we probably ended up with around 20 to 25 people through GMP, Vermont Gas, and Efficiency Vermont. We then added somewhere between 8 and 10 DMV staff. We'll have another 9 tax staff that start on Monday, and we have 17 workforce development staff that started today. That's on top of essentially taking every other function that we do in UI and dedicating our full UI staff to both calls and issues. So some of those are focused on typically on the tax side or the auditing side. Those people are shifting over to claims and issues clearing. We have some of our finance staff, and we also have had some additional workforce development staff from the beginning who came from UI. So it was really easy to just give them access again and get them working. So I would say we, in total, we probably have close to 50 or 60 people who are working on this, and we'll continue to add these specialty teams ongoing.
So if committee members and Marcotte and Sorokin, anybody who has questions, just if I can visually see your hand, I will take it in order. Senator Ballant, then Johnson, then Sorokin, then Long.
Commissioner, thanks for spending some time with us.
Absolutely. I have to apologize. I think I have an email in my inbox that I owe you a response on. So.
That's all right. I know you're putting out fires. In addition to not being able to get through, the other issue that we're hearing about is the issue of the Social Security numbers. And so many people are saying, I filed all the paperwork. I thought everything was fine. Then I got a letter saying my claim can't be processed because they can't find my Social Security number. And so I'm just wondering, I've been telling them that it's a glitch in the system because it's happening so much, it can't possibly be particular to that person's Social Security number. But I'd love to know if we could get a little bit more information about why that's happening and how quickly that will be resolved, if you know.
So yeah, so there's I don't know if it's a glitch. I think what we're trying to discern, because it happens a number of different ways, is that so if someone is determined to be not monetarily eligible and then they try to log into the system, it's not going to have them in the system. That's one thing. If they have an issue on their account, they're not going to be able to log in with their Social Security number. So I think part of what's happening is it's not that the letter they're receiving, and correct me if I'm wrong, but it's not that the letter we're receiving is that your Social Security number can't be found. They're getting a letter that says there's an issue on your claim. And then I believe what is happening is they're going to the claimant portal and they're trying to log into the claimant portal, and it's saying, we can't find your Social Security number. And at least that's what we're hearing. And part of that is because their claim is not fully processed yet. So again, that's where if we can clear some of these issues, then they populate into the system and they start getting their weekly benefit amount, and then they can log in with their Social Security. So it's not, that's what I'm hearing is the biggest issue right now.
And that's why they need to speak with someone to clear that up before they can get to the next step.
Yeah, so let me give you an example. One of the special teams that we're starting on Monday, so the GMP number that people are calling, we're calling it a supplemental number. They were originally getting predominantly, I need to open my initial claim and I need someone to help me do that. Now they're getting a lot of, probably 60% of the calls they get are, I need to reset my PIN, or the system's not recognizing my Social Security number, or something like that, right? People are just dialing every number they can find. Yeah. So we've got a group of 12 or 15 that will start on Monday on the GMP line, where the GMP folks can literally pass those people on. But when you dial our supplemental line, it'll say, to open a claim, press 1, to reset your PIN, clear an issue, get the status of your claim, press 2. And now we've got people who are able to handle that issue there. Okay. We also, what happens is we've got other issues and we divvy those out to the various teams of people, and they literally start calling the people on the sheet and say, I see, for example, one big issue we get is Senator, if your last day of work was Tuesday of this week and you filed your initial claim on Wednesday, then when you go to file your weekly claim the following week, when we ask you, did you earn any wages day by day and did you work any hours day by day, people are just either leaving it blank or putting in zeros across the board. And the system is smart enough to say, wait a minute, you told me your last day of work was Tuesday, so you should have had hours and wages for Monday and Tuesday, and you shouldn't be reporting zeros, right? So it immediately sets it aside as what we call as an 81 issue, right? So we're giving this batch of 81 issues to this team of people, and they're literally calling people up and saying, hey, I see you got an issue on your claim. Let me solve this claim, and if you missed a week, let me go back and fix that claim too. So they're fixing every issue that's on the account.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Speaker Johnson.
Yeah, there's a slew of questions that came from House
Yes.
members, but while we're on some of these first-time filers, because I think, people are, as you well know, really panicked about not having any income, about not being able to buy groceries, pay for
Yes.
bills. And
Yep.
I know you appreciate that. It's a concern we all have to make sure that everybody's stable and has what they need during this time. But this issue with pins, if we're getting multiple messages that saying they've been trying to get through for days. They need a pin number in order to file an online claim. But so is there a way to get a pin number online, or does that have to do with the 50% that got tossed into the problems pile?
So again, I think what's happening is someone is getting, so we don't send pins to people, just so you know. So what happens is you essentially open an account or a profile on the claimant portal and you set up your pin. And what happened is people aren't able to get in to set up their pin because there's an issue on their claim. We're also getting some where they need a pin reset, and we're trying to work through why that is and why there's so many. Short of resetting everybody's pin, part of that is why we're having this group begin to handle phone calls about pin resets. But I think what you're hearing about is one symptom. When we actually drill down, we're finding, oh wait, your account had an issue on it, and that's why you weren't able to get in and set up your account or set up your profile, because so they're thinking, well, I just need a pin and then I can get through, when really it's, nope, you had an issue on your account and you're not even able to set up a pin yet because we don't have you in the claimant portal system yet as a claimant. But it is something we're hearing a lot about. And as I think pretty much everybody on this committee knows, part of this is how the mainframe has been hard coded over the years. And so it's a COBOL mainframe. We literally have, one person who is really familiar with the system, and he works tirelessly to keep it, one, operational, but two, trying to find workarounds about how do we, can we batch release some of these? Can we clear a simple issue on a group of claims as opposed to having to go one by one? But it's very minute by minute, and it's touch and go depending on what we can actually maneuver the mainframe to do. But yes, the pin reset is another one. That's part of the reason why we have this other group coming online to be able to help with that and expedite some of those.
Okay. One member had a terrific suggestion. Obviously, the uncertainty in all of this is a huge part of the problem. And people just not being able to get through and not knowing what the issue is. And so a member suggested having a flow chart that's just up there saying, here are the steps. If you're getting this message, it may mean this. And, and just to create a little predictability so that people don't feel like they've hit a brick wall and can't go anywhere, and that they know what the next step is and they know what issues to look out for. Just to try to create a little broadly accessible information about the predictability of the system might go a long way in helping people. And I'll just one other quick one before I'll then jump to the back of the line. What about back claims? If people can't get through for a few weeks, they'll still be able to file back claims for previous weeks that were missed?
Yeah. So I love the idea of the flow chart as a step-by-step process. So I'll definitely look into that. I think part of that too is maybe reassuring people that they're not the only one with the problem. So if we recognize it as a common issue that people are running into and we let them know we're working on it, but here's the process to follow, it may let them know that, okay, it's not just me whose social security number isn't caught in the system while everybody else is getting through. And then with the back claims, yes, everything will be backdated to the data separation.
Commissioner, before I turn to Senator Sorokin, one question that has arisen is people who have been encouraged on the one hand to fill out the initial enrollment form if they're self-employed or independent contractor, then receive a letter in the mail saying that they've been denied, and they then get confused, call the number, can't get through, worry about benefits. Is there a reason why people who are being encouraged to fill out that form are getting any sort of automatically triggered form letters?
Yeah, so the system is set up so that what they're getting is what we call their determination letter. So for most people, when they file, it says, you've determined to be eligible and here's your maximum weekly benefit amount. And so again, the system does a calculation somewhere between $1 and $513 of what someone is eligible for under UI. What some people are getting is you're not eligible for unemployment insurance. This could be something as simple as if they filed as an independent contractor and they have no wages in the system yet, then it's just going to say you're ineligible. Now, we've been trying to communicate via email and some other forms to let people know you can file as an independent contractor. It gets your information in the system. Just know that it is going to kick you out as not being eligible until the pandemic unemployment assistance program is stood up. Other things, again, may be that somebody was already temporarily employed and they didn't actually have a loss of wages or a loss of they weren't eligible because they were a temp employee or a part-time employee. Something else, it came up just the other day. We had someone who called and said, I want to file as an independent contractor. I also have a full-time job working for X company, but my independent contracting job has slowed, so I want to file for PUA to get those wages back. And obviously, we said, listen, you're not eligible because you still are earning full wages from your other employer, your full-time employer. So again, there are a variety of scenarios.
If I can maybe just put a finer point on it, because I think in your opening remarks, when you indicated that having a third-party vendor might take a couple weeks to have, well, you said that the federal program for self-employed and independent contractors might not be ready for a couple weeks, which means that all the tens of thousands of people who might soon wish to see benefits are going to be contacting the department. It does seem that if people enter the Labor Department website, where it encourages them to put in an initial thing to start the process, that the system should not be sending them form letters of any kind that are discouraging at that point. Even if we know there's another step, it just creates more calls and more confusion that your people have to handle. So I'll just flag that for you. You don't have to respond further, but I would think if we're encouraging people to go halfway there, we shouldn't then send them a letter that confuses the heck out of them and results in more work for you.
Yep. Thank you.
Senator Sorokin?
So the issues the three big issues that I've seen is one that Senator Ash was just talking about, and the Social Security issue and the inability to get through. And there was I had some communication with your office this morning. And by the way, thank you for all the work you do. I can't imagine. But what is, and I heard back from Jessica Vickner that it's still under review as to what the best advice you can give to claimants who have gotten this letter that you were just referring to, saying you're ineligible for benefits because you have zero earnings as in our system. You're an independent contractor. So I don't know what to tell people, whether they should call back again, because the message has been that you will get in contact with those people once the pandemic assistance program is up and running. Is it smart to rely upon you getting back to them? Are they going to complicate things further by following up and filing it again or getting in touch with you? What's the best course for those people?
Thank you. I appreciate the question. So if things didn't get complicated, if they weren't complicated already, the the feds have not done us any favors as they built the Pandemic Unemployment Assistance Program. So one of the requirements, which we learned about this past week in a webinar with USDOL, is that in order for somebody to be eligible for, our hope was we build the Pandemic Unemployment Assistance Program and we literally open the door and say, file your claim through the PUA program, and we'll start issuing, we'll make determinations on eligibility and start issuing payments. Well, this week we were notified by USDOL that everybody initially has to go through and be denied unemployment insurance under the general program before they can be eligible for the Pandemic Unemployment Assistance Program. And so what that actually does is it's going to create, unless we can work something out with USDOL, and we plan to reach out to them over the weekend, but unless we can work something out with them, it just creates a two-step process and delays payments to people who need it. But they're essentially saying you've got to submit a regular claim first, be denied, and then you can file your pandemic unemployment assistance. Our hope is to be able to push back on that. What we have told people, getting back to the senator's question, what we have told people is that if you give us your name and email, we will let you know when the program is up and running. But we have had people who have applied. I think what I took away from the pro tem was that, I don't know whether or not we can recode the system to not send, because they're not, in the original application that was created, they're not actually indicating that they're self-employed. So it's just showing that they're not monetarily eligible because they don't have wages in the system. But just because you don't have wages in the system doesn't mean you're automatically self-employed. So we can't just turn that feature off because there are some people who just literally are not monetarily eligible and they're not a sole proprietor or self-employed individual. But what I think we can do is provide more information about one, we hope to have, starting Monday, a page that starts off the application that allows somebody to select, I'm self-employed, I'm an independent contractor, I work for an employer, right? So there's multiple selections that send you down a different chute, and that will allow us to cater our messaging on the back end to them. So when they receive their confirmation email, it may say, you may be found to be ineligible for unemployment insurance, but you are eligible for pandemic unemployment assistance, right? So that now we can begin catering the communication that's going out.
So just to follow up on that, what should somebody do who's filed before, who's a self-employed individual and got back a determination that they're ineligible because they had no earnings? Should they wait for the new program to start up and contact you, or will you be in touch with them?
So it'll be both. We are sussing out or pulling out as many of those, because many of those people, when they had to put in their employer, they put self or myself originally. So we are able to at least sort by employer and pull out all the ones where someone listed self-employed. And it's about 7,500. So the good and the bad is that the bad is they got that letter that said they weren't eligible. And hopefully we can find a workaround for that. The good part is their information is in our system, and they've actually, without knowing it and without us knowing it up front, completed the first step in the process, which was they were denied regular UI, which now makes them eligible for PUA. And so those people can be immediately shifted over to the PUA program for processing there. So when you're hearing from people like, what should I do next? If they are self-employed and they've submitted an application and they were denied, we now have their information, we have their email address, we know who they are, we will instruct them in terms of next steps as to the Pandemic Unemployment Assistance Program. I think our hope is that somewhere between Monday and Wednesday of next week, we're able to at least launch the application process. So the batch that will likely go in are the 7,500 that submitted their application already. And that at least just allows them to go into the PUA application, fill out some additional questions that are federal requirements. And then the second phase, which would end up being rolled out sometime during the week of the 20th, would actually be the processing and the payment issuing. So that's why I said a couple weeks. It's going to be, phase one is going to be sometime next week. Phase two would be the following week.
It might be helpful in this particular context, given that there's so many people in this boat, to maybe on your webpage have some link to a frequently asked question.
Sure.
Walk somebody through, because there's so many people in that category. I also just wanted to follow up on the new organization, the new company that you're putting out to bid to help you with these things. It sounds to me like you were going to move 25 experienced people, 25 to 30 experienced people who are now potentially taking calls, and move them to issue resolution and backfill with this new company. Is that the size of employment that you're looking for from this vendor? Because I have a concern that it sounds like things are sort of frozen now, that we're, people can't get through and things like that. And if it helps to get 25 or 30 new people in with the vendor, but that's coming right before this onslaught of self-employed and independent contractors. And so we're getting more help, but we're also getting a bigger problem coming. So don't we have to just not replace those 25, but maybe put 50 people in place?
So I think we're looking at what will be the call volume that we'll need up front. So again, it may be higher than 30 people for this vendor. And it may be more than just turning those 30 over to the issues resolution. To give you an example, I mean, at our call center, we process, because you can only process so many claims in a given day over the phone, because each issue takes X amount of time. We end up processing, I think, somewhere around 600 calls out of our call center a day. But I think with that same group of people, if they were on issues clearing, we could probably clear 1,500 issues a day, if not more. So we can double or triple our throughput, if you will, by having them focus on the issues. But I do agree. I mean, I think we're going to see another surge when the self-employed comes through. The good part about the self-employed is that we're building the system so it's predominantly self-service. Doesn't mean that everybody will be self-service, and some will want to get through to the system, but there's a new system is way more robust than I'm being told than our current mainframe system. But it may be that we need to start off with 40 people at the vendor call center, and we would have to be able to staff up and staff down, and we would look for a vendor that can do that depending on what the volume is.
Senator, let me, why don't you save some of the other questions? I just don't want to miss the chance for others. Representative Long, I think you had your hand up before.
Yes, and Senator, thank you. Senator Ballin asked my first question about the Social Security. So I'll just very quickly, and this might be an easy answer. I have been fielding quite a number of questions from constituents who actually are employed or have been employed in more than one state, New Hampshire, in my case here, in Vermont, and them running into some significant issues about, even not having income coming from another state being included in anything. And I'm just wondering whether you have any advice. Of course, these same people are having a really hard time getting through, have been. So maybe it's just a matter of we just need to speak to someone. But do you have any advice for those folks who have mixed income coming from more than one state?
Yeah, it creates another piece of the complex puzzle. They certainly should be filing in the state where they are doing most of their work. But if over the course of either they're working in two states or they had partial wages early on and then switch states, that can also play a role. There's a program, I think it's called Sides, that we run, and it is a cross match between dual state wage earners. I don't have an answer to your question, and I'm happy to follow up on that, but it is something that is on our radar and we are aware of it.
Okay, great.
But in terms of status, I wouldn't be able to give you that right now.
Thank you.
Yep.
Other hands of questions? Representative Marcotte.
Thank you, Senator. Commissioner, a question came up in committee the other day concerning people that are partial UI because their hours have been cut back. Are they eligible for the federal $600 also?
Yeah, so the last I heard, or the way it was phrased to me, is if they are eligible for at least $1 of UI, they are eligible for the $600.
Interesting. Thank you.
Yeah.
We didn't design it. We're just
well, and luckily we don't have to pay it either.
We don't design it. We just take the heat from constituents who wonder how that made sense.
Yeah.
Was that Becca? Then Mitzi.
Or Mitzi can go since I already spoke. I'll come back to me.
Dick Mazza, was your hand up just now? Okay. Mitzi.
Just one quick thought on your FAQs that somebody suggested. If you could somehow clearly define an independent contractor versus somebody who is self-employed, I think that would help a lot. I have two separate things. There are people that have been able to file their initial claim, but then they still haven't received the paperwork or determination letter that was supposed to be sent to them. The DOL website says that should take 3 or 4 days from processing, but for some people it's been weeks and they haven't received it, or there's been a problem because there's a backlog at the business that has to confirm something and the business is now shut down. Can you talk about that process a little bit?
So I can talk about the process. I may have to look into the issue. So my understanding is there isn't much of a backlog in terms of initial claims that weren't processed. There's a couple different scenarios that fall into that, or caveats, but we also are not waiting on businesses to, typically, if I opened a claim against a business, the business would have 10 days to respond and contest the claim. We are still allowing businesses to contest claims, but we are not waiting to issue benefits for that contestment. So we are moving forward, and then if the business contests after, we can move to adjudication of the claim thereafter. But it's not holding up the process. So if someone has opened an initial claim and has not yet received their weekly determination, what I would be curious in knowing, and if you'd be willing to just send me an email, I would want to reach out to that person or have someone reach out to that person to find out what the actual holdup was on that account. We're trying to do some spot checks. So when we see anomalies in the system, the easiest way to do that is to talk with the person and say, okay, how did you fill this out? Did it accidentally complete the wrong information? Was there not a complete social that was put in, and therefore it didn't even get processed because it was incomplete information? So if you'd be willing to email me, I'm happy to do a spot check on those people and see if it's a bigger issue that we're just not aware of.
Sure. And if somebody is self-employed, and that's the process that it's going to take another couple of weeks, because there are some people that have tried to, but they can't get on because it doesn't recognize their business because they haven't paid into the system before. So that's just that's if you're self-employed, then you're going to have to wait
Yeah.
until that system gets set up.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to imagine. I mean, it feels like we've been living COVID-19 for a month, but it's only been a week and a half, or it's actually only been a week since the actual federal guidance on pandemic unemployment came out. So it's been 2 weeks since they delivered the CARES Act, but the guidance on PUA only came out last Tuesday. So part of, the reason it feels so long is because we've been waiting and telling people it's coming, but we've only received the guidance less than a week ago, or roughly a week ago. So I think we're actually.
It just has been that long for people that have been living without employment and a paycheck.
Exactly. Yeah.
Other questions from committee members? Sorry about that. My computer was a little busy. Becca and then Dick.
So I've got a couple questions from senators who are watching. Just to follow up on what you were just saying, when can we tell Vermonters to expect that the system will be set up to process these additional claims for $600?
The $600 is being processed already.
You already are. Okay.
It started Monday of this week.
But maybe the question should be clarified. That 600 is going to people who are
already eligible
for conventional unemployment.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah. So if we're talking about self-employed, independent contractors, sole proprietors, it will be, we should be able to start processing actual claim, like weekly certifications and benefits, starting sometime during the week of the 20th. And those will include the $600 in those as well.
And just to clarify something earlier, do you still have an active appeals process that is up and running simultaneously? I know the volume that you're dealing with is incredible. So it seems like it's all one big pile of people that need to be addressed, but I'm just curious what's happening with folks who do want to appeal the decision that came back.
So we still are functioning in appeals process. I think my hope is, but I think we've got to be prepared for the alternate, is that given the fact that it's really hard for somebody to be denied right now, in that we've loosened the restrictions, that there are going to be fewer appeals. There may be more employer appeals than there are claimant appeals, depending on the employer, but at the same time, the employers are also being relieved of charges. So there's also that counteracts that. So there is still an appeals unit. There's still part of what we also are going to need to get back to full time, we're still doing it, is adjudications. So it's the same part of the appeals, but it's the first step in the appeals process. So when there's a contestment or a conflict between an employer and an employee, or let's say we need to do some type of a back audit on someone's wages that they've earned, it may go to adjudications. And so again, we're trying to clear the low-hanging fruit first, which we can expedite, but some of these will have to be formally adjudicated. And that is still happening, but the volume is going to quickly overtake us.
Thank you.
Senator Mazza.
Thank you, Commissioner, for doing all this, and I appreciate it. But what happens if an employee decides they do not want to work, and if they're collecting, let's say, $300 a week unemployment on the state, and the $600 from the government, that's $900 a week. Can they choose not to work, or do they have to be officially laid off by the employer?
So they have to fall under one of the requirements that I believe came out in H742, which was, they choose not to work. It's because they have a documented health concern. They've been instructed by a healthcare provider not to go to work. It could be that they are taking care of a sick family member or somebody with a compromised immune system or childcare issue. So as long as they meet one of those requirements, they're eligible. In your case, it sounds like maybe the person is eligible, and then the employer opens back up for business and says, hey, I'm ready now for you to come back to work once the restrictions are lifted. Under standard UI law, if you have a job to go back to, or if you are offered gainful employment, you are either required to take it or forfeit your unemployment insurance benefit.
Okay, because I'm fearful that some might, decide,
Yes.
hey, I'm making $1,000 a week.
Yeah, right.
Well, why do I want to
So
go back to work?
it is a concern. It's come up a couple different times, but if
Okay.
that employer offers them full-time employment back and they refuse it, they're at risk of
Thank you.
being
Appreciate
ineligible.
Okay, I think one of the instances where that is most likely to be a practical issue is if there is a kid home because school closure, and maybe both parents don't necessarily normally need to be there for the childcare purposes, but could elect to both be home utilizing the flexibility that's been granted.
Yeah.
That's probably maybe the most frequent thing that will probably pop up. Representative Johnson.
Yes, so one quick thing, a House member wrote in saying that they had a constituent that was told by a DOL employer that, or a DOL employee, that her only option for registering was by a computer. So is there a way to register for this by phone for people that don't have internet access, don't have a computer, or struggling with technology?
Yeah, so we're talking about where we are right now with traditional unemployment, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so so it's all electronic, but what we did with bringing on Green Mountain Power, I'm looking up at my wall up there because I have the numbers and where everything is at. But with Green Mountain Power and Vermont Gas and Efficiency Vermont, that was a way for us to help bridge the gap. And so someone can call that supplemental number. We're calling it the initial claims number or the supplemental initial claims number. It's on our website. And there actually is a person on the other end who answers that phone and literally just fills out the form, the electronic form for the person. So if that's what they heard, then either something was lost in translation or there was miscommunication, that because it is electronic, but there are support services to help people bridge that gap.
Okay, it may have been a question from a time before you brought on those additional people.
Yep.
And for people that own their own businesses that have employees, they will eventually, those business owners will be able to qualify for the self-employed when it comes online. Yes.
If they are if they've had to close or lose. So I mean, in most cases, if they have employees, they're likely not considered a self-employed business or an independent contractor because they have their own employees. So they're probably some type of corporation or LLC. And so they would not fall under that self-employed, but if they saw a reduction in wages, then they would be eligible too under this. If for some reason they were considered self-employed but had employees as well, then again, they would, for all intents and purposes, would be eligible. I'm talking in generalities because there's a couple other factors there.
All right. But so let's scrap the self-employed part of the question and just, so for a business owner that has employees that's required to close or sees a drastic reduction in business,
yes.
Can they now apply for current UI, or they're not part of the category that can apply in a couple of weeks?
Right. So if they were an employer and they closed, and just because they were the owner, they're not disqualified or negated in any way. So they should be able to apply to it as long as there's a bunch of eligibility requirements. But my understanding is that they would be eligible.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah.
Other questions, Senator Sorokin? After you unmute yourself. Unmute yourself. There you go.
Okay. So a quick question is, the $600 check, does that get added to the regular UI check, or is it said separately?
It's added.
It's added.
Yep.
Okay. And I for one would just like to encourage, to the extent possible, that we side on the on the side of hiring more people or starting up with more people with this vendor than less, because even though it might be proved to be overkill, I can't emphasize enough the messages I'm getting about how frustrated people are that they can't get somebody on the phone. Even if that person on the phone says, we'll have to get back to you, or I'll pass it along to somebody else, just having a live person on the phone and having more lines, I think will help with the angst that's out there.
Great. I've made a note. Thank you.
Commissioner, I'd like to echo that because of something I hadn't quite appreciated until you mentioned a new platform or whatever for people who are going to be applying for this second new kind of benefit from the feds.
Yeah.
And I thought your honesty revealed itself helpfully when you said that it should be easier and should be self manageable. And then you said something like, I hope, or so I'm told. And I think all of us in state government, just like most in the private sector, know that web systems don't always go according to plan. And I would hate for us to not skimp, but to go on the conservative side of the number of bodies to assign for this task, basing that on a belief that this software is going to do the trick, only to find that it has glitches all over. And then we're dealing with all the people upset at the same time we're trying to find another solution. And there is an amazing amount of goodwill, I think, towards the department and towards all of the other departments in state government right now because of what you're going through. And but we will be about if the April 20th date you mentioned holds, we're talking 4 or 5 weeks since many people have earned a penny or received money, even if they might get made retroactive. Mm-hmm. The worry about paying bills is it's just growing with each day. And so I believe we should be treating it, frankly, just like we're treating hospital beds.
Okay.
With surge capacity, so that we hope we don't need it. But if it's there, we have handled people humanely through what is, for some of them, the first time they've ever suffered this way economically in their lives.
Thank you.
Other questions in the few remaining minutes? Representative Marcotte and Representative McCoy, any questions? I don't want to miss you before. Senator Benning, I know you're with us by phone. Any questions that you wanted to add before I turn back to Marcotte?
Nothing further, Tim. Thanks.
Okay. Representative Marcotte.
Thank you, Senator. Commissioner, one thing we didn't talk about yet are the seasonal workers. And we have a number of businesses that are wanting to come back online, and they're not able to because they're not an essential business currently. And so how are we looking at those people that are currently on unemployment? Now they're going to be extended. Are they eligible, continue to be eligible for regular UI, but will they also be eligible for the federal $600 payment?
My understanding is yes. So the $600 should be applied to all. I'll confirm that and get back to you. We haven't really had a deliberate conversation about people who are already on UI, but they will also, if they're coming up on either their return to work date or their 26-week maximum, they will also automatically go into the extended benefits. That is the additional 13 weeks that the feds have created. I'll confirm the $600 for existing claims though for you, but my understanding is I believe they do.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, we've got time for maybe another question or two. Any questions? I'll close with one last question, Commissioner, for myself. Sorry, you were probably hoping you could.
No, that's fine.
Attend to. When people are putting in initial applications, they're submitting their email address, which is one of the ways they're receiving updates. why are they receiving any hard snail mail when you have the email address?
So part of that is because our mainframe system, so we are able to capture their email address separate before the claim goes into the system. The mainframe system is so old that email addresses didn't exist when it was built. So there's actually no spot left for it to collect email addresses, let alone know what to do with them. But it does have the automated process. So it runs a job every night, and that job may be to determine, calculate eligibility for 5,000 people, and then literally issue out and print out 5,000 determinations.
Okay.
Which then they go to the post office. So part of that is just, that is how the system was built. Again, when we talk about modernizing systems, when we envision the next system, which we've done some of that already, it would be predominantly, it would be little to no paper and predominantly electronic.
Okay. With the committee's indulgence, I'll leave the last question to Senator Starr.
I noticed, thank you, Commissioner, for all your hard work and the people that work for you. They are really appreciated. I wanted to ask, I got some correspondence from the U.S. Department of Labor, and in that article, it says PUA provides up to 39 weeks of benefits to qualified individuals. So is it 39 weeks or 26 weeks that you can get unemployment assistance?
For a second, I thought you were going to tell me the U.S. Department of Labor was calling you back to service to help out with processing claims. The 13 weeks is the 26 weeks plus, or the 39 weeks is the 26 weeks plus the 13 extended benefit weeks. So it's the two added together.
So it is 39 weeks total then, 13?
Up to, yeah. So again, the program, even the self-employed program, many of the same guidelines follow the state's existing UI program. So the maximum benefit amount and the 26-week max. But one of the pieces in the CARES Act also allowed for what the federal government calls extended benefits. And so they simply just authorized extended benefits across the board. So it gives anybody on UI up to an additional 13 weeks of benefits beyond the 26 weeks, which hopefully will not matter to those people who are recently unemployed. And hopefully we're able to go back to normal at that point, but there will be people who remain impacted, and this will help them. But it also becomes critical for those people, say, in the construction industry, who are already maybe 10 weeks in or 15 weeks into their unemployment. And so that 26 weeks, they're already approaching the end of that 26-week period. So the 13 weeks makes the added 13 weeks makes a big difference to them.
Yeah, thank you, and thank you, committee, for letting me ask that.
Yeah, thank you, Bobby. Well, I think that's going to be a wrap. That was the last question I had seen. Commissioner, if one of the things I think we all worry about, my guess is out of 180 legislators, almost all have forwarded a particular case or several to you or one of your crew. In a sense, it's natural that we would want to help the people who contact us. On the other hand, it's then putting them a leg up over everybody else. But what I'm going to suggest is if committee members have process suggestions based on some of the concerns we're hearing, and this applies to our colleagues who aren't on the committee, that's what we should primarily be focusing on sending to you and your direct team to solve the problem for many people if we identify something that we're hearing.
Yes, and I always welcome the communication. So please feel free to reach out if there's anything I can do.
Okay, great. Well, why don't we sign off then? And I think I speak for everybody that we appreciate just the unbelievable, unprecedented volume of activity in your department. Please thank all the people who are on the phones, especially whose jobs I cannot imagine how stressful it is because every person they're speaking to is going through a very difficult time. So obviously it can wear down even the most resilient person. So thank your whole crew and thank you.
I will pass that on. Thank you very much.
Thank
All
you.
right.
Thank you, Michael.
Bye, everyone.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Our first witness today is Senate Judiciary, remotely working. I'm jealous of all the members who have thousands of books behind them. Can't see all my books. We're going to start with Jim Baker, Commissioner of the Department of Corrections, to give us an update on the COVID-19 issues that the department is facing. I know that we've read in the news a few things, but Jim, if you could update us, please.
Sure. For the record, it's Jim Baker, the Interim Commissioner of Corrections, and good morning to everybody.
You notice I didn't use that term interim.
Yeah, I guess I don't know, Senator. I guess April 30th probably is not going to work. So since we're public, I guess my wife will now know that. So. Yeah, so look, I won't go over everything we've done in preparation, but you've all, I tried to get the key committee leaders when we found out that we had an inmate test positive at the Northwest facility. The inmate started presenting symptoms. We followed the protocol that we had put in place that I had briefed you on before. And, again, the staff had worked very hard. And that pandemic protocol is being updated almost daily, based upon guidance from Dr. Levine's shop and from CDC, and the best practices coming out of the national associations around correctional organizations. So the inmate was immediately isolated when he presented symptoms and tested. He tested positive. Now, leading up to that, we had 3 staff members at that facility test positive. The first one had very limited access to inmates. The second one had a little bit more access to inmates, but in a given section inside the jail. The second staff member that tested positive is very ill. Is a corrections officer. I don't want to get too far into this because I need to protect privacy, but is in an ICU unit since last Saturday night. When I got the call on Sunday, I was not optimistic that we were going to be able to save him. Excuse me. I want to report, though, that in the last few days, his condition has improved greatly. He's still in ICU, so I ask people for your prayers and thoughts. He is in very difficult position, but I think he's turned a corner, and we're just thankful for the medical staff that's treating him right now. The other two staff members are quarantined at home, and they're showing less severe symptoms. The inmate is showing less severe symptoms and is being treated in the negative pressure room at the Northwest facility. Based upon that, and I will say again, the leadership at Northwest was following all our protocols, cleaning, maintaining the facility. I know there's been reports about lack of soap and water. I've double checked that and triple checked it. I don't want to get into a situation where I'm saying information was false, but in this time of fear and the unknown, people are reporting stuff, and you got to chase it down to the ground to make sure that what I'm hearing as a commissioner is true. So that inmate is now in the negative pressure room. We're going to be able to deal with that inmate on the ground in the facility with the medical staff that is there. After that occurred overnight into yesterday, a call within Human Services with Secretary Smith, we made the decision to test everybody inside the facility. The health department, under the leadership of Dr. Levine, helped us greatly. UVM stepped up greatly to help us. And we conducted 156 tests last night. We're going to finish those tests today with the great assistance of the state police in Vermont and the Massachusetts State Police. We set up a relay of those kits from St. Albans to the Mass line, and the Mass State Police took them right into Boston to be tested immediately. Because our fear, as you can imagine, is that if we've got other folks inside that facility, we need to know now. And we have locked the facility down. This is not what we wanted to do. It was really our last option, because as you all can appreciate, when you lock folks down, it raises the stress inside the facility greatly. We have folks locked down and we're following the guidelines, which would be if one of you were tested and positive, you would go into a 14-day quarantine. The challenge for us is we're tracking back the best we can using the health department epidemiologists to figure out contact the best we can, put the best time frame in place, and we'll quarantine the facility from 14 days from there to contain the spread. So we have stepped up the monitoring of everybody in the facility by checking temperatures every shift. We have the right equipment on the ground now with the infrared testing the temperature gauges to do that. And so that's where we are in that facility. And right now, we only have one other inmate that we're testing that came up yesterday. And it's at the South Burlington facility. It's one of our female inmates. And that female inmate is in isolation along with their roommate. Now, isolation, when we talk about medical isolation and quarantine, two different terms, we've got them separated out from the population right now until we get the test back. And if the test comes back positive, we'll deal with that situation with our medical staff. Those are the only incidents we have right now. We have several staff members across the state, more because of their outside life, are being tested, and we're waiting to hear back. And so right now we have a total of, I think it's 4 or 5 staff members that are positive. Some of them are not in facilities, they're in the district offices. And so we are keeping them following the guidelines by leaving them out of work, and we've stepped up our monitoring of our staff. So every day when staff comes in, we're monitoring them. We have a new questionnaire that was developed with the assistance of the Vermont Health Department, and we're screening people when they're coming to work. And if there's any signs that they're exhibiting symptoms, we're sending them home.
Good.
I think that's, in a nutshell, the important piece of what we're doing right now. We're continuing to do the rest of what we've been doing. I will say to you that in the last week and a half, through some work of our logistics section, folks that are working feverishly, we've opened up a pretty good supply line now of supplies between the state EOC and what we're able to locate out on the market ourselves. We are pretty much stocked for 30 days of PPE that we're holding, and we have a pretty elaborate delivery system set up. The hand sanitizer was a challenge. We ran out in some of the facilities. We had to replace or encourage people to use soap and hand washing, but we just got connected with 2 different distilleries in Vermont where they're going to deliver us. One distillery is going to start delivering us 50 gallons in a 50-gallon drum, and we've set up our own assembly line where we've gotten jugs, and our probation and parole officers are going to fill them and get them to the facilities. And then the other piece is we have masked up everybody inside. The EOC was able to deliver us 1,000 masks immediately the other night when the inmate tested positive. So we have directed staff and inmates to wear masks, and we're slowly getting that throughout the system. The other 5 facilities are in a modified lockdown where we're controlling the movement best we can in the facilities until we get a handle on Northwest and we get a handle on the sole inmate in South Burlington. And then the last piece is we've set up a pretty elaborate sewing system, and we're creating our own masks from sheets and old uniforms. We're using rubber bands and sewing machines and staple guns, and we're hoping to have those out to the facilities so everybody has at least 2 masks, because they really should be washed every 8 hours, and that's from CDC guidelines. So that's
Thank
where
you,
we are.
Jim.
And,
Mr. Chair?
Yeah, yes, Phil?
If I could just make a comment and then ask a question.
Yes.
So, back last month, when the commissioner came to speak to us, I asked if there was a plan to test everybody, and we were told there were not enough tests. And obviously, had we done it then, we'd be in a different position now. So I think of that as a failure on the federal level, that we were not able to get the tests.
Now you're in the process of testing at Northwest. I'm wondering, is there an aggressive plan to test every inmate, or is it just to deal with in a reactionary way when somebody shows symptoms in another prison?
Well, look, I'll stand by what I told you a month ago, Senator, that the test kits weren't available. And quite honestly, we probably tapped into a supply of test kits now that were for other possibilities to get this done in Northwest. And yes, it is reactionary, but I would also say to you that because of the nature of the population of employees we have there, it's hard to tell where this came from. And we're trying to do some work now with the health department to pin that down. So for example, one theory could be we have a pretty significant number of corrections officers that work at Northwest that live in Clinton County, New York. We've been in conversation with, our director of nursing has been in conversation with the Department of Health in Clinton County, and they've got in Clinton County, New York, an unusual number of cases have been confirmed. So I hear what you said to me, but we still could have a carrier coming into a facility, even when you test. They could come in after the test, and you're going to keep trying to test to try to stay ahead of that. That
No,
makes sense to you.
I understand.
Part of the
I
decision
understand.
we're making, right?
I understand that. But what I'm saying is if our policy is to play catch up behind identified victims rather than to be proactive system wide, then we're basically our plan is to fail, right? We're only going to test.
I would challenge you on the word fail, Senator. I don't think our staff is working as hard as they are every day.
Can I make clear, Phil, and I from my perspective, when all of this is written and said is done, on the federal level, the failure to provide the testing that is necessary to do the job, whether it be in a corrections institution, a nursing home, soldier's home, whatever, is the failure, is why this got so far out of hand. I think that you will, so I didn't think your criticism was of the Department of Corrections.
It wasn't, and I made clear at the beginning of my
Right.
remarks that I thought it was a federal problem. But now where we are is, as I understand it, we're testing aggressively in a facility where we've identified somebody with COVID-19, but we're not in the other facilities until the outbreaks there occur. And I just think,
I don't know.
given the small number of inmates in Vermont, I don't understand why we're not pushing for a system-wide testing policy right now.
Because what I would say to you, Senator, is that we could test today, and a corrections officer could come in who is asymptomatic as a carrier, and again, we would have to be testing the facilities like every 7 days.
Well, but
in order to stay ahead of it. What's that?
If I could respond.
Yes.
What I would say is, if you tested everyone today and everyone was negative, then yes, I understand what you're saying. If you test the other facilities and you find 12 people who are positive, that's obviously putting us in a much better place than waiting for.
I agree. But our focus right now is to contain what we know. And quite honestly, in a lot of conversations with lessons learned coming out of nursing homes in Chittenden County, I'm depending on the guidance coming from the health experts too, about what we should be doing and what we shouldn't be doing. And so we're focused right now on containing that inside Northwest. And I hear your point. I certainly will discuss it. That would be a very heavy lift to try to do that and get the necessary test kits that we would need to do to collect the samples. The other thing that I failed to mention to all of you is that we have also secured hotels around every facility, and we're offering our staff to stay at the hotels off duty because they're very concerned about their exposure to the virus, bringing it home to their families. So we're expending a significant amount of resources to be able to set up those hotels, and our staff is starting to take advantage of that.
Thank you. Jim, I've got a couple of questions.
Sure.
One is clearly in a group setting like a prison, people might be reluctant to talk about their health because they know they're going to be placed in isolation, which some have said is like segregation.
Right.
So has that been discussed at all? And are we making moves to make sure that it's not segregation or punishment?
Yeah, look, we have no other choice but use what was segregation as the place where we're isolating. I mean, we don't, I've had this conversation with a couple of the advocates, Senator. Our facilities are what our facilities are. We have to use the best we can what the makeup of the facility is. And, this was kind of the subject of a VPR story about inmates are going into isolation and they're going into the segregation units. And that's exactly right. That's what they were used for before. But we don't have the luxury of creating something else inside the facilities to be able to segregate, to use the segregation as an isolation. And I've been emphasizing to the staff, we're talking about medical isolation. It's not segregation. To get over your point, we have stepped up surveillance and we're asking medical staff to check. We finally have enough of the infrared handheld thermometers where you don't have to be invasive by sticking in I know you've all probably heard it, seen it, because they're a hot item on the market right now, where we can use an infrared to check temperatures, because temperatures are one of the first clues that you got something going on.
Yep.
So we've stepped up surveillance, and we're doing that on a regular basis several times during the course of the day. Because we are hearing that some of the inmates may not report symptoms.
Jim, you've dropped the population. The last time I saw was down to 1,458 in state.
It's I think today's count is 1421.
So it indicates at least that every effort's been made to move people out that could be moved out by the department anyway.
Right.
At some point, we ought to talk about how this got done, but I know you've heard from a lot of advocates, and I have as well.
Right.
And I know that in many cases, it would take a state's attorney or judiciary or someone else to move individuals out. But you feel you've moved everybody out who
There's a staffing meeting today. The regular weekly staffing meeting is going on, I think, literally right now. And they'll be reviewing more cases. I will say to you that some of the folks that we put out, probably under normal conditions, we would be violating them because we are having some challenges with the population we put out because we did take some risks that we normally wouldn't take to try to thin out the population. But for the most part, it seems to be working. And let me just address the medical piece because I asked for these stats yesterday. So I think the number I saw this morning, don't hold me to this, was 1421, down from 1672 on March 25th. And out of the population that's left, I asked for the number of folks that are medically challenged. And medically challenged folks that fit into some of the criteria of high risk in our system right now, out of people that are left, is around 620. That's a huge number. And so I get a lot of requests every day from families because of COVID-19, they want their family member released because of health conditions. And one of the deciding factors are, what's their underlying offense and what's the history of violence and what's the history of victimization. Yep. So we continue to look at the population, and I'll say it again, some of this is the courts have slowed down, people aren't coming in. We've cut down significantly on what our tolerance level is around violations, and some of that will have to shift back later. And so who knows what the number is, but I do think it would be worth a conversation when we get to the other end of this dark tunnel, Senator, where we got some light that we can talk about how we did this. And I continue to talk with Ellen and the folks at CSG as we're going through this. I try to chat with them every once in a while to keep up to speed on what we're doing and make sure it's got some measurement against best standards.
Thank you. Senator White has a question, but
Senator,
I know it may be about visitation.
Yeah, Senator, I saw that email. Can you, because of the modified lockdown, can I get back to you directly on that?
Senator
Yes.
White, you want to be specific about did I get it right?
Well, yeah, I've just got these emails, and I think that they might be referring to federal policies, but they're talking about what is the visitation policy now for in terms of video and phone calls, since they can.
It was up until this lockdown, right? It was one 25-minute video free visit with a family member and 2 5-minute calls a week.
Okay.
So I saw that email this morning. I just caught up with it. Some of that may change just because of the modified lockdowns, but I will get back to you on that.
Thank you.
Okay.
Other questions for Colonel Baker? For Commissioner Baker.
That was, believe it or not, Senator, that was 11 years ago.
Well, I see Colonel Birmingham's online.
Is the good Colonel on?
I am, and you can have this job back anytime you want, Colonel.
Well, listen, we can trade anytime you want, Colonel. You can come on over to corrections.
I didn't say trade. I said you could have this one back.
Listen, the Senators, the Colonel's on the line. I want to give him a big shout out. Last night, his staff was unbelievable setting these relays up to get these kits down into Massachusetts, to Boston, to get tested. And we tied up a lot of his resources to get this done last night, and I appreciate it.
I wish you could connect the Patriots truck to come up with the masks, by the way.
We'll try to work. I think Mass State Police may have connections on that, Senator. We'll try to work on that next.
Thank you, Jim. And
I do have to jump on the call with Dr. Levine, so if anybody's got any follow-up from what I talked about, please email and I'll get back to you.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks for coming.
Thank you very much. We had David Scher up next. Yeah, okay.
I just wanted to apologize. Apparently my flipping the pages was causing a lot of static out there, so I'm apologizing and I'll stop flipping pages.
We wanted to get in Colonel Birmingham, and I believe Heather Pellman and Ted Brady are here to talk about the enforcement order. But I first wanted to talk about the enforcement order and how it's impacting the lodging industry throughout Vermont. To get an idea, I was struck by the number of hotels and motels in my area of the state that were non-compliant when the state police went and checked. So I guess people are trying to understand. The other thing is that a lot of times people are now reporting people for not being socially distant or not. I don't know who they're reporting it to. Maybe it's the state police, local police, whatever. And I saw a case in Rhode Island where people went to play golf at a Rhode Island golf course, and they lived in Massachusetts, so they each got fined $1,000 for violating the Rhode Island order. And I'm just wondering how we're enforcing all these different rules. But to start with, just mainly the lodging industry. And I just got a notice from my local Hampton Inn that they're zero basically guests, but they are providing free rooms for medical personnel and what Colonel Baker was just describing. So, do you want to start, David, with what you're doing to the lodging industry and Airbnbs and others?
Sure, I can start with that, and others on the line can fill in as well.
Yeah, if we could use more of a round table here with Helen, Ted, and Colonel Birmingham too as well. So.
Sure. So I'll just briefly say what we've been doing and then turn it over. We certainly have been part of the effort on education and bringing people into compliance around the state. Our criminal division called around to all lodging places that were known to be non-compliant. This was a few days ago now, and the list is changing, I know, every day. And so we've been working on that end, and I know folks have been going around to check more. It's not a black and white issue. It's not an open or closed issue, because as you just pointed out, Senator, and as others have mentioned, there are allowable uses for lodging in hotels under the executive order and addenda. And the other piece that we've worked on is with Airbnb and the short-term rental market, and we've been working to make sure that those listings are, it's a little unclear how it's going to be handled, but probably just taken down. And again, if Ted Brady or anybody else in the line has more recent information on that, I happily defer. But we did reach out to them and legal counsel for some of those entities to try to have a uniform approach that would just be a blanket application around Vermont. And so that's where we were. That's the work that we were doing in our office, and I'll turn it over to some other folks.
Well, one of the things I've heard too is that, and maybe someone can respond to this, is they're trying to comply now, but the idea that they couldn't take reservations for the fall that are conditional is also troubling to many of them. They're afraid that some people are doing it and they're going to be at the advantage when this is using Colonel Baker's language, at the end of the tunnel. Who knows what will happen in the fall foliage season, but that certainly is a time that they're looking at. Could we be taking reservations? So maybe you can, would that be in violation too? And that was one of the questions.
Right. And again, I'll check in. The committee should check in with ACC well on this. I mean, our read, I should say, of the order as it stands is that taking reservations for any time period is not allowable. I think that as now, I think that's certainly something that we could think more about as time goes on. But right now, I do believe that it is not allowable to take reservations for any time period.
Colonel, do you have anything to add in terms of the enforcement? I know that it was state troopers that went out, or I assume it was state troopers.
It was all law enforcement, Senator. So can everybody hear me okay?
Yeah.
Okay. So there's been two memos of guidance issued, one by Commissioner Sherling and one by the Attorney General. I forwarded it to you, Senator, for the committee. The general posture on guidance to law enforcement is voluntary compliance and education. And we're taking that approach with all violations or suspected violations of the executive order. When we went out to do the lodging checks, that was really an information gathering. It was not an enforcement mechanism. It was all law enforcement in the state. We have since been trying to work with the non-compliant lodging facilities. All of the information that we receive is gathered centrally and forwarded to the Attorney General's office for enforcement. So we just completed a call before this call with all the chiefs and sheriffs and state law enforcement leaders with the Attorney General and his staff, just to touch base on some of the things that have come up that you've been talking about on this call, including gatherings of people on the street corner, lodging establishments, houses of worship, a lot of things that are covered by the order, but that are kind of coming up through reports from the public to law enforcement. The general posture from the Attorney General is it's kind of a tiered process. We will always, always, always attempt to resolve all of these issues with voluntary compliance and education. If not, then those issues will be pushed to his office for review. They will then make determinations on whether they're going to attempt some sort of civil process. Obviously, at the very end, which nobody wants to use and nobody is even thinking about using, is the criminal penalties. But they are at the end of the long process throughout the entire enforcement mechanism here. So I'd be happy to answer any questions about that if there are any.
Senator Bennings first. Yep.
Senator Sears, can I interrupt for 1 second? Colonel, I posted both of those on the website. Is that okay? I really never even thought about it because I post all documents.
No, they're public documents.
Okay, great. Just want to be sure. I got a little nervous there.
Yeah, Senator Benning.
So, Colonel, one of my constituents is a select board member in the town of Topsom. He's a contractor by trade. Yesterday, he was working on a house that he is remodeling. It's a vacant house at the end of a dirt road. His crew consisted of his son and his brother. A state police officer showed up and told him to shut down. That makes no sense to me whatsoever, given circumstances. And David, while you're on the line here, I would very much like to know why that would be deemed a violation in such a way that he felt threatened and is being told to essentially stop his work altogether when there isn't any possible way under that group of people being gathered at the end of a dirt road that they're going to be impacting the spread of this virus in some fashion. I'm amazed first that a state police officer went to the end of a dirt road to find this guy and tell him to shut down. But is it the intention of the Attorney General to start issuing criminal citations to people like that?
No, it's not our intention to do that. And one thing that I want to reiterate that the Colonel did state clearly, but I want to make it plain from the Attorney General's office standpoint as well. We are approaching this the exact same way that the Department of Safety is and the administration is, which is this is an education first operation, education first enforcement policy. We're not looking to bring court action in any of these cases. It may be the case that in certain isolated instances, there are people who are continually refusing to comply and in doing so are putting people at risk. And there may be a case where an enforcement action might take place. I think that we certainly would be going to a civil enforcement action first. Criminal enforcement action is really, really the last, a last resort in extreme circumstances. But even I would say civil enforcement action is the second to last resort. Let's put it that way. We're really trying to work cooperatively with people, and in putting forward our directive and our guidance, we really tried to make clear that this is working hand in hand with the intention of the Department of Public Safety and the governor to have an education first approach to this. So I want to be very clear on that. But part of education is talking with people and letting them know what the rules are and what the guidance is. Certainly, the governor's stay-at-home, stay-safe order starts from a standpoint of people need to be staying at home in order to allow our public health system to keep up with this emergency, this health emergency. And it goes from there to establish, to allow for certain exceptions, sort of builds off that baseline. The baseline is stay at home, stay safe. From that baseline, we build certain exceptions into it, saying, all right, there are certain essential businesses that need to operate and certain functions that need to be allowed to happen in order to, in order for people to stay safe, including things like food distribution, public health workers, and so forth. But certainly the approach here is an education approach, and putting forward our directive, there was no intention to indicate that there's anything other than that. We tried to make that clear in the directive and make it clear since then. And I would say that, we're really trying to work closely, and we have worked closely with the Department of Public Safety in terms of how we approach this.
I just want to be clear, because I told him that I was going to bring this question up. And I want to be able to go back to him and say that I spoke to you on this call and that I've got some answer for him. And I'm not sure that I heard an answer from you yet.
Well, that maybe Ted Brady can after.
Senator,
Ted,
can I just address
go
it?
ahead, Colonel. Yep.
Not knowing the situation, Senator, I would have to assume that we get a lot of reports from the public about violations. So our stance currently is, if we received a report from the public about a violation, a trooper will respond to investigate and educate. Now, I don't know if that was the case in the situation you brought up. Construction did come up in the phone call with the Attorney General and the chiefs this morning. There are limitations on construction in the executive order. I don't have it in front of me, so I can't cite it exactly. But I can only imagine that they were acting on the order and what was prohibited in the order as it relates to home construction.
Ted, did you want to comment?
I think the Colonel just nailed it. The order does not exempt construction as in-person to continue in-person operations. The only construction that may continue is construction for the purpose of a COVID-19 response. This has been a source of a lot of complaints to us. We issued guidance that specifically says construction is residential construction, commercial construction is non-essential for the purposes of this stay home, stay safe order. We've gotten a lot of feedback from contractors that work alone or in low contact issues. So you have a contractor, it sounds exactly like you're describing, Senator Benning, who only has 1 or 2 people on their job site that can practice social distancing. But as David mentioned, the number one thing is we're asking people to stay home, and those contractors leaving their home have to stop and get gas. They have to stop and get supplies. They have to go use a bathroom. They use a communal porta potty. They go use the local convenience store. So we've interpreted it and we've issued guidance that says that shall not occur. And we understand that that's a really hard pill to swallow if you're a person that goes and works alone all day. And the governor's office, the attorney general's office, our office are all talking about what the right guidance there is going forward. But right now we have that really strict interpretation that I hope you can convey to your constituent that that's why it exists. We're asking people to stay home, but I know that's not enough because it is so hard to swallow.
Well, my understanding is that hardware stores have been able to stay open for the very reason of getting some of these contractors' materials. So if I'm hearing you both correctly, or all three of you correctly, this is something that's going to have to be dealt with from a little higher up on the chain of command. And I guess I'll take it up there next. I'm hoping that if I go to my law office and I'm the only one there, I'm not going to have a state police officer show up on my doorstep and either educating me or threaten me, depending on how I see it as his delivery. But
yeah, so
I guess that's where we are.
The definition of in-person business operations is anytime you have to go and interact with another human being. So
and that's, I understand that. I have not been doing that in my law office. I didn't think this contractor was doing that where he was either. And given that hardware stores are open, I think we have an issue that needs to be dealt with a little higher up the chain of command, I guess.
Well, this is where there's a lot of misinterpretation. I wanted to move over to the lodging, but Senator White has a question.
No, I just wanted to say that we have to address the same issue around landscapers. I believe we have sent some stuff. And one of the problems is that I got a call from landscaping is not considered an essential business. And I got a call from a housing complex down here that is condos. And we're already in the southern part of the state having an influx of ticks. I've already had my first tick bite, and they need to keep their grass cut in order to keep the ticks down, and they all live there, and yet their landscaper has said he can't do it. So I think that that's another area where people are working alone. They're not having contact with other people, that we have to reconsider how we address it. Just wanted to throw that in.
Well, it's what's essential, what's not essential. You should, I'm sure you see the news from Massachusetts about whether the marijuana shops are essential or not. Heather, getting back to lodging for a minute, what impact and what's happening with this? Some people are following the rules, some people may not be.
Sure. Thank you, Senator. What we're hearing from the lodging establishments is that, from the beginning of the executive order, they certainly were hit right away, as were other folks in the hospitality industry, our restaurants and so forth. We have seen that folks are complying voluntarily to the large extent. And I can also add, in terms of the online platforms for the short-term rentals, We have been successful in working with them to be able to comply with the executive order to prevent future bookings at the platform level. That didn't happen immediately, but that now is in place so that if you went to go and try and rent a room on the Expedia platforms, which is HomeAway and VRBO, you'll see that those properties are no longer available to rent. And on Airbnb, the property still shows up, but you can't actually book for any dates. So that is a success, and that we've been able to complete that communication with those platforms to be able to make sure that folks are complying on that platform level. For licensed lodging properties throughout the state, as I mentioned, people have understand. I mean, clearly, as with other sectors, they've been very hard hit by this, but are complying to the large extent, within also understanding that they are being called upon to provide lodging for some of those essential duties.
Thank you. That's helpful. Colonel, oh, sorry, Senator White.
So this came up this morning in our all Senate meeting, and there was the question about why people couldn't make provisional reservations for like late summer and early fall. And they would have to be obviously provisional, but so that came up, and I just wondered if that's being considered.
That has definitely been an issue for the lodging, for the whole lodging community. Yes, that is under consideration right now as to when there might be a potential to look at that again.
Thank you.
Colonel, you mentioned when Senator Benning asked the question that you're getting calls from people saying so-and-so isn't complying, or this group isn't complying with the governor's orders. When the state trooper goes out to check, what are they doing? Informing? How do they deal with it?
Yeah, I mean, our guidance to them.
Saturday, I went by the Mount Anthony Country Club. There were two guys out walking the course with their golf clubs. They were more than 6 feet apart. I wouldn't have thought to call. They weren't, the course is closed as far as I know, so I don't know that they were violating anything. So what does the trooper do?
So to answer your question, Senator, the public has been calling law enforcement all over the state, both us, locals, the sheriffs. We have established a reporting portal for the public to make it easier for them. It's on our website. And when we receive a complaint from the public about any potential violation of the executive order or non-compliance issues, law enforcement's first response is to send an officer to investigate, to gather information, to educate, inform if they believe there's a perceived violation or it's a known violation based on facts, and try and obtain voluntary compliance. If that does not work, then the reporting goes to the Attorney General's office, who then makes enforcement decisions from there.
Okay.
But yes, to answer your question, generally we are receiving complaints from the public. So, which to Senator Benning's point, I would have to assume, although I don't know for sure, that trooper must have received some sort of direction to drive out there, and it would likely have been a complaint.
That is exactly what happened. Another member of the town decided to make a complaint. I guess they have a beef with each other, and as a result, I believe it was Trooper Schaefer who went out to, you guys are calling it educate. My constituent is telling me more of a threat. Who to believe, I don't know. But I want to make sure that at some point we get this ironed out. And David, I can trust that you and your folks are going to be talking about this. I'm going to take it to the executive branch to deal with it there as well. But it just seems to me that we can't have troopers going around the state leaving the impression that people are going to be threatened with criminal conviction. That's an awful thing. I mean, education is one thing, but you're going to experience an extreme amount of pushback from people who are doing their best to comply with the orders, but trying to survive at the same time.
And I could not agree with you more, Senator. And for the record, I do not expect any trooper ever to threaten anyone on this executive order. That would not be appropriate. And you know, unfortunately, those things may or may not happen. They will be dealt with internally.
I don't want to accuse that trooper, Colonel. I want to make sure that you do understand that I know it's all in the eye of the beholder. And in this particular set of eyes, I got word that they felt very threatened.
Understood. Just so you know, our guidance is to troopers to educate, not threaten. And I just want to make that very clear.
Sometimes it's in the eye of the beholder, and we're going to get to this a little later, is the state trucks at the border of Vermont. And even I found it somewhat intimidating to drive by these two huge snow plows parked with their lights flashing, you know, with the sign saying, if you stay in quarantine. I understand that, I fully support it, but it is somewhat, you know, it's in the eye of the beholder. And I think when a uniformed trooper comes up to you and says something, it has a certain feel to it.
Absolutely. And we're aware of that. I mean, it's a threatening and uncomfortable position. And I've reiterated to the command staff, and I will continue to reiterate that the public is under immense stress and anxiety right now. And these are not criminals. They are people who are trying very hard to keep their lives moving forward and their businesses intact, and they're wanting to do the right thing. So we have to tread very lightly. And I understand having a uniformed trooper come to your house is, no matter how they approach it, could be intimidating and threatening. We're doing our best in that regard. But it's important that you understand that we are educating our people on the fact that this is causing an immense amount of stress for everyone. And we have to handle it very carefully.
Thank you, Colonel. Senator White, final question on this.
Well, I wondered if this is the place, or if you have a on the agenda to ask about how we're dealing with day visits to parks and to the parks.
Michael Snyder, the commissioner, is going to be on a little later.
Okay, great. Thanks.
I see he just arrived. Ted and Heather, do you have any final comments on from the agency perspective?
Sure, I'd love to just reiterate the extraordinary nature of the time we're in. We've received more than 5,200 businesses contacting us in the last week, and we've issued the same guidance to all of them. And they're being asked to make really hard interpretations, but whenever we ask them to do that, we say err on the side of caution. So in our opinion, the highest and most best advice out of that executive order is to stay home. And as a result of that, a lot of people are going to economically suffer. And the federal government has implemented the largest economic stimulus package in the history of the country as a result of that. Somebody like Senator Benning's talking about for the first time would be able to get $1,000 weekly benefit through the unemployment system, because we recognize that what we've done to them is devastate their livelihood as a society, not we at ACCD. Please help educate your constituents about those tools. The fact that sole proprietors can get unemployment for the first time. The Paycheck Protection Program at SBA provides a relief for your entire payroll, including your own, for 8 weeks. So that contractor, just to use that example, he, his brother, and his son, for the first time, their entire wage, whatever they paid them last year, up to $100,000 each, is a grant from the SBA for 8 weeks through that program. That's why those programs exist. So I hope you can just help educate folks to what tools are available to them as a result of this unprecedented action we've had to take.
Ed, I don't know how far you've stayed on top of this subject, but that revenue stream has not yet kicked in and may not kick in for a couple more weeks at least. So people are automatically losing all of their income at one moment in time, and they're trying to do their best. These folks literally were not allowing anybody, and I hear this all the time, but I just want to present this as a state senator trying to represent constituents, that when the police go out. If you're educating, that's a wonderful idea. I want to make a clear understanding before we leave this conversation, though, that if you take the next step and citations are being issued, we, all of us, are going to have a major public relations problem. And I don't want to be in that position if we can avoid it.
And I just want to mention that what I heard from those motels and hotels in Bennington that followed the rules, they were very upset that some hotels and motels weren't following the rules. Now, I didn't get all the details of what the state police found in terms of, or law enforcement found in terms of non-compliance. And I think that's going to be true throughout this whole process that Ted is talking about, where some people are playing by the rules and some people are skirting the rules. And I think that is naturally upsetting to those that are trying to follow the rules. And it's a natural human thing. I mean, I want to get seeds to plant in my garden, but there are certain stores that can sell them, certain that can't. And that's, so those are the types of things I think that we're working our way through in these certain uncharted waters. Thank you, Ted, and thank you, Heather, for joining us today. Really helpful.
Thanks.
Happy to do so.
Thank you. Judge, we wanted to move over to I'm sure the courts aren't impacted at all by the COVID-19.
No, we're just running along at our normal pace.
At
Yes.
your normal pace.
Right.
But we wanted to get an update on how good it is, how bad it is, or we've noticed a lot of cases have been, I'm noticing in the local paper, for example, people cited into court for June something or other. I'm just imagining what's going to happen on June something or other when they all show up.
So am I, Senator. Let me begin. Thank the committee for inviting me. For the record, Brian Grierson, Chief Superior Judge, and have been operating the Supreme Court's Administrative Order 49 went in effect March 17th, and which greatly reduced the scheduling of matters in the court. They provided a list of emergency proceedings that can go forward, but it's obviously a very limited list. At the present time, we're operating on reduced staff schedules, as well as obviously reduced judicial appearance in courts. There's only been one court, we haven't closed it, but we've suspended operations in the Wyndham Civil Court because of staffing shortages. There was only one person there. That person was moved over to the family criminal division. But staffing continues to be an issue. And Terry Scott, the Chief of Trial Court Operations, monitors that very closely day to day. We've had some courts particularly hard hit. Franklin County, for instance, has had a substantial reduction in staff. Orleans has also, all the courts have experienced that, but those two courts in particular have showed a dramatic reduction. We are still operating only on emergency basis. The issue that you mentioned, Senator, is one that we're equally concerned about. Usually it is the law enforcement on direction from the state's attorneys, local state's attorneys, decide what the citation will be, what the citation date will be. If courts or judges are called after hours to set conditions of release, they may get involved in that discussion. But I would say, generally speaking, those citation dates on I'll refer to them as nonviolent offenses, are are being scheduled months out. And we hope that as we move along, they stagger those dates so it doesn't all end up on the same date, else we'll really be in trouble. The more, if I can refer to them as offenses, misdemeanors, or felonies involving violence, as you all may remember, for instance, domestic violence cases by statute are required if the person is not detained to be cited in to the next day. And the emergency order issued by the Supreme Court allows for that. So any offenses involving domestic violence, either domestic assault or violation of abuse prevention orders, will be brought in. I'll say the next day, but generally speaking, 24 to 48 hours, depending on staffing. And also any offenses involving violence where the court is contacted for conditions of release, if they are not being lodged and the lodging detainee population has been substantially reduced, those types of offenses generally will be brought in relatively soon, within 24, 48 hours, or certainly less than a week, so that in those offenses, the individual will have counsel assigned to them, and there can be a more deliberative approach to the appropriate conditions of release with input from state's attorneys, defense attorneys, and in the appropriate case, victims. So we are bringing some cases still into court, consistent with the administrative order, but obviously the traffic, in-person traffic in courts is extremely limited. And we're doing the best we can under those circumstances, but we recognize that certain cases have to come in. Relief from abuse orders are still being issued and still meeting the statutory time frames of coming in for final hearing within a week to 10 days. Juvenile emergency proceedings are still occurring, taking place. There's been a significant discussion of parent-child contact and how to address those issues. I testified yesterday in one committee, and I'll be testifying, I expect, in House Judiciary later today on that topic. We're struggling with those issues, as anyone can imagine, depending on the point of view, whether it's Department of Children and Families, whether you're a parent, with significant in-person parent-child contact, how that contact is being impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic is resulting in a number of cases coming into the family division, emergency cases on modification of parent-child contact. And I would say that's probably where we're seeing a lot of cases. And some of you may have heard bail review filings have gone up significantly because of the conditions that Commissioner Baker was referring to. So we, the judiciary, are seeing a lot of those motions. They tend to, many of them have a common theme of the conditions in the facilities relating to COVID-19 and the protocols that the department is issuing. And if I understood or recalled Commissioner Baker's comments, he's saying it's almost daily they update that protocol. So we're seeing a lot of those motions, and with reduced staffs, I have assigned I had assigned one judge to hear those cases because of the common theme. By assigning the one judge, I certainly want it to be clear that we're not changing venue of those cases. The one judge is hearing those issues only relating to that request to modify or strike bail. But having said that, this situation is evolving, as all of you know. The numbers of those filings have increased dramatically. So I'm in the process of assigning a second judge to divide up that workload. And most of those hearings are being conducted remotely, either via video or telephone. There are very few, even when we have an in-person arraignment or citation in court, it is rare to have a state's attorney and or a defense attorney physically appear in court, even for in-court proceedings. So the nature of these motions and the skeletal staffs and the ability to do a lot of this remotely is what lends itself to having one or two judges hear these cases. And if the numbers increase so that we need a third judge, then I will assign a third
Judge,
judge.
can I ask a question about
Sure.
that process?
Sure.
Because I've had not a lot, but several emails from victims of crime concerned about their abuser or the person who harmed their family coming in for some type of process. And they feel like they have nowhere to go, nowhere to be heard. Is that accurate?
I've heard the same, Commissioner, excuse me, Senator. And my response has been, when I've been asked that question, is these proceedings aren't, other than the fact that they're being done remotely, which has its own complications, are not being done any differently than before the pandemic hit. In other words, when someone files a motion for review of bail that a victim may want to have a voice in, generally the court doesn't take on the responsibility of notifying the victim. Usually that would come through the local state's attorney's office. And by all means, the word should go out that if a victim wants input in whatever motion is before the court, they're entitled to have input. The question sometimes becomes, how do we get that voice into court? And that's what in part delays some of these proceedings, to make sure that the people that need to be heard or entitled to be heard have that access. And so it's a matter of getting everybody together at the same time and the same means, but certainly they're entitled to be heard.
Just realized I'm pointing at senators saying, go ahead, and I can't see who I'm pointing at. Senator Benning, you had a question.
Thank you. Judge, I have two questions. With respect to the COVID-19 related filings for modification of bail, have you, to the best of your knowledge, had any of those cases actually their requests granted?
The short answer is no. As far as I'm aware, there has been one decision issued by Judge Harris, actually up in your county, Senator, in Caledonia. This was, I'm going to say, time has been flying in this situation. I think about 2 weeks ago, motions came in before him. He took evidence remotely and issued a decision, but none have been granted yet.
Okay. My second question is with respect to relief from abuse cases, domestic assaults, and parent-child contact emergency requests. Have you seen an uptick in those categories?
I will say that we've seen an uptick in requests for modification of parent-child contact, both in the domestic side and as well as in the juvenile side. I was involved in a committee hearing yesterday, House Human Services, that focused on contact with children in the custody of the Department of Children and Families. And as some of you may know, the department has put in place a protocol attempting to modify in-person contact with parents for children who are placed in foster care to remote or virtual contact via Skype or some other mechanism. And I'll give you the numbers that I've heard, but they're certainly subject to Commissioner Schatz testifying. Approximately 900 families in custody. They've been able to get all but, as I understand it, roughly 30 families to agree to remote contact. So they have done a good job of explaining the issues to the families involved and getting consent from obviously by far the majority of families to agree to that. So there's a number that they haven't been able to agree upon, and those are the cases that are coming in to the court involving children in custody. The domestic situations, we're also seeing a fair amount of motions throughout the state because people are just unsure of how to react, for instance, to the governor's order, stay safe, stay home. But they may have a very robust parent-child contact schedule. It may be week to week. There are other schedules, obviously, that one parent may have by far the majority of parent-child contact, but the other parent still has maintained regular contact. And so those are the ones that we're seeing come in, because I think the parents are unsure of what that order means as it relates to the parent-child contact orders. I will say that the Department of Children and Families brought to my attention, or through me asked the Supreme Court if they would consider a blanket order denying in-person contact between parents with children in DCF custody, and the Supreme Court elected not to issue a blanket order, leaving it to the individual trial judges to handle those types of cases on a case-by-case basis, and we are seeing those. You also mentioned RFAs. I'll be testifying later today to another committee, I believe, on that subject. From what I've been able to gather in talking with the domestic violence folks, my understanding is there has not been an uptick in those filings, but I have also heard from individual counties, prosecutors say that they have seen it. So I'm not sure where the numbers are on that, but we are still seeing those, we're still hearing those and issuing orders. Many of them, again, are being done remotely. We have not mandated phone participation because in many cases, folks do not have phones. But many of the hearings are being done remotely.
Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions for Judge Gerson? Judge, thank you very much.
You're welcome. I would say, consistent with what you've been hearing from some of the other witnesses, the enforcement issues, stay at home. I've also assigned 3 judges in different parts of the state to address those issues if they do come up, so that we'll have judges ready to address those issues. And the other issue, just so the committee knows that we're struggling with and continue to work on, involves the mental health hearings. We're trying to do those remotely, and competency evaluations as well, which is a real stumbling block. But we continue to work with DMH and with the public defenders as well as state's attorneys in trying to come up with a system that will allow us to continue to monitor those cases. So
thank you.
That's what I have.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it, Judge. And we'll probably be in touch next week sometime just to keep our contacts open. I don't know that we have specific legislation to look at, but we'll try to stay in touch.
Thank you.
Thank you, committee.
And I have to go to another meeting, so I'm leaving. Thank you.
The good news is you just go from one Zoom to the next.
I zoom from one to the other. Yes, you're right.
Zoom from one to another. In
you.
the Zoom world. The next subject is one that some of you may have not seen. Most of you live on the border, except for Senator Baruth, who has a ferry come across. I don't know if there's signs at the ferry dock, but it's the issue of the idea that people who come here to stay should quarantine. And when you've got and Secretary Flynn wrote me and suggested that the signs are so small that it's hard to put everything you'd want to know on them. So I guess I would start with Secretary Flynn about the about what's going on our borders with the AOT trucks and AOT personnel and so forth.
Good morning, Senator Sears, and good morning, committee. For the record, Joe Flynn, Secretary of Transportation, and also in the meeting and available is Deputy Chief Engineer Ann Gamble. I can just start with sort of a high-level review of what it is we're doing, and then, take any questions that you might have. The effort that Senator Sears spoke about began on April 1st. We have primarily three goals, if you will, in this traffic monitoring that we're hoping to achieve. In no order of importance, the first is to try to determine as best we can how effective the COVID-19 mitigation measures such as stay home, stay safe might be reflected in traffic volume. So is that messaging working? The second really is to give Vermont healthcare leaders a sense of what future healthcare decision-making might need to happen, and obviously in concert with the governor. They talk a lot about flattening the curve, and yesterday we heard the governor say that it seemed to be indicating that the measures that Vermonters are taking into stride are possibly working in that regard. So this monitoring effort, again, is just an unscientific way to try to understand by the way we move, is that consistent? And then I think as importantly, or most importantly, if the signs that you mentioned, Senator Sears, the message that's actually on those boards is if you enter Vermont to stay, self-isolate 14 days. We are limited to the number of characters, we're limited to the copy. It's quite an art form, honestly, to try to come up with a message that makes sense when you're limited to it, whatever it is we're talking about. But in this case, that was the best we could. We couldn't get the word quarantine on the sign. It just didn't work. But so the point though is that it's not about the Vermonter who might go between White River Junction and Lebanon, to grocery shop, or come from Plattsburgh to go to UVM Med Center to work and back, or in your area, Senator Sears, who comes into the hospital in Bennington and goes back into New York, or in any other border area. But that particular sign was aimed at the people who have either been away from Vermont for a while and are returning. I think we all know people that may have gone south and now they've come home, or people that are coming here from someplace else to be with family during these uncertain times. And so it's real important that the message that's been consistent from the health department on a daily basis about quarantining yourself if you've been from away for 14 days at least is messaged. And that's what we're trying to do. I think it's very important to say that we are not targeting anybody. We are not targeting out-of-state vehicles. We are looking at every vehicle. We are absolutely not noting any license plate registration numbers. We simply are noting as best we can the origin of the license plate, the state, that's it, or the province. We are not using any license plate readers. If you see a DMV vehicle at any of these locations, they are making periodic visits, as are some state troopers, because we've had a couple of threats, quite frankly, out of Windham County toward some of our VTrans employees. These have been in-person physical threats, and that's very unfortunate. So we are just asking our own staff, as they move around the state and do their jobs, to swing into these locations from time to time. But there is no data that's being captured electronically. This is a pen to paper, clipboard, old-fashioned exercise. All our folks have a sheet with the license plates of all the states, and they're just checking the ones that they see, and it's getting tallied up every day. This is a 24-hour operation. It began as 2 12-hour shifts, 8 hours straight, 4 hours overtime. By Sunday, we hope to have that to be 3 8-hour shifts, but we just stood it up so quickly that was the best way to do it when we started. As we speak this morning, there are 76 places in Vermont where there are signs crossing Vermont's borders. 38 of those 76 are staffed with VTrans personnel who are doing this monitoring that I described a moment ago. And of those 38, there are 7 locations where we're monitoring outbound traffic as well as inbound traffic. And the data sets that we're compiling, if you will, are obviously, the volume at that location, and then the volume at that location broken out by states of origin. We also, on a routine basis, can talk to our RWIS stations. You've probably seen those, the roadway weather information stations. There's, yeah, you've got them down in Searsburg, and folks see them along Interstate 89, Interstate 91, Route 4, things like that. On an annual basis, those devices help us identify the annual traffic volume, and that is not a finite, perfectly scientific process, but it does allow us to do the best that we're able to do. And what we're seeing statewide right now, since within about 2 weeks, has been a decrease in overall traffic of about 52%.
Wow.
And unscientifically, if one assumes that commercial truck traffic is perhaps as voluminous as it was previously, because that's also part of the response, and we have to keep food and fuel and things moving, it would seem to indicate that the category that's not commercial truck traffic has probably significantly dropped below the 52%. We're seeing that obviously the highest volume crossing point is White River Junction on Interstate 89. Just interesting facts that we're seeing. There's 21% more vehicles entering Vermont than leaving Vermont at that, and it doesn't tell us anything. It doesn't mean that they're not leaving some other place, and there's no way to know that. And so some of this is, what do they say? There's facts and damn facts, and I don't know necessarily what we'll do with all this, but it's sort of interesting. And the least busy locations are Highgate and Derby Line on Interstates 89 and Interstates 91, because the Canadians are frankly taking an even tougher approach at the border than the Americans are. So that's not a surprise. We also have seen in this period 60% reduction in crashes, which makes sense. And it's more than 60% because not all crashes are immediately reported. You have 30 days to report a crash in Vermont. So assuming that they're not all reported yet, we're already seeing a 60% reduction. So, that's, again, it's just interesting information. But going back to the border monitoring, I think one of the other things that this is going to help us with as we start to come out the other end of this COVID is when we see the numbers we're seeing today, and as the governor said yesterday at the press conference, when we reach a point where we're able to start turning the spigot a quarter turn at a time, we will see those numbers start to lift. And I think we'll be able to sense the reverse of what we think we sense now is how effective has stay home, stay safe been. And as that eases and the spigot gets turned a quarter at a time, we should be able to see and sort of map, if you will, by traffic volume, that recovery, that planned, staged, recovery. So that's the picture, if you will, and I'm happy to have the conversation.
Yeah, Senator White has a question.
Thanks, Secretary Flynn.
She represents the area with the
yes.
Right. I was going to ask if you can talk about a little bit about the nature of what those threats were, and were they Vermonters threatening, or were they people coming into the state who were threatening, and how did you handle them?
I don't know. It's a good question. I think one of them was a Vermont vehicle that pulled up. These both occurred. One occurred on Friday last week, and one occurred Saturday, actually just moments after I was there. And I went around and visited all these locations last weekend and kept my social distance. But the threats were, just sort of angry people that, in these 2 cases at least, that didn't understand what we were doing. They apparently, through social media, which can be your asset or your enemy, They thought that we were going to move the trucks across the roadway and block the borders, which is absolutely not true. And it's understandable in the absence of information, we all fill the void. And so I can appreciate that to some degree, but when it turns into shouting and making, threatening accusations toward the employee, that's concerning. So we reported it to law enforcement, to your point, Senator. The second one that occurred last Saturday, I'm told, was actually a guy who roller skated up or on rollerblades and just started, shouting at the driver. And again, that this was, my town and you have no business doing this and we're different. We don't need to abide. And everybody's on edge and we understand that. But and it's certainly not widespread. I don't want to give the impression that it is widespread at this point. So our folks, we've told our folks, first of all, if you feel you need to, you can call 911. You can also just roll the window up in your truck and drive away. I mean, you're sitting in a truck. There's that safety barrier. We also, so on every vehicle, we have, just a 8.5 by 11 sheet of paper taped to the window facing outward, explaining everything, just the bullet points of what we're doing, and contact information to call the JIC in Waterbury, which is really the center of all information for the COVID response. So we're doing our best. Actually, I observed too, the 18 locations that I visited last weekend, many vehicles driving by, honking and waving with all 5 fingers, just being somewhat supportive, I think. So again, I'm sure that there's a lot of consternation, period, amongst all of us regarding COVID and what it's done to our lives and our state and our nation.
I have a couple of questions. The first is why we're doing the outbound. We know they're leaving. Assuming they're leaving because they're going out. And at 279, there were 2 huge plow trucks. So with people on both, I think there might have been 3 AOT employees, but I saw at least 2 with clipboards. And I wondered why we were doing the outbound.
Well, I think to my point a moment ago, when we're in White River, where we saw 21% don't appear to be leaving, I think we're just trying to gauge some sort of a sense of that. Okay. And part of the answer too, I believe, is certainly up here where I live, there is a daily ebb and flow across the Grand Isle Ferry. There's an ebb and flow down where you live on 279. Yeah. There's absolutely an ebb and flow in White River, Norwich area going over to Hanover and Lebanon. I think we're trying to sense what that balance is.
A lot of people in Vermont, in the Bennington area anyway, move back and forth the state border. It's routine. They work in New York or they work in Vermont, and they live in Vermont or live in New York. I guess the question maybe for are there any, Lisa, Leah, did you want to comment on this from the American Civil Liberties Union?
Sure. Thank you, Senator Sears. For the record, Leah Ernst, Senior Staff Attorney at the ACLU of Vermont. I appreciate the opportunity to talk to the committee today. The heading of the hearing was border checkpoints, and I have heard of no plan or intent to set up a checkpoint where vehicles would be stopped and questioned. No. And I certainly hope that remains the case. Sure. So most of my remarks were going to be directed at why we would oppose that and why that was a bad idea. And perhaps I need not even run through those remarks. But we would absolutely have plenty to say about that. With respect to the gathering of place of origin information of vehicles coming into and out of Vermont, Secretary Flynn has given us some reasons for why that data is relevant and important and what it goes to. Just like everybody else, the ACLU of Vermont, of course, recognizes we're in extremely challenging times and that the greater good requires that we not engage in just business as usual. And, you know, with the understanding that some restrictions and changes are coming into effect, there are just some general ground rules that we believe they should all follow. One is that every restriction on people's liberties and movement, every increase in surveillance and monitoring must be scientifically justified by medical and public health officials, and be the least restrictive means necessary to meet that end. Likewise, any such restriction or monitoring or surveillance must be continually reevaluated to ensure they remain justified and necessary in light of these rapidly evolving conditions. And finally, and I appreciate that Secretary Flynn referred to this, that any movement restriction or monitoring must not be implemented in a manner that discriminates in any way. And so in light of those three ground rules, you know, I personally haven't seen what these monitoring stations look like. I've barely left my house, as is true for a lot of us. You know, and Senator Sears referenced that they do feel intimidating, or that he could understand feeling intimidated by that.
Understand feeling.
Understand, excuse me. And, you know, I don't know if there are ways to set those up that are sort of feel less heavy-handed. Again, I'm not speaking on the basis of having seen one myself, so I apologize for any misunderstanding.
What I saw obviously is the larger trucks. I think if it was a pickup truck, it would be less. And I know some of the areas have pickup trucks rather than the large plow trucks, but I'm sure we don't have enough pickup trucks to cover. I'm sure that's the reason, but I think that was my impression. And I didn't say I was intimidated. I want to make that clear. I can see how somebody would be by that large with the flashing lights, as if you're coming up on something really awful. And obviously this is awful, but
and you know, certainly with the rumors going around about blocking off roadways and everything else, you know, it's important that as in everything relating to responding to COVID-19, public education first. And so, you know, anything that can be done to assure people that we're not putting the borders on lockdown, we're not setting up checkpoints. And I also appreciate that you specifically and explicitly mentioned that you are not using automated license plate readers. That was something, you know, we've been hearing concerns about. And so I'm glad that we're able to assure people that that is not happening. And so, you know, I appreciate all the efforts you're making to make this as low impact on the traveling public, you know, those who do have a reason to be traveling. As you mentioned, we are all extremely under stress at this point, and anything we can do to mitigate the added stress, we would absolutely encourage.
You know, that actually, one of the reasons the committee wanted to have this type of hearing was to at least get out in public what exactly is happening. And where that leads me is, David, have you got any comments from the Attorney General's Enforcement Division regarding the border?
To the AOT data gathering exercise, as that is just a data gathering exercise that really doesn't really dovetail with the enforcement issues. With respect to the well, I should say the one question we have been getting a little bit is the 14-day quarantine rule for those who are arriving from out of state. And so that is something that we're dealing with on a case-by-case basis. And the governor's order does have a different definition of essential purpose for the purpose of that 14-day quarantine rule than the earlier order does for the more general essential business definition in the broader stay at home, stay safe order. And so that's just something we're keeping in mind, trying to educate people about as well, is to say, look, if you're coming in from out of state, obviously medical workers and industry workers are essential, and there needs, keep on coming, doing your jobs. We need that to continue. But the sort of essential purposes around, for example, recreation and things like that, that is not included in the 14-day quarantine order with respect to emailing folks from out of state. And that's just something we're trying to educate about and make sure people understand. That's the only piece that we've been dealing with respect to the border crossing issue.
Actually, that's a great segue into the next witness, is Michael Snyder, Commissioner of Forest Parks and Recreation. Is somebody wants to come over the border to spend some time at one of our parks, just walking around, hiking, whatever. And how does that fit with, don't come to stay, but you're only coming to recreate for an hour? That's what I think that was the question we basically have, is how all the parks and recreation going to work.
Great. Yes, so thanks. Happy to join and shed some light on this if I could. For the record, Michael Snyder, Commissioner of Forest Parks and Recreation. Thanks for the invitation. I'll start with Vermont State Parks. We are in the off season, which means that as ever, the parks are open to the public. They're just not staffed or operational. The facilities are closed, like bath facilities, they're not maintained. So, but that's as ever. People during the winter, people can come in and use the grounds. And that's still the case. Though we have suspended reservations per the order, and we have also suspended off-season camping, which is a tradition that people can, with 3 days notice, they can get a permit to go use the parks for camping during the off-season. We've suspended that. We're not taking any new reservations. We generally have 4 parks that open before Memorial Day. Jamaica State Park, owing to the West River Dam release and the race related to that, and a couple others. We have decided to delay those normally early opening parks indefinitely until we can have a better handle on where things are. And though we generally shoot for the Memorial Day opening with full operations, we are planning the various scenarios to try to open on time if circumstances suggest that that's appropriate. More and more that's seeming not to be the case. And so we're also planning other scenarios for a delayed opening or perhaps no operations, though we have wastewater systems and drinking water systems, et cetera, in the parks, and some facilities, cottages, cabins that could, in a worst case scenario, become assets for the state in response. So we want to be geared up and ready to make those available for public health and safety as may be needed for isolation places or for housing of medical personnel, who knows. So we've been working very hard to be prepared for a multitude of different outcomes possibly, but for the purposes of this conversation, we're still at parks are, the land is open, the facilities are not, and that includes gating some roads and trails, largely consistent with what we would normally do this time of year owing to mud season concerns. But now with people wanting to be outside a bit, get some exercise and fresh air, we know the health benefits associated. We are seeing a crush of activity at certain parks. And so we're having to respond to that because with some closures of facilities and signage, importantly, because our staff are not able to, under the order, to go out and do what they would normally do in the way of prep or maintenance or interacting with the public to manage that use. So because we can't do the responsible management of the use, we are in some cases starting to ratchet down and close certain the access, but with the general philosophy that we want to keep the lands open, if not all facilities. So we've locked all the bath facilities and we have removed all the portalets where we use those, except in 2 high pressure parks in Chittenden County, Mount Philo and at Niquette Bay, where we have, we're going to continue to use portalets, sanitizing them under CDC protocol twice a day at significant expense. But there's such pressure for those places that we're going to try to hang in there and keep that going. But otherwise, we've put signs everywhere advising on best practices and precautions, and trying to help people understand that it's good to use them, but both for human health, public health, and for land health, people need to act accordingly and appropriately. So that's a quick overview on state parks. I can broaden out to our approach to more trail-based recreation, non-trail-based recreation, and if you'd like, but maybe I'll pause there. Are there specific questions?
Senator White has a question, I think.
Sure.
You have to unmute yourself, Senator White.
Thank you. I muted myself. Well, anyway, because I tried to tell Joe that he had gone over to the dark side and that the side of his face it showed looked a little bit like the new moon. So I was busy emailing him.
I don't know where it is, what's doing where you folks are, but right now it's very dark and very stormy in Lindenville.
Yes. Okay. So I saw he turned on his lights, but so Michael, I've had a number of concerns from people, particularly up in the Jamaica area, that and while people feel that it's really necessary to allow people to access the parks for recreation, because some people don't have the ability where they live to go for walks, that there's a lot of concern about people, because we're so close to borders, people are coming for day trips, and that they are concerned, and they don't want to turn it into a they versus us, but there is a lot of concern about people coming up for day trips and using the facilities and then stopping along the way. So are we doing anything about that, or is there anything to do? Thank you.
It's a good question, and I've received some incoming as well from some of your constituents. I also heard from Senator Ballant on a similar concern related to Jamaica and Hamilton Falls in particular. Responded to that. One thing I left out in the general parks, our approach to managing parks right now, is that we are very grateful to Fish and Wildlife and Commissioner Porter and Colonel Batchelder. They've agreed to add extra detail for the warden force in making rounds to our state parks. Although Commissioner Porter could speak to this better, but they, as I understand it, their guidance is to really avoid person-to-person contact. But so they're doing it by making rounds, sort of kind of a showing up and being present, but also reporting back to our staff about inappropriate behavior or damage, so that we can make kind of specific limited stealth visits to deal with it. But they also have been effective in stopping some illegal behavior and also just in education and talking with folks from a distance. And we greatly appreciate that. So that's another layer that we've added here with thanks to the warden force from Fish and Wildlife. And beyond that, we are doing a fair amount on social media and our website and engaging with traditional news media and getting the message out and just trying to help people understand that, like we've said, yes, it's good and important to get out locally, but we're asking people to do that very locally, less than 10 miles.
Yeah,
and in some cases, that will include some guests from out of state. It raises the question of, well, when you come from out of state, you're supposed to self-isolate. I'm heartened to hear that that's sort of seen as a little bit differently for recreation. I'd like to think that we can manage this by spreading the word and having sort of peer-to-peer understanding of what's appropriate and what's not. And I think, we certainly don't have any enforcement ability or authority, and are just trying to do our best with good messaging and helping people understand. I will throw in one interesting point came to me from checking in with the supervisor of the National Forest. They're struggling with some similar, and he was asking how we're approaching it and seemed grateful for some insights. But he raised a point of the thru hikers on the Appalachian Trail entering the state on foot, and technically, therefore, needing to self-isolate. The facilities, privies, mulching, composting toilets, etc., cabins, huts, they're all closed, but the trail is, and we're asking people to stay off the long trail. But we know thru hikers are going to start coming through, particularly the northbounders. And we are thinking about how to put up signs and ask people to be respectful of the order as they enter the state on foot, which I don't think any of us really contemplated prior. Senator White, I hope that's addressing your concerns. And telling you what we can, what we are doing, what we understand we can do, and I'm certainly open to doing more or other if you all have ideas and suggestions.
Okay, well, our Wyndham County delegation will meets on every Saturday, and we'll talk about this. Thank you.
Sure.
You're lucky that your delegation meets.
Every Saturday.
Good for you. I should probably join you. I
You
represent
could.
Wilmington, you know.
Yeah.
I don't know if Ann Gamble had anything to add to the AOT discussion, but I really appreciate you staying in there. Are there any other questions for any of the witnesses that we've had this morning? Actually, you know, this has been extremely helpful to me anyway in answering many of my constituents' concerns. And Secretary Flynn, David, Leah, and Commissioner Snyder, thank you so much for joining us.
You bet.
Thank you.
Stay
Thank you.
well.
Take good care.
Yep. Is there anything else for committee at this point? We'll probably try to meet next week and hopefully get out good notice. I'm thinking more like Wednesday or Thursday, depending upon what the Senate schedule is.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
How
Peggy,
did it go on the
thanks
Senate
as
floor
always.
today?
Michelle, thank you. Stay healthy. Bye now.
Yes, everybody.
a big welcome to everyone. This is your House Agriculture and Forestry Committee meeting today, April 1st, April Fool's Day. I don't know. And I want to welcome everybody and thank you all for being part of the meeting. And we did send out an agenda. We are probably not going to stick completely strictly to the agenda just because some things have come up. So when I put the agenda together, the understanding was that, you know, we were going to be looking at everything, but the speaker then said that we should be really focusing on COVID-19 issues. So I know the Senate is looking at something. Mike O'Grady had worked with Bobby Starr, and they have an idea about ways to employ restaurant workers who may have been laid off and putting them to work delivering meals to folks. Meals on Wheels are frequently delivered by elderly people themselves. And so the hope was to maybe put some of those restaurant workers who have been laid off to work, and potentially with them being paid by with stimulus money. And so the Senate is working on that. I had been thinking, I've had a couple of inquiries about farm stores and farmers markets. This has been something I've heard about by email, and you know, my just completely coincidentally, Will Stevens reached out. Will, as you know, is a former member from Shoreham, and so Terry knows him well. But you know, one of the concerns is whether or not our farm markets, our farm stores, our CSAs are essential. And we do know that agriculture has been deemed an essential service or business. And so I wanted some clarity about that. So we invited Will Stevens, who, as you know, is an organic farmer from Shoreham. He does vegetables as well as plants, but they also sell food, you know, once their crops are in. And I also invited Abby Willard because she is the guru in all things about this. So Will, I want to give you an opportunity to tell us what the situation is there and what could potentially be helpful for you.
Thanks, Carolyn. Good morning, everyone. My name is Will Stevens. My wife, Judy, and I own and operate Golden Russet Farm, which is an organic vegetable farm in Shoreham. And we also sell bedding plants to the public in the springtime. It's actually about a third of our total sales come from the months of May and June out of the greenhouses. Yeah, so as a member of the Vegetable Grower Listserv, there's been a lot of chatter on the listserv about kind of what are people doing and what's up and how is this affecting you and so on and so forth. And so over the last couple, less than a week, there have been, and others were interviewed, and you know, Jack expressed the fear that the state was going to not allow the sale of flowers. And so, again, I reached out to Abby, gotten clarification. I think I'm pretty clear on what needs to happen, you know, internally here on the farm in order for us to be able to, in fact, sell flowers and plants and non-food items, kind of as we always have, but not as we always have. So in the good old days, namely last year, people would come to the farm here, wander through the greenhouses, fill up trays of plants, come to the cash register, pay, and leave. And that is not possible now, given the stay home and stay safe proclamation. But again, my understanding from emails with Abby is that so long as we don't allow face-to-face contact, essentially, with consumers, that, in other words, if we can set up some type of a process where we can ahead of time take orders either by mail, by phone, or by email or online, we can pull the orders. We can bring them out to a parking lot, for example, with presumably a slip or a total, load them in people's cars, and either accept credit cards or check or payment. Again, whether we kind of do a handoff on the cart that we're bringing the plants out with, or how that works exactly, we have yet to determine. We still have a couple weeks before we would have officially opened anyway, to work some of these details out. But the whole point and goal is to not have the farm be a vector, for the virus. We don't want, possibilities of cross-contamination, and I think that's the whole goal of this whole thing in the first place. That we want to minimize contact with the public, and we want to both between kind of us, our farm, our staff, and the public, as well as between members of the public. So what we're working on, what we've drafted internally, is kind of a policy that would kind of allow folks to come and be served kind of one at a time by one of us here at the farm. Again, whether it means pulling their order ahead of time, wheeling it out to the car and loading the car, or leaving it for them to load themselves. We haven't worked that detail out yet, but that's my understanding of how we can do it. I think I've got that right, and I hope I've got that right.
All right, thanks, Will. Abby, would you like to comment here?
Sure. So Abby Willard, Ag Development Director at the Agency of Agriculture, Food and Markets. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, and Abby, Mike O'Grady had his hand up. Mike, do you think you want to comment before Abby speaks, or, okay, fine. Yep.
Afterwards?
Yes.
Okay. So, this is so complicated. Not only is this a really challenging time, it's also really complicated. And we have been fielding lots of questions from farms and food businesses, greenhouses and nurseries, landscapers, CSAs, farm stands of all kinds, to try to understand where they individually fit into the stay home, stay safe executive order as of the 25th. And I will say, to your point, Will, information has been hard to receive because Agency of Commerce and Community Development has wanted to interpret guidance very broadly, because that's the safest and responsible thing for them to do. And it's hard to give individual businesses very specific feedback. And so the Agency of Agriculture has tried to kind of thread that needle of sharing as specific information as we can about the interpretation of the guidance that Commerce is providing. So kind of I'll speak like in generality, and then we can talk like very specifically. So as we understand, at least as things stand as of today, and that's prior to the press event today at 11, so things could change and likely will at 11, but on the 25th, when the governor ordered all businesses to stop in-person contact with customers unless they provide critical services and functions. Businesses that provide critical services can remain open, as Will was describing, and they still need to practice the social distancing activities and guidelines provided both by the CDC and the health department. If a business has been deemed non-essential, then the ACCD retail guidelines apply to that business. The retail, and so then you have to go back to the executive order. In the executive order, there's specific business types that are called out in subpart 6, F, G, and H, referencing retail businesses that are allowed to stay open. If they were not specifically stated in those subparts, then they're deemed non-essential. and they need to cease person-to-person contact. However, if they can do sales via mail, phone, online transactions, and then hand off some sort of delivery or drop off location without any person-to-person contact, they can continue to do that. The other piece that was clarified from the executive order is that on those non-essential businesses, that is true. This circumstance of person-to-person contact also extends to their staffing. So that means there are certain types of nurseries and greenhouses that do ornamental only and are not, and I'll get into those nuances, but are not selling to a farmer or producing food that are considered non-essential. And that requirement would be they can have no person-to-person contact at their facility. So they can only have one staff person in a greenhouse at a time, and they can still do sales as long as they're online, but they cannot have person-to-person contact for sales. So the greenhouses and nurseries before I do greenhouses and nurseries, so CSAs and farm stands were both identified as critical services in the executive order. Because they're based on farm and they're based as an activity of a farmer, CSAs and farm stands can continue, are deemed essential, and that would mean that they need to just practice limited person-to-person contact, but they can still do sales. Farmers markets were not deemed essential, mainly due to the fear of large gatherings in public places where viruses could rapidly spread. So farmers markets are not permitted person-to-person contact, but the individual farmers at a farmer's market can offer online, phone, home delivery, or pickup of product as long as there's no person-to-person contact. So then relating to greenhouses and nurseries, specifically, there were 4 different categorizations that Commerce provided in guidance on Sunday. And they said that if you are a farmer that grows and sells food, you are engaged in agriculture and you can continue sales with limited in-person contact. If you are a greenhouse that sells to farmers to support their, if you're selling starts to another farmer so they can grow food, that's considered agriculture, and that too is allowed with limited in-person contact. If you are a greenhouse or a nursery that's selling to a non-farm customer, so someone like me who's not a farmer, that you can care for your plants in the greenhouse, and you need to avoid in-person contact, meaning having no more than one person in your facility at a time. And in that essence, you're not deemed essential, and you need to have no person-to-person contact for sales. If you are, again, are an ornamental or a vegetable retail operation that's selling to a customer or a group of customers, again, you're not deemed essential, and businesses must follow the retail guidelines, which says you cannot have person-to-person contact even for sales. ACCD did acknowledge that they understand that as the weather changes and we get closer and closer to the spring season, that this policy will likely have to be reviewed. So, thoughts on all that?
Okay,
Questions?
thanks. Yeah, I'm going to go to Mike O'Grady because his hand is up and see what he wants to say, and then maybe we'll have some other questions. Mike?
So that was exactly what my question was going to be about, because farming includes the operation of a greenhouse, and a farm is where farming occurs. So when I read the executive order, I said, oh, that's all things that are engaged in farming, which includes the operation of greenhouses. But then the guidance says that a start from a greenhouse is not farming. Well, I don't see where they're getting that legally. I think they're kind of making that up out of thin air. And what about a CSA that sells vegetables and starts? If Will wants to be a CSA and give a potato to anybody that wants to buy tomato plants, is he okay? I mean,
Yeah, I think so. I mean, again, it depends on if Will's selling it from his farm. He would be considered a farmer that's selling food. And if in that food, there's also some starts, he should be able to do that with limited person-to-person contact.
but Will's entire operation is a farm by definition under the RAPs. So all Will really needs to do is give people a potato when they buy their starts.
Again, he can sell his starts because he's a farm. So that first kind of clarifying portion of the greenhouse and nursery guidance said, if you are selling and growing food, you can sell with limited direct person-to-person contact with your customer.
But every greenhouse is a farm by definition.
Right, but again, then the additional guidance from Commerce depended upon who your customer was. So if you were just selling to a non-farm consumer, or you only were selling ornamentals, and you were essentially just a retail operation, they were saying those were not deemed essential as of 3/25. My understanding, again, this is way out of my bounds, but my understanding is that they recognize that spring is coming, but it doesn't need to happen today, in their opinion. Same with landscaping. They're saying, wait a few weeks and you'll be able to do landscaping services once spring really hits. But you don't need to be selling ornamental starts or veggie starts with person-to-person contact right now. So a greenhouse close to my house is doing retail veggie starts, and they're doing it all without person-to-person contact. So she's going to make online ordering options available, and then either home delivery or a curbside pickup that doesn't involve someone putting it in my car or handing me the box, but it will be, maybe stacked outside the greenhouse, and a sign that says, if someone else is picking up their order, wait until they leave and then you can go in and pick up your box. So it's not, I think that the clarification was that doesn't mean they can't operate. It just means they can't have person-to-person contact. And those are challenging additions for certain businesses to make to their operation, no question. But many are doing it. So.
Can someone still go to Walmart's nursery and buy whatever they want at Walmart's nursery?
As of today at 9:20 a.m., yes.
Yeah.
I don't think that's going to continue. My guess is we will see that change very soon.
Okay, thanks.
All right. Great.
May I?
And Mike, could you put your hand down? Could you unraise your hand? All right. Who just spoke up?
Yes, Will.
Hi, Will.
Hi. So if I can try my hand at splitting this thing, and I don't know. So, and Abby, you can clarify for me, but my understanding is that according to the executive order, if food is involved, there is limited person-to-person contact, but if there is not food involved, there should be no direct person-to-person contact.
I think that is true in the example that you're trying to give, Will. The place that's not true would be a farmer's market. So even still, if food is involved, we can't have the community gatherings that a farmer's market might facilitate. So in that case, even if you're selling food, you still have to do it with very limited person-to-person contact via your farm, not in a community location like a farmer's market.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. There is one piece of the order as Abby's described it, and again, I got clarification from her on the weekend, but I just want to bring it up, and that's the one person per facility rule that I think, if I understood it correctly, the facility doesn't refer to kind of an individual greenhouse so much as it refers to a farm. And a farm, and that is only in the case of the care and maintenance of plants. Where it gets dicey from a practical boots on the ground kind of situation where we're actually trying to keep people employed, not lay them off, is when we have multiple greenhouses and or other kind of things going on in fields and in kind of nearby areas and so forth, for us to limit kind of our crew to one person because the farm is a facility, if I understood the interpretation correctly, that's a real problem. I can understand one person per greenhouse, and this is when it comes to just staff. I understand that it would refer to non-farm customers or for other farming customers who might stop by looking for plants for food production or something like that. But I guess it seems pretty extreme when it comes to actually operating a greenhouse / farm operation.
Yeah, so Will, I think, again, this is where everyone has a unique circumstance, and every business, or not every, but many, many, many businesses are wanting a very specific interpretation to their operation, which is difficult to provide. But I think my understanding, I certainly could be wrong, but my understanding of how this works is if you are a farm, you are deemed essential. And so if you are a farm selling food, you are deemed essential and you need to have limited person-to-person contact. If you are a greenhouse that is retail, selling ornamental and other veggie starts to an average consumer like myself, you have been deemed non-essential and you cannot have person-to-person contact with the customer at the drop-off or sale point, or in the greenhouse around the care and maintenance of the plants. So this is that differentiation that kind of Michael was referring to, is that they have taken a slightly different interpretation as of today, or as of the 25th, as to what a farm is. But they're saying if you are a farmer growing food and you have a greenhouse, you can do limited person-to-person contact.
Yeah, and again, just practically, and this is totally situational on our farm, but we have two greenhouses that have both our own field starts, onions, etc., and hanging baskets in them.
Right.
That we're not going to put out in the field, and they aren't edible. And so a strict interpretation would kind of say that only one person can be there doing that, and I think if I understood your earlier email that I couldn't have one person in one greenhouse and one person in another house because the farm is the facility. So maybe I misunderstood that, but
maybe I misunderstood. I think I don't know that I know how to exactly interpret that well. I think because you are I think that the challenge in that scenario that you're describing is because you are a farm, you should be allowed to have person-to-person contact. But what you have in your greenhouse has nothing to do with your food sales, because that's like a retail side of your farm business model, right?
Well, it doesn't have anything to do with food sales, but it does have to do with the production of food, because the starts that are going to go out in the field in a month are there.
Right. I mean, and again, this is where I, personally and professionally agree with you and Michael that, even in the SNAP program, a vegetable start is considered food. And that's why SNAP benefits can go towards buying plant starts. And so intuitively, I would agree with you that that's food. I think I guess this is how I might do my best at interpreting it. So what the executive order, stay home, stay safe, does not want are customers coming to your greenhouse, walking around with other people, buying ornamental and non-essential items in the greenhouse. If they were coming to the farm to pick up their CSA share, and in that CSA share box, they had also ordered a 6-pack of peppers and onion starts and tomatoes, that would be no problem for them to have limited person-to-person contact to pick up those starts. But I think the feeling was they don't need a hanging basket today or tomorrow. It's not going to feed them. And they don't actually, they don't even really need to plant their tomato starts this weekend. They can probably plant them next weekend when hopefully the flattening of the curve has occurred a bit more and we're less susceptible of spreading the virus. So I think it was trying to like split the line of saying, we want farms to be able to grow and share food, and for families to be able to pick up their CSA share or go to the farm stand and get the food that they're going to feed their family for this week. But they don't need to do the ornamental and the retail greenhouse operations in full like public engagement right now. Does that help? Does that resonate?
Yeah, and there's, but I would extend it just a little further and say, but if arrangements can be made online, mail, phone, etc., for a pre-order type of situation, they can then sell those non-essential items as long as no person-to-person contact. Right. Okay.
Yes. And so that was really, I hoped that was clear, that it's not saying the business has to close. It's just saying the goal is to say we don't want people wandering around greenhouses picking out hanging baskets. And I can admit that's hard for me right now because I too want to plant in the garden, and I can't go buy that in the normal way that I might unless I wanted to go to Home Depot. But the greenhouse next to me is saying, okay, we will sell you starts and we're going to do it without person-to-person contact so that there's not a risk to customers or employees of the greenhouse. So yeah, you can still buy it. It's just how the transaction occurs has to be, because it's not food, needs to be no person-to-person. The part of your business that is food can absolutely have limited contact, and you can put the box in the back of their car and you can take a payment if you wish via credit card or check, and that can still continue for the CSA side of things.
Okay.
So it sounds to me like this is somewhat doable. It just, and I think an argument can be made also that people gain a certain amount of mental health and sanity from gardening.
I know.
I think flowers and other things are important. I take your point, Abby, and I totally agree about people wandering around greenhouses. But it sounds to me like farmers at farm stands will be able to do their sales, but they just have to be careful about how they do it.
Right.
So I have another question along these lines. I just had an email this morning from a state rep who asks about someone who is doing maple syrup, and can they, let me see if I can find it exactly. What's your understanding of the status on sugar shacks? Are they allowed to sell on premise or curbside? I know there are many questions about what qualifies as essential, and that someone asked about farm stands, which would seem comparable to sugar shacks, but I wasn't clear on the answer in the FAQs that have been sent out. So my answer to him was that agriculture, maple sugaring is essential, is agriculture. Agriculture is essential, and that it seemed to me that they would be able to sell given social distancing, as long as they maintain social distancing and that sort of thing. But if that's not accurate, I'd like to correct that to him.
That is accurate, as I would agree with your interpretation, Carolyn. Agriculture includes maple syrup production. And so they can do sales with limited person-to-person contact because that's deemed essential.
Fantastic. Are there other questions? Will, did you have any follow-up? Are there any other questions from committee members about this? Have you all heard about this from various folks?
I'm perfectly satisfied with kind of where things sit as of today. Again, the idea that Home Depot or Walmart can be selling plants and we with full limited contact and we can't, but I can get over that in a few minutes. I think we all have to kind of step up, do our best, and respect the fact that at the end of the day, it's not about any one individual so much as it's about the community, and I think this is what the governor's executive order is all about. And I think for me, it really just revolves around kind of what's possible, what can we do, and again, I think somehow word has to get back to Jack Mannix that in fact he can sell flowers so long as there's no person-to-person contact.
Okay, so I've been asked by someone on the call, how do you raise your hand? And so you click up above and there's a toolbar at the top and you click on more. And I can't do it because I'm a co-host here, but there's a choice there to raise hand. So you can try that. Rodney has his hand up and then John Bartholomew. So Rodney, why don't you go ahead?
Yeah, on the maple syrup sales, we've contacted where we bulk out syrup, and they have it set up so that you can deliver your syrup back up to the loading dock. There's a buzzer you have to push, get back in your truck, and then they'll come out and unload your truck and weigh it and grade it and bring you out of slip. So that's how they're doing it there.
Okay, thanks, Rodney. Sharon, John Bartholomew is next. Sharon's having a hard time raising her hand. Rodney, could you unraise your hand? John first, and then Sharon.
I just wanted to comment on the on farmers markets, and it seems like as we come into that season, if we're still under this lockdown, we've got to find a way to get those functioning. And it doesn't make sense that if you think about it, a farmer's market, you're probably able to do more social distancing there than you could in a supermarket. There ought to be a mechanism in place where these can move forward in some way, because this is direct sales from farmers to customers. I just can't believe there's no way to do it in a safe way, and in fact, a safer way than in supermarkets. And I also have to say, I'm feeling right now pretty outraged that that Walmart or Home Depot could sell ornamental stuff, and we've got small businesses in this state that are going to be hampered and basically shut down. They've got huge investments in their plants ready to go for spring, and they're not going to have a reasonable way to sell them. So I have to express some outrage there.
So Representative Bartholomew, we did just put together some economic impact data for the governor's press conference today. And we looked at and made some gross estimations about farmers market sales in the month of March and April, were they to be operational. So there's normally about 14 winter farmers markets that would occur in March and April. And the total food sales that could occur over the months of March and April would be over 1.1, almost $1.2 million in local food sales. We also looked at estimating what the summer farmers market average assumptions of sales, and that's at the 67 farmers markets, and it would be 2.8 million monthly. So starting in May, through September, let's say, or June through September. I mean, each market starts at a slightly different time. So at a time when all 67 markets would be open, it would be about $2.8 million a month, an aggregate of all 67 markets in local food sales. So we agree with you that there is significant challenge with this determination of farmers markets not being deemed essential. And we hear daily from markets that are frustrated by that determination. And as of right now, our strategy is to say the market is comprised of farmers, of vendors, many of which are farmers, and farmers, if they can, kind of divert their sales and their relationships to online and on farm, and they can continue those activities. But it's not the same, I recognize.
But certainly you can't do a direct comparison between sales at a farmer's market and sales at a supermarket, because the percentage of those sales going directly to farmers is going to be much higher. And as you say, you know, we don't know what's coming, but when we get into May and June, it's going to be much more important, in my opinion, to get these farmers markets moving in some way that, and they ought to be able to be safe. As I said, social distancing becomes the norm. You're outside. It seems safer to me than a supermarket, and I'll shut up now. Thank you.
All right, thanks, John. I think those are good points. I mean, it seems to me that being outdoors at a farmer's market is probably, I understand the whole indoor farmer's market issue, but being outdoors where the virus doesn't last long in UV light, and you can sort of step around each other. Although I've been to the Brattleboro farmer's market when it's been very, very crowded. People would have to be very careful. So I want to ask, Sharon, did you have a question? Did you figure out how to raise your hand? Okay. Carrie, did you have a question? Okay, good enough. All right, are there any other questions for Abby? Will, do you feel like you've gotten the answers you need?
Yes, thanks. Thanks very much, and thanks for the opportunity.
Oh, you're welcome. It's always good to hear your voice, and I hope that we're able to straighten some of this out so that our farmers are, are not as badly affected as some of our other folks are going to be. So any other questions on this topic? All right, I'm not hearing any. So I think
Representative Partridge?
Yes.
Would the committee be interested in the economic impact data that we kind of pulled together as of yesterday?
Absolutely.
Okay,
I would
I'm
love
happy
to, if you could, if you could send that to Linda, that would be fabulous.
Great. I would say it's incomplete, but it's a good snapshot of where we're seeing the disruption and the challenges, and it's grave for cheesemakers to farmers market vendors. And then there's some really, I guess the last piece I'll just share, if you're open, is that there are also some really great outcomes that we're seeing. So grocery store sales are up 50%. So consumers, when we restrict their markets, they're just spending more money at grocery stores. And so one of our initiatives is to try to get all the product that was being sold at restaurants and institutions, colleges in particular, to have those vendors and those suppliers make their product available to grocery stores. We're also hearing some farm stands are having the highest grossing sales days in the last consecutive 2 weeks that they've ever had. So people are really reaching out to try to find local access to food, and it is having a really kind of positive, if not at least short-term impact on many businesses.
Yeah, I know. We've been trying to help out some of the restaurants, but even those, the takeout service is not enough to keep them going, and some of them are just shutting down. I have 3 hands up, John O'Brien, and then Carrie, and then John Bartholomew. John O'Brien.
Carolyn, I just had a tech question. What happened to O'Grady and Vicky? Do we only get a 3x3 grid on this? Or is everybody else seeing them?
So if you swipe over to the right, do you see the others? Have you gone to gallery view?
Yep. Okay.
I see Vicky and Mike. So can you
I
go to
see.
gallery view?
Yeah. But you
Okay.
can't make it smaller. So it's like a, 4x4. You always have to swipe.
Well, if you go to, you can either switch to the active speaker,
Yeah.
or you can do gallery view.
Right.
So if you do gallery view, you'll get I get 9 faces at once. And since there are more than 9 of us, if I swipe to the right, I see the rest of our group.
Yeah, I got it.
Okay.
Madam
All right.
Chair, that's a limitation of the iPad. For users on the laptops or your desktop computers, you should be able to see everyone.
Great.
Okay.
Thanks, Ron. And Ron, I'll probably give you a call later to try and get this up and going on my laptop. That would be great. All right. So Carrie is next.
Yeah, thank you. It's really great to see everybody. All I wanted to say is before Abby joined the second time, Terry had asked some questions. And I think those questions are really highlighted in the document and summary analysis that Abby put together about the economic impacts.
In terms of farmers? Yeah, okay. All right, John Bartholomew, you're next.
This is probably a question for Abby, but anyone who knows, I'm just wondering what others are seeing and what's being reported from cheesemakers. One of our local cheesemakers has reported that they are all backed up in the cheese cave because their orders have really slowed to a trickle or stopped. Some of that is probably related to sales to restaurants not happening, but it seems like people are still eating. They still need to eat. So are all of our cheesemakers, local cheesemakers and artisan cheesemakers experiencing this drop in sales, or do we just have an outlier here in Heartland?
So I did just send Linda the economic impact data, so you all will have access to that, I hope, momentarily. There is a update from the cheesemakers in that document that was assembled by Laura Ginsburg from conversations with the Vermont Cheese Council and probably about 20 or so different cheesemakers in Vermont. And so the results are mixed, depending upon their markets, how their cheese is packaged. And so we're seeing that, for those cheesemakers that sold to restaurants and specialty shops, their sales are likely down 80% or so. For those that are selling to farmers markets, online, farm stands, the loss is a little bit less than 80%. Grocery stores are also seeing a decline in certain type of cheese purchases. They're really looking for, because they're trying to limit person-to-person contact in the grocery, some more effectively than others. They're really looking for pre-cut and pre-wrapped cheeses, not bulk cheeses that you then would cut in the store or whatever. So as for like economic impact, some cheesemakers are saying it's tens of thousands of dollars of loss. Others are saying it's upwards of $100,000 of anticipated loss over the past few weeks. There's some pretty bold projections. If the markets continue the way that they are, of upwards of $500,000 for some, and others that are really worried that total markets will collapse and businesses will not be able to remain operational without additional income coming in. It did sound like there's probably another few weeks before we'll have a real sense of what stores have for additional needs. So they're still working through their back stock, and whether they will reorder product or not. So yeah, a pretty grim, unfortunately, for many of Vermont's cheesemakers right now.
For cheese, yeah. So maybe we should move the cheese to the toilet paper aisles.
So I have to say, when I visited the Brattleboro Hannaford about 2 weeks ago, there was nothing on the toilet paper or paper towel aisles, and there was nothing in the cabbage cheese area. Every single stick of 8 ounce of up to 2 pounds were gone. Luckily, I buy it by the 3 pound package, and there were some of those, but it was pretty incredible. So I did include in my article a couple of weeks ago a shout out to folks who might want to order directly from farmers, and I think there are some cheese companies that do. Like I think Jasper Hill you can order directly, and I don't know about the others. But then I wondered, Abby, we had talked at some point, maybe it was on a conversation that I had with you and Anson and Bobby Starr. There was a thought to maybe try and put up some kind of a website to help create a direct market for some cheese producers, farmers, with the public.
Yeah, my understanding, and I am going to look it up now because I haven't looked at it myself, but my understanding is that the Vermont Cheese Council has done just that. And so they have created an online portal for folks to be able to order online.
Okay.
Through their website.
Okay.
And so it's a good example of kind of a resource that I should kind of probably know a little bit more about.
Okay.
But that was my understanding, is that they worked really quickly to kind of create an online. Yeah. So if you go right to vermontcheese.com, one of the top links is where to buy our cheese. And then they have it all set up as an online sales directory for Vermont cheeses and tell you exactly how it works, that you select what cheese you want, order online. Depending on where you live, it could be picked up from the cheese producer, from a farm stand, curbside pickup, or even have it delivered to your door. So it looks like they have a pretty decent system right now.
Okay, great. Thanks, Abby.
Yeah.
I have a few hands up here. John Bartholomew, did you lower your hand or is it up again? Okay, you're lowering. Okay, Terry Norris and then Rodney.
Since we're talking about the cheese, I noticed yesterday on the Jasper Hill Facebook page that they dispersed their Asher herd because of the potential downturn in the cheese economy. So I mean, I know that Mateo is pretty much into, financially being profitable, and he just felt that was not didn't see a future there. So it's kind of sad that they, that was their prime, calling card, sort of like, was that Asher herd. So I just see a future for Vermont farms is we're going to lose, I bet we'll lose half of our farms this year. Because the price of milk is just like plummeted down to like $10. There's no profit there for farmers, and they can ask for credit, from their suppliers. But trust me, I just know that grain dealers will not hold farmers for very long, because it's, there's no profit in it for them either. And they have to watch out for their bottom line. And I just see a real problem for Vermont farmers.
Yeah, agreed, Terry. And Mike O'Grady, I'm wondering if you have any information regarding the stimulus money that's coming to Vermont, and if that might be helpful to some of our dairy farmers or farmers in general.
As I said earlier, it's really yet to be determined. Yeah. There's 9.5 billion that's going to USDA for agricultural programs, and then there's some smaller, more targeted programs. There's nothing specific to dairy. So it's really going to depend on what USDA does over the next week or so on how to move that 9.5 billion.
Okay, thanks. Okay, I have Rodney's hand up. Rodney?
Yes. So I was just wondering, we've been talking about how it's hard to get the cheese because of limited contact with people, but with people being laid off and losing their health benefits and stuff like that, some of it's probably because they just have to make choices of not buying specialty cheeses.
Yeah, I don't know. Abby, would you have a comment on that, or?
Yeah, I mean, I think all that I can comment on that is that during the 4 calls that we held a couple of weeks ago, hearing from producers and producer associations, as well as supply chain partners and service providers, it was very clear that the average consumer in this response to a time of crisis is returning to some of the basics. And so people are buying, big blocks of cabbage cheese, potatoes and root vegetables, more meat, milk, butter, some of those like very comfort related food items. And they're not having people over for dinner, and they're not, doing some of their same activities. People are kind of hunkering down and kind of relying upon some of the customary basic food groups. And so in some ways that's been great. And we saw like a real quick short-term surge in dairy product purchasing. But then, as Representative Norris mentioned, with the loss of the decline in milk price, where Diane shared some figures again in the economic impact data that you now have, that just the dairy industry itself will see 180,000 per month loss in income due to milk price decline. So, and it will, and Diane said it's going to get worse, throughout the summer. So, yeah, I think people's buying habits are changing, their socialization patterns are shifting, and milk prices are going down.
Yeah, it's really concerning. I'm wondering if there are any other questions, thoughts about this topic that we've been discussing. Rodney, is your hand up again? Okay, his hand is down. Thank you. Any other questions about this? Will, I want to thank you for being available today and to have this conversation. I think it's been very helpful. And Abby, I thank you too. I'm not trying to kick you off the call or anything, but I'm looking forward to Abby seeing your the impact study. I'll probably include it in parts of it in my weekly article this week, which will be in the Reformer on Monday.
Great.
So anything you wanted to add, Abby?
If there are suggestions that you as the Ag and Forestry Committee have for ways you'd like to see us as the agency of ag respond based on what you're hearing from your constituents, let us know. Our response efforts right now are focused on pulling together resources that are available for ag producers, posting that on our website. The economic impact data that you have or will soon see came from sort of relationships we have with different groups, but also from a survey that we received from ag producers that completed, answered a few questions, including their economic losses. We're still looking to do more calls like we did a couple weeks ago, if nothing else, to just give an update from the agency and for people to ask questions. We're trying to give the interpretations to guidance as often as we can to folks that reach out and ask. Again, we're trying to make supply connections to grocery stores for product that was originally deemed for restaurants and institutions. So we're trying to connect with producer association groups to sort of figure out what their needs might be. So if there's other things that you're specifically hearing that we could be helpful in supporting, please let us know. You can reach
Great.
out to us by email, or we can have another call, or come back in to testify, whatever you need.
Great. Thanks so much, Abby. Thanks for and please thank everybody at the agency, both you and Carrie. Thank everybody at the agency for everything they're doing to take this on. Will, was there anything you wanted to add?
No, just again, my thanks to Abby in particular for sticking with me as I try to get clarification on this and all the work that they're doing there. And thanks very much for the opportunity. I see a customer's just pulled in, so I better go wait on them. Happy April 1st, everyone.
Could I say one last thing to you, Will?
Of course.
Plant
Yes.
nasturtiums. Plant nasturtiums in all of your hanging baskets because they're edible.
Okay.
Hey, listen, good luck.
I made a note.
Okay. All right. We'll see you. Take care.
Yep. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.